Hello, my spookies. Can you believe it? Halloween is right around the corner, just days away. The decorations are up, the candy's mysteriously half gone, and every night feels just a little more like a horror movie, in the best way possible. And you know me, I can't let the season slip by without turning things up to maximum spooky. So tonight we're going all in with a weekly spooky novella compilation. 3 full-length horror stories to sink your teeth into while the moon's still high and the pumpkins are still fresh. First, we hit the streets for a midnight joyride with Fangs in Vampire Night. Then we drift into The Final Yes, a chilling reminder that not every offer of love or immortality should be accepted. And finally, where the snow begins to fall, we'll find what happens when vengeance refuses to stay buried in blood and snow. So light a candle and pour something dark and delicious. It's time to get cozy. Halloween is practically breathing down our necks, and that's how we like it. Vampire Night by Joe Ruston, from New Dynamic Press, narrated by Enrique Couto. Prologue. The jet-black Impala tears through the Cleveland night like a bat out of hell, the headlights off, making it practically invisible. It whips down Frankfurt Avenue at speed, flying right on past the "Do Not Enter" sign of the one-way road. Spoiled for choice when it comes to parking, it veers right into one of the lots, narrowly avoiding the parking attendant on duty. The scrawny guy jumps backward just in time, saving himself from getting clipped by the front bumper. The Impala doesn't stop. It doesn't even slow down. It continues on into the lot proper and heads toward the far end, near the fence that encloses it, and pulls into a spot. It idles for a moment, then shuts off, the previous roar of the engine dying and allowing the relative quiet of the night to settle in. After a few moments, the driver gets out. A tall man in a leather jacket, a pair of sunglasses on despite the overwhelming darkness. His name is Colgan, not that he ever offers it to anyone. He circles around to the back of the car. Once there, he fits the key into the hole on the trunk, gives it a twist, and opens it up. The inside has been customized, the sides padded with pink velvet, giving it an almost casket-like appearance. Entombed are 2 women who, upon the trunk lid opening, begin to unfurl their limbs from one another and climb out, hands lazily attempting to fix their messy hair and wrinkled clothes. "Maxine, Roxanne," he says. The first is attempting to get her mohawk to stand back up. The latter is fixing the chain on her nose ring. Without needing an invitation, he kisses one, then the other. By this time, the parking attendant has caught up to them. He approaches angry and out of breath and immediately launches into a slew of complaints. How they were going the wrong way on a one-way, and how they almost hit him with their car, and how they need to pay the fee to park here. Colgan doesn't rush kissing Roxanne. If anything, he prolongs it. The attendant stands there, fuming, but not sure what to do. In the absence of an actual idea, he just berates them some more. "Are you even listening, moron?" Apparently not. "Hey, jackass!" The attendant reaches out and grabs the man by the shoulder, making a valiant attempt at giving him a rough pull. It's like trying to move a brick wall. Slowly, Colgan loosens his lips from Roxanne's and turns to stare at the man, a smear of lipstick on his closed-lipped smile. What happens next happens fast, practically in the blink of an eye. Colgan catches the wrist of the offending hand, and then effortlessly twists it to the side, The sickening crack of bone sounds, and the attendant lets out an agonized scream. It turns into whimpering soon enough as Colgan continues squeezing his arm where he's broke it, driving him down to his knees. When the attendant looks up, face twisted in pain, it's to 3 smiles leering down at him, though there's something off with the expressions. It's the teeth, he realizes. The teeth are wrong, like some kind of childhood nightmare come to life. They're thin and sharp like needles. Colgan rips the attendant forward and past himself, slamming him face first into the rear bumper of the Impala. He grabs him by the back of the head next, and effortlessly lifts him up, just enough to clear the trunk before driving his throat down against it and then slamming the lid like a makeshift guillotine. It doesn't behead the attendant, though, simply biting into the flesh on the back of his neck. He cries out, blood from his broken nose flying out into the velvet-lined interior of the trunk. His voice echoes around himself. In his panic, the attendant doesn't at first realize that he isn't alone in the trunk. No. There's someone else stuffed far into the back. A woman, it looks like. Her uniform saying 7-Eleven. Her dead eyes stare at him, glossy like marbles. Her throat is a mess of dried gore. The trunk lid is lifted off his neck, and the attendant tries to push himself up with his one good hand, struggling against his fate. Before he can make anything resembling an escape, though, the 2 women descend upon him. Chapter 1. You're a hot mess, Jessica. You know that? Don't talk to me, Amy. I can't piss if you're talking to me. The clerk at the BP station, the one catty-corner to Progressive Field, is a liar. He tells the girls, Amy, Megan, Zoe, and Jessica, she's out of sight, presently ducked down on the other side of the car, pants around her knees, trying to take a leak in public, that they don't have an indoor bathroom. That part is true. They do not, in fact, have an indoor bathroom. Amy made sure to ask multiple times for clarification, and each time got the same exact answer fed back to her. The lie is when the boy behind the counter, he couldn't be any older than 18 or 19, so he doesn't care. He's thinking about his next math test, probably. Tells them that it should be clean, considering it had been emptied out earlier this week. His words don't exactly stand up to scrutiny. If it's been emptied out this year, Amy would honestly be shocked. What she saw in that porta potty will haunt her for years to come. She fully expects to wake up in the middle of the night coming off a PTSD nightmare, drenched in a cold sweat. Yes, she's being dramatic, but still. She leans back against the Toyota parked off to the side of the pumps, front bumper aimed at Carnegie Avenue, fully expecting to see FEMA vehicles pull into the otherwise empty lot any second to cordon off the thing and declare it a disaster area. She says as much as she passes her cigarette to Megan, who, after a puff, passes it on to Zoe. It earns her a few giggles. It's mid-July and late evening, a hot, sticky day creeping steadily into a hot, sticky night. The dog days of summer are upon them, and Cleveland has become a swamp. The asphalt from all the road acts as a heat sink. The moisture rolling in off Lake Erie offers up all the humidity anyone could ever want. Put together, the city seems to be trying to steam its population like broccoli. The sound of urine splashing the concrete punctuates their idle conversation. I can't believe you got us kicked out of an Applebee's, Amy says as the cigarette returns to her. Technically, it was Jessica, Megan counters. Come on, guys, I'm trying to focus here, comes a quiet voice from behind the car. It's honestly kind of impressive when you think about it, though, Zoe offers. I didn't even know Applebee's did kick people out. I thought it was like Waffle House, you know? You do something outrageous and they give you a free meal or something for entertaining the guests. Well, the guests were entertained all right, Amy says, passing the cigarette to the left. You'd think they'd never seen tits before, Megan remarks before taking a puff. Probably never seen them at the Applebee's bar, that's for sure. You shouldn't encourage her when she's drunk, Amy continues. You know how she gets. No, Amy, how do I get? Jessica's words are spoken slowly as she struggles to her feet, bouncing her ass off the car several times before she's fully upright. She manages to get her pants back up around her waist before she circles around the car. Her eyes are glassy, her hair's slightly a mess. She takes the cigarette right from Megan's lips and sucks the last bits of life from it before flicking the butt out toward the road. Too much fun for the average person, Amy offers. That seems to satisfy her. She finds her grin reflected in Jessica's face. It's been a day, and it isn't over yet. They've been at it since 5 o'clock, and this time at the gas station is the biggest lull their evening has had. No one's ready to call it a night, though. This could be the last time they get to hang out, all of them together like this. So, making it last, even if that means they're going to have the hangover to end all hangovers in the morning, it's worth it. To Amy's left, the whole reason they're out and about, hitting up the bars of their youth where they used to have to use fake IDs, and now they don't even get carded. Megan. Short, round, blonde hair, a big, toothy smile. The sweetest girl in the world. Really. At least that's what Amy thinks. Also one of the craziest bitches she's ever met, but that's neither here nor there. There's an engagement ring on her finger, and a doctor, specifically a somnologist, whatever that is, waiting at home for her whenever their girls' night comes to an end. The plan is, after they say their vows, they're getting the hell out of Dodge. Megan's soon-to-be hubby Brett has taken a job down in Springwood, and while that isn't necessarily far away, it's far enough. The promises of, "I'll keep in touch," are well-intentioned, but no one is kidding themselves. Life happens. Time happens. The years haven't been exactly kind to their friend group, and Amy doubts they're going to start taking it easy on them now. Take, for instance, Zoe, who presently is lighting up another cigarette that, after she takes a few initial hits on, will pass it to Megan, who will pass it to Amy, and so on and so forth. She's got dark hair that she cuts herself, all choppy and stylish. So skinny that she has to stand in 2 places at once just to cast a shadow. She works as a hairdresser when she isn't bouncing from one dysfunctional girlfriend to the next. Could probably make rent a lot easier if she didn't spend most of her money on psychotic women. Then there's Jessica. Tall, blonde, pretty. All leg. Could have been a model or an actress or a porn star. Made something of herself. She's never been married, but she's been engaged a bunch. Is already in talks with a new guy who, she says, has really swept her off her feet. This time is different. Her words. It's always different. The only constant being that she's scared to be alone. 2 kids at home, different fathers, but she's a good mom. Or tries to be. They're with her own mother right now, facilitating her current drunken escapades. Finally, Amy herself. She's the designated driver tonight, which means she's only had a few beers, while the others have had a few too many. Red hair, skinny because she forgets to eat, gifted with large breasts, which just means her boss finds it difficult to take her seriously. She works at a bank, makes okay money, enough to keep the lights on and the internet paid so she can keep looking at online colleges, with the intention of applying but never actually doing it. It isn't lost on her that she probably had it the best out of all of them before Megan's news, and this is after a messy divorce. She wishes she could find a nice doctor, but they would probably just prescribe her Prozac and call it a day. I feel like I'm getting sober, Jessica says. What the hell are we doing? I mean, it's getting kind of late, Zoe answers, glancing down at her phone. 9 o'clock is not late, you old maid. Come on, it's one of Megan's last nights as a free woman. Amy wipes the sweat from her brow. loosens the strands of red hair that had been sticking to her forehead. All we've done is drink. I think it's time we get Megan some action. The shorter blonde looks caught off guard. She looks up, expression of shock, and says, "You did not hire me a prostitute." "Okay, Charlie Sheen, reel it in. We're going to a strip club, not getting you piped." "Oh," Megan says. She almost sounds disappointed for a moment before smiling. "I could do a strip club." "Good, because you didn't really have a choice in the matter. Jessica's been looking forward to this since I told her." "I've basically just been pre-gaming," the woman in question explains. Her pre-gaming would put a lot of seasoned drinkers under the table. "All right, my little drunk bastards. Get in the car. Next stop, Wings and Dings." Chapter 2. Wings and Dings is only 20 minutes from her apartment by foot, which is good since she doesn't own a car. So Joan just hoofs it every day she works, which is most days. She sets off north up East 13th Street, walks the entire way in the shadow of the Reserve Square building, then turns left onto Superior Avenue. It's late, getting later, but even with the sundown and the moon creeping higher and higher into the sky, it's still hot and muggy. Joan's tank top sticks to her back as she walks, damp with sweat. She regrets the biker boots now, but it's too late to turn back. Besides, sneakers aren't exactly her style, and style is important to Joan. She crosses the intersection of East 12th and Superior, zigzags between bright orange cones. Guys working on the road with a backhoe. Specifically, one guy's working, neck deep in a hole while 6 others watch. In the reflective glass of the 1111 Superior building, she takes a moment to be vain and look at herself in the public mirror. During the day, the entire city gets mirrored here. At night, aided by the glow of streetlights, she can really just see herself and a little bit across the street. Tall, black hair done in a punky undercut, blue eyes encased in thick liner, strong jaw, athletic figure. She looks good. Better than she did when she rolled back into town a few years ago after failing to make a name for herself in California. It turns out that it doesn't matter how badly you want to chase a dream. Sometimes it's just faster than you are. The light glints off the ring in the left corner of her bottom lip, off the dozen or so piercings spread between 2 ears. She turns her attention back ahead, faces Cleveland at night, which is a lot like Cleveland in the daytime, just darker. A different flavor of people creep out and fill the streets. Her kind of people. Joan gets as far as the Hampton Inn before the thoughts creep back in. Failure. The word has been dogging her lately, keeping her up at night, driving her to drink. Good thing she's a bartender. She grew up not far from here, West Bank of the Flats. Now she works on the East Bank. It's like that Bon Jovi song, "Who says you can't go home?" What he should have been asking is, why would you want to? Take a right at the Federal Reserve Bank. Take a left onto Rockwell. It isn't like Joan doesn't like her hometown. On the contrary, she likes Cleveland. All of it. Even the not-so-great parts. The urban decay, the smell of Lake Erie permeating everything. That same stench getting carried along by the Cuyahoga River. The people, the food, the culture. She just thought, she used to think about more than just self-loathing, believe it or not, that when she came back here, she would be a bit better off than when she left. On the contrary, she's probably at the lowest point her life has ever sunk to. For fuck's sake, she works in a strip club owned by her Aunt Diane. Not even as a stripper. At least there's money in that. No, she just tends bar and watches other people enjoying their lives. Up on the left, Joan passes the park, The statue of Tom L. Johnson sits in a chair with his back to her, his gaze focused on the casino across the way. She feels that. She's getting closer to work. Try as she might to drag her feet. The thing is, it's not even a cool strip club. What Wings and Dings is another family failure. Aunt Diane had set out to create, get this, a male version of Hooters. Okay, alright, that's fun. It's not going well. Every attempt she's made to open up another location has ended in absolute disaster, like approaching bankruptcy type stuff. Besides men on poles, their other claim to fame is their 69 flavors of wings. Yeah, like the sex number. Ha ha. Buffalo Wild Wings only has 22 flavors, and they're a national chain. To get that kind of variety, corners have to be cut. Here's the lemon pepper one, which is just a chicken wing dusted with lemon pepper. Here's the garlic salt one, which is just a chicken wing dusted in garlic salt. Here's the Lawry's one, and no, it's not a promotional item, it's just something Aunt Diane had in the spice rack. Lamenting her existence at least passes the time. Joan crosses West 3rd. The road gets a lot worse here. Cracks, potholes, big stretches of cold patch, beads of sweater on her brow threatening to streak down. She can't tell if she's out of shape or if it's the weather. Maybe both. So much humidity she feels like she's swimming. Her tank top clings to her by this point as if she took a dip in a pool. Cross West 6th. Continue on down the avenue. On the right, a red brick building with a for lease sign plastered on the side. On the left, a parking lot, one of 3. There's another right next to Wings and Dings, another across from it, all owned by the same company. A sign in the front of each says, "Please pay the uniformed attendant." Joan doesn't see him, though. His name's Marty or something, and usually he's out on the sidewalk, front and center, taking his job as seriously as a high school hall monitor. She knows this because he's always trying to get her attention. Joan isn't sure she would quite classify what he does as catcalling because it isn't creative enough. It's just as sad, though. Another sign says they have monthly parking available, which, to her, sounds like a good way to get your car stolen. And early bird specials. A real steal. Wings and Dings is up on the right, next door to a little bar called Tommy's that it shares a wall with. It's an unsuspecting single-story building of red brick, the entrance a heavy metal door with a blacked-out window. Above it, the name of the club is printed in chipped white letters, spray-painted right onto the brick. Beside it, a chalkboard, routinely washed clean by the rain or vandalized by passerby. Today, in green chalk, it shows the happy hour times and, below that, in red, proclaims that they have football on the television. Joan really hopes the TV goes out again. Before heading inside, she stops to light a cigarette by the door. Figures it's best to get the first smoke break of the night out of the way. Really, she's just buying time. Or wasting it. Depends on your perspective. She glances across the street, across the one of 3 parking lots. There must be 100 cars parked in it, but she never sees anyone actually come back to claim them. Maybe they're the ones renting a space for a whole month. Who knows? Past it is an apartment building. Past that, the imposing tower of the Carl B. Stokes United States Courthouse. It gleams even at night. Why a courthouse needs to be so modern art is beyond her. Need to spend those tax dollars somehow, she guesses. Joan takes another puff, diverts her gaze down the avenue, toward where it opens up onto West 9th. The occasional car passes, but, besides that, it's dead. The night still. There's a streetlight at the end of the avenue, and one at the beginning but none in between, so Joan stands in the dark. In the distance, she hears an ambulance. Pretty quickly, it fades into the soundtrack of the city. Indistinct shouting, traffic, what might be a gunshot, could be a car backfiring. She catches movement in her periphery, so she glances back to the parking lot across the street. There, moving across the dark background, is a darker silhouette. Joan thinks for a moment that it's Marty. She dismisses that thought, though. The figure too tall, too broad. Marty's a shrimp of a man. Besides, this figure isn't alone. Her eyes adjusting to the shadows, Joan sees more shapes moving. People, walking. The lot doesn't have a single light in it. A fact she's never really noticed before, but now is acutely aware. The hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, but Joan feels silly for it. She isn't scared per se. It's just somewhat unnerving to see people moving around in the dark. It sparks a primal sort of reaction. At the entrance to the lot, where there's a little booth promising $5 parking in the evening, the initial figure stops. Joan knows it's rude to stare, but she can't help herself. She watches the other people come to a halt beside him. 2 or 3. She can't really be sure for the dark and the distance. The man, she's fairly certain, it's a man anyway, seems to have the same idea she does. She hears the faint but distinctive metal clink of a Zippo lighter being flicked open, spots the flame, and watches it turn the end of a cigarette into a burning ember. This action makes the people more real, less like demons prowling the shadows. She can't make out any of the finer details of the figures, but she assumes they're just punks like her trying to make the best of a Friday night. Somewhere off beyond the lot, a howl rings out. Could be a dog. Could be a coyote. She's heard they come into the city sometimes to scavenge. It's enough to pull her out of her staring contest. How long she's been at it, she has no idea. Her cigarette is mostly ash now. She knocks off the excess, takes one last drag, then flicks the rest out into the street before turning, reaching for the door handle. With her hand around it, the door pulled half open. She stops. It's an unconscious action, her pausing to look back across and up the avenue, sparing one last glance at the people. That initial fear she had felt watching them skulk across the parking lot returns, tenfold when she does. Using the lit end of his cigarette as a guide, she can tell the smoking man is facing her now, staring back, returning the favor of her voyeurism. His cohorts are too. They don't have cigarettes to give away their exact position, but she can sense their eyes, knows they're digging into her, can practically feel them doing it. Then, suddenly, "Hey, Joan, what's up?" She jumps. Can't be helped. She steps over the threshold a bit too fast to appear natural and lets the door slam shut behind her with a heavy thud. Her attention turns to the man talking to her. Brian, the bouncer. He occupies the little buffer room between the street and the club proper. In a fancier place, it might be called a reception area, or maybe a lounge, something like that. Joan thinks it resembles a glorified closet, though, all painted black. It throbs from the music deeper in the club. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you," he apologizes. Nah, it's cool, B. What did you say?" "Asked what's up is all." "Oh, living the dream. You know how it is." Brian's big, like a real mountain of a man. He towers head and shoulders over Joan, towers over most other people too, who weren't themselves brought up on a steady diet of gamma radiation. "You know you're late again," he tells her. "Diane's pissed." "Diane's always pissed," Joan reasons. "Yeah, well, try and not get fired, all right? You're the first cool bartender we've had." Aw, you think I'm cool? Joan leaves it on that comment. She knows Brian is sweet on her. Doesn't know why, but he is. She wishes she felt the same. He's a nice guy. She pushes through the swinging doors and crosses into a whole other world, immediately greeted by loud, boisterous, bass-boosted remixes of rock and pop songs that make the walls vibrate with life. Neon lights and hues of blue and pink flash, making every other step a tripping hazard. They pulse in time with the music, at least that's the plan. Sometimes they feel too erratic, too random to be attempting any kind of pattern. The club is longer than it is wide, and still shows evidence of its former life as a common Midwestern bar like the one next door. Faux wood paneling on the walls and a solid concrete floor. Probably still beer stains on the seats from those days, too. Joan doesn't trust the cleaning job the janitor does. The bar is located at the far end, and between her and it are a slew of booths lining the walls and two small, circular stages, each one occupied by a decently built man in a Speedo, both gyrating their hips in time to a Lady Gaga song. Most of the clientele is women in their 30s and 40s, and that's what she sees as she weaves her way past them, crisp dollar bills coming up from Michael Kors bags. At the bar, Aunt Diane is mixing a drink, but, even so, seems to just know that Joan is nearby, like she has a sixth sense for disappointment. "You're late," she tells her, voice raised, either so she can be heard over the music or because she wants to yell. Above the liquor shelves, the TV shows some game of some sport. "I'm always late," Joan responds as she rounds the counter, dropping into a crouch so she can dig her apron out from under it. "You're always late," Diane agrees, exasperated. Standing back up, Joan pulls the apron overhead, begins knotting it at her back. "What are you making? I'll finish it up. You can head out," she says. "Don't worry about this. Get me 6 shots of vodka." "What brand?" "Didn't specify. Dealer's choice." The shelves behind the bar are filled to bursting with liquor, mostly organized. Tequilas with tequilas, whiskeys with whiskeys, vodkas with vodkas. They have Smirnoff and Zvedka and Crystal Lake and Kettle One. Given it's her decision, Joan settles on Grey Goose, nabs the bottle by the neck, and then turns to the counter to work. Grab a tray, set it down, arrange 6 shot glasses on it, begin to pour. "That's too much," Diane chastises her from the side. "It's a shot. As long as it fits in the glass, it isn't too much." "It's too much." "Do you want me to pour it back in and try again?" The woman goes quiet after that, lips pursed. Joan can hear the groaning of the scales as she weighs the option of firing her on the spot. She never voices her decision. Joan picks up the tray and asks, "Which table?" "By stage 2, the 3 women with the bad dye jobs. You see 'em?" "Yeah, I see 'em." "Good." Diane pushes the drink forward. A woman takes it with a polite smile. "And call your mom when you get a chance." "I will," Joan lies. "All right, I'm heading out. If you burn the place down..." I know. Make it look like an accident. Drive safe." Chapter 3. The GPS takes her down Carnegie Avenue, has her turning up Ontario Street on the other side of Progressive Field. Amy might have lived in Cleveland all her life, but that doesn't mean she knows the flats very well. Certainly not enough to find a small strip club. Last thing she wants to do is get lost this time of night. "How'd you even hear about this place?" Megan asks from the passenger seat. She has a Red Bull in her hand, chemically inducing a second wind. "Friend at work," the redhead explains. She veers gently to the left onto West Huron. On the right, the landmark office towers looms. An imposing structure of concrete and glass, 22 stories done with an Art Deco flair. The side of the building is dominated by a massive billboard for the Cavaliers. For the love, for the land. Is it full sausage or banana hammocks? Jessica inquires from behind. I don't think it's legal for it to be full sausage, Zoe offers. Amy's eyes flick up, catch the brunettes in the rearview mirror. She's quick to return them to the road. Besides, she continues, if it was, they'd have to be BYOB. That's how other strip clubs work. You go to a lot of strip clubs? I date a lot of strippers. Amy takes a right after the Post Office Plaza building, turns right onto West 6th, quickly turns left onto West Prospect once it ends, veers right back onto West 6th. Her GPS yelling at her all the while, giving orders as quickly as it can. She turns left down a one-way, Frankfurt Avenue. Well, this is spooky, Megan says, leaning forward to get a better view of the shadowy road they've ended up on. Halfway down the avenue, the GPS announces, your destination is on the right. It's a squat little red brick building that, at first glance, looks abandoned. It isn't until Amy sees the name Wings and Dings plastered over the door that she's confident she's in the right place. There's 2 parking lots beyond it, one on either side of the avenue. Amy chooses the one on the left, sees the little booth where the attendant should be reflected in the moonlight. This is sketch, Jessica observes. What, you want the club to be in Hunting Valley? Amy asks. She glances back at the blonde, then returns her gaze to the road. She begins to turn into the parking lot, but immediately has to stomp on the brake, causing the Toyota to jerk as it comes to a sudden stop. She comes this close to hitting a group of people occupying the entrance. Amy hadn't even seen them until her headlights lit them up. From one of her friends, an "oh shit" rings out. Megan's hand extends forward in a flash, pressing against the dash, bracing for an impact that doesn't come. Her heart skips several beats, beating in her ears like a drum. Clenching the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles turn pale, Amy stares at the person closest to her front bumper, a man with short dark hair, wearing a pair of sunglasses and a leather jacket. He's flanked on his left and right by girls with messily cut, colorfully dyed hair, studs in their ears and faces. They're pale, too, in fact intensified by the light of her high beams. Despite their near brush with vehicular homicide, the 3 don't move. They don't even seem bothered. The man in the center just keeps on smoking his cigarette as if nothing is amiss. What's this dude's deal? Megan asks. Honk your horn, Amy, Jessica suggests. She really doesn't want to do that. Then Jessica repeats herself, and despite the anxiety welling up in her chest like a balloon, Amy presses the horn, issuing a loud beep. The man smiles. One of the women he's with laughs. Then he plucks the cigarette from his mouth, gives it a flick, sends it flying towards the car. It hits the windshield, leaving a mark of burnt ash before rolling down to get stuck on her wipers. What the fuck? Zoe says from the back seat. Amy isn't sure if she's still recovering from the jolt of having almost hit someone with her car, or if she's just pissed now that he threw his cigarette at her. Either way, she honks the horn again, holding it longer this time. Now both women laugh. Then they finally move, stepping to the side, and then walking parallel with the car, seemingly heading across the road. She sincerely hopes they aren't going to the strip club too, or else this girl's night is going to come to a swift end. What a fucking dick, Megan murmurs, craning her head to look after the punks. Amy, swallowing hard, moves her foot back to the gas and steps on it, pulling up into the darkness of the lot. She casts a glance at the booth where the attendant should be, but it's empty. Maybe they're in another lot, she thinks. She just doesn't want to get a ticket. Amy finds a spot and pulls in, then puts the car in park. After taking a moment to get her bearings, she twists the key, pulls it out of the ignition, and steps into the muggy embrace of the night. Her friends follow suit, and soon enough, they're walking across the lot toward the avenue, huddled close together. Again, they pass the booth. Again, Amy looks. It's definitely empty. Probably out of business, Zoe suggests. Just left all the signage up. Free parking in Cleveland? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Jessica says. They cross the road. The punks nowhere in sight. Either they went into Wings and Dings or they slipped off to some other dark corner of the city. Amy's hoping for the latter, but, as with all things, she's expecting the worst. Hold up. I'm gonna smoke before we head in. Amy, stand with me. Zoe asks her, and the redhead really wants to make up an excuse, like she has to go to the restroom or something, but can't think of one quick enough. Resigned, she says, "Yeah, I can do that." "Oh, Megan, hold on." She reaches into her purse, digs around, then pulls out a wad of bills. All singles. Both blondes are only too eager to accept the gift and then, with the cash in tow, head inside. Amy posts up next to the door, leaning her back against the bricks, finds herself staring at her feet, at the sidewalk, at anything except the brunette. "You've been avoiding me all night," Zoe says as she uses a cheap gas station Bic to light her smoke. "I've been corralling our friends all night," Amy reasons. "Yeah, but I mean, you never returned my texts either." Amy's throat feels suddenly tight. The heat of the night must be intense, that or she's about to spontaneously combust. Her face feels hot. "Yeah," she answers after a moment, not sure what else to say. Zoe doesn't speak again, not right away. She takes a moment to enjoy her cigarette and reassess her approach, change her game plan. "If you, regret it, you can just tell me, no hard feelings." Judging by her voice, there would, in fact, be hard feelings. "It's not that," Amy says, which she isn't entirely sure is the truth. It's not the whole truth, at least. "Then what is it?" "Can we not?" she asks, her words a bit too quick, her tone a bit too harsh. She looks at Zoe and knows her expression is the same one she gives unruly customers at the bank. A strict parent scolding a child. "Let's just be here for Megan tonight, all right? We can talk about us later." "All right." The brunette turns her attention away. Amy does the same. She can vaguely hear the music from the club, can feel it in the bricks. When Zoe is done with her cigarette and says she's ready to head in, she tells her to go ahead, that she'll be along shortly. She needs to make a quick phone call. That's a lie. She just needs a moment to herself, to breathe. After the brunette disappears through the door, she finally feels like she can. Amy digs back through her purse. She's been trying to quit, but there's still a pack of Pall Malls there at the bottom, along with a book of matches. She puts the cancer stick between her lips, strikes a match and lights up. The initial rush of nicotine is just the relief she's been looking for since picking Zoe up earlier that day. A good idea on paper, not so good in practice. It isn't like she doesn't want to be friends with the brunette anymore. No, God no, far from it. They've known each other for so long that Amy can't rightfully picture a life without Zoe in it. But it's complicated right now, getting more so with each text message she ignores. Her parents wouldn't approve, but they're Baptist. They wouldn't approve of much. "Got another one of those?" The voice comes from her right, and Amy looks to see who it is. Her blood runs cold when she spots the man she almost hit with her car, sauntering up, those two women still flanking him. She tries to say something, finds her throat has all but decided to squeeze entirely shut. It can barely fit a breath of air through it, let alone a sentence. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" he asks, giving her a big, closed-lipped grin. "Come on. No hard feelings about earlier, right?" He holds up his hands in mock surrender, but it doesn't make Amy feel any better. There's a fear only a woman will truly understand, being confronted by a strange man in the dead of night, even if he does have a couple of women with him. Statistics of rape and murder start pouring into her head like a faucet's been turned. She goes on autopilot, reaching back into her purse and retrieving the pack of cigarettes. Her fingers dig one out and she offers it up to the man. Amy's hand shakes and, for a moment, the man just looks at it, letting it do so. Finally, he accepts the smoke, but doesn't ask for a light. Out comes a Zippo. It gleams. So does he, in fact. Up close and personal, Amy is taken aback by just how pale the man is. So pale, in fact, that the veins beneath his skin shine through, looking like black forks of lightning. Maybe he's sick, she thinks. If he is, though, it's contagious. The women to either side of him have the same quality about them, a sickly pallor. They're wearing sunglasses, too. Whatever kind of disease they have must make them sensitive to light. The woman on the left has a bright purple mohawk. The one on the right has a chain connecting her nose ring to a loop in her ear. When the man lights his cigarette, it gleams brightly. He takes a drag and then passes it off to Mohawk, turning his whole body to do so. "Much appreciated," he says, twisting back. Amy, still not able to find words that will fit through the pinhole that is her throat, nods. She even attempts a smile, though she can't say how successful she is. None of them try and back off of her now that they have the cigarette. Nose ring even comes closer, leaning against the wall to Amy's right, blocking her path to the club's door. She feels suddenly claustrophobic. The woman grins. "Ain't you a pretty thing?" she says. "I've always loved redheads." The man reaches up and removes his sunglasses, looks down at them while he folds the arms, and then tucks them into his jacket pocket. When he glances up, Amy audibly gasps. Can't help it. His eyes are black, from the pupils to the scleras. Like a night sky with no stars, just two abyssal pits that, under the right light, she has no doubt she could see herself reflected in. She thinks of the movie Jaws. She thinks of sharks. He steps forward, now just barely a foot separating them. He extends an arm, presses his hand against the wall beside Amy's head, and leans in. "Let's see if we can't get your tongue back from that pesky cat, huh?" He grins again, this time spreading his lips. His teeth are like needles, like some deep-sea fish. Amy stares at them and begins to breathe so hard that she's borderline hyperventilating. Without warning, a scream rips up through her throat and out into the night. Chapter 4. Harvey Kowalczyk didn't used to do stuff like this, but then he used to be a married man, a happily married man. Then his lovely wife of 32 years passed away, taken from him by the Big C. His kids were already moved out on their own by then, and he had been a few years retired from the police force. This left him with a lot of time to sit and come to terms with things he had otherwise been putting off for most of his life. Things such as the fact that despite his happy marriage and his 2 sons, his wonderful daughter, and his stereotypically machismo career, Harvey Kowalczyk is a gay man. Sure, he hides it well. He was raised Catholic, and that's what Catholics do. hide things, bury them deep down until they become ulcers. Sure, some things come out during confession, but not everything. With nothing to distract himself from himself, hiding it began to make less and less sense. It isn't even really much of a revelation. He's more or less known he's gay since his late teens, maybe earlier, just never had the gumption to do anything about it outside of the occasional dirty magazine or porno flick. Now, though, he's been dipping his toes into the scene. He starts with the bars. Those are easy enough. If he gets cold feet, he can claim he didn't know what kind of establishment he'd walked into and beat a quick retreat back to his car. No harm, no foul. Next, the clubs. He's finding he has a real passion for dancing. It's just a matter of learning these crazy new dances they have nowadays. Every Friday for the past few months, like clockwork, he's been coming to Wings and Dings. He's a frequent enough flyer by this point that most people know him, and he in turn knows most of the dancers by name, and has a few favorites. None of them are working tonight, though, so he just sits in his booth by the entrance, enjoys the energy of the room, and indulges in a favorite hobby of his: people watching. It's a habit from being a cop, same as the reason why he can't eat at a restaurant unless his back is to the wall and he has a clear line of sight toward the door. His eyes flick to the stage closest to him. Almost 60, and his prescription for Viagra is suddenly no longer needed. Not when he's watching the fit young guy on the pole spin and spin and spin around the metal bar like he's a top. Looks like he's smuggling a squirrel and all its nuts in his lime green Speedo. His gaze moves to the women surrounding the stage. Most are half his age, at least. Routinely, a few will look his way, giving him the side eye before turning back to their friends to whisper amongst one another. Maybe they call him creepy. Probably call him much worse. He doesn't care. Not anymore. Used to be he would. Just the slightest hint of scrutiny would have him running for the hills. Nowadays, though, he just takes it with a grain of salt. They chose Wings and Dings for the same reason he did. It's out of the way, obscure, not super popular, less likely to get recognized. All the darkness, interrupted by neon lights but still offering substantial shadows, offers a kind of anonymity. If they want to add a bit of bigotry onto their night out before heading home to their unhappy marriages, so be it. He looks deeper into the club, toward the other stage. The heavy-set blonde that had come in is now getting a lap dance, arms flailing in the air, laughing so loudly that she can be heard over the music. Harvey doesn't know the musician, but he knows the track well enough, having heard it played over the speakers a few times. Some woman singing to someone else about how they need to shut their mouth and run her like a river. Sounds hot, he has to admit. The bartender is weaving through the club, coming his way. Just in time, too. He's down to just ice cubes in his glass. "Another gin and tonic, Harv?" Joan asks him when she comes to a stop by his table. "I'd appreciate it." "Tanqueray?" "You know me so well." "Know you well enough to take this bad boy," she says, reaching out to grab the menu off the table and tuck it under her arm. 69 flavors of wings, and not a one worth writing home about. He's gotten into the habit of eating before he comes or right after. The drinks are fine, though, and Joan pours them heavy. "Should tell your aunt to cut the menu down. Maybe make it a bit more edible?" Joan offers, smiling. Harvey smiles back. "Well, I was going to say refined." "That's because you're nicer than me. Okay, 1 Tanqueray gin and tonic, coming up." She takes his empty glass and marches back off into the fray. He watches her go, thinking what he has after most conversations with the bartender. What he would look like with that many piercings. Used to be a time he had seriously considered getting his ears done, but it never came to pass. Too old now, he thinks. Would probably look silly. He still has a full head of hair, but it's gone entirely gray now. His face is a map of wrinkles and stress lines, deep fissures that threaten to cut even deeper with every passing year. His stomach used to be flat as a board, but it's starting to round out the front of his polo, makes him look vaguely pregnant. Early on in the pregnancy, sure, but the point remains. Pregnant. It sucks coming into a new lifestyle when you're already past your prime. It is what it is, though. Harvey supposes it's just nice to be himself, whatever age he's at. He leans back in his booth, eases his sore back against the uncomfortable padding. Sure, Wings and Dings isn't fancy, but Harvey has yet to have a bad time here. Chapter 5. Scotty is the cook at Wings and Dings, which means he's most likely the janitor because hardly anyone ever actually orders any food. He sweeps the floors, cleans the restrooms, and when the piles of frozen wings go bad in the walk-in, he throws them out, just in time for the weekly delivery of fresh ones to take their place. He gets how Sisyphus must feel. They're doing Greek mythology in school right now. Scotty's 19, but he didn't have enough credits to graduate last year, so here he is, doing it all over again, trying to actually commit himself this time. It's either commit himself or commit suicide at this point. He is not going to be 20 and sitting in a high school classroom. He pushes the broom from one end of the corner to the next. The kitchen spans the entire backside of the club. Between the employee bathroom and the walk-in is a stretch of the standard food service fare. A 3-compartment sink, a flat top that he's never used, and he's pretty sure isn't even plugged in, then a row of 4 deep fryers, the oil basically cooking itself because it doesn't have the opportunity to cook anything else. How often does he need to switch out the oil? Scotty keeps meaning to look it up on his phone, but keeps forgetting. Speaking of his phone, that's what he's playing with at present. Sitting on top of the prep table, he has headphones in, music blaring. His social media feed is a depressing reminder that life isn't going how he wants it to. Friends going on vacation, going to college, going out. He hasn't updated his status in 6 months. Isn't sure what he'd even update it with. Ugh. Mrs. Becker's class is such a drag. He doesn't do anything outside of work and school. He doesn't hang out with people anymore because they're off being adults. And he's stuck being thunk, thunk, thunk. Scotty only barely hears the noise. He isn't sure what it is either. He looks up and around the kitchen, finds himself as alone as he always is. After a few moments, long enough for him to think he's just hearing things, it comes again. Thunk, thunk, thunk. He reaches up, pulling out an earbud. Dave Grohl blares from it, singing about how he's got another confession to make. He waits again for the sound to come, and when it does, he actually recognizes what it is. Knock, knock, knock. Someone's knocking at the back door, the one that lets out behind the building. He's basically the only one who uses it, him and the delivery driver, and it isn't a delivery day. So the list of people who could be wanting in is exactly none. It's probably a homeless person looking for a handout. That's what Scotty reasons anyway. Knock, knock, knock. Whoever it is, they aren't going away, so he pulls the other earbud out, sets his phone aside, and slides off the prep table. It's a short walk to cross the narrow kitchen. When he reaches the back door, there's a moment of hesitation before he grabs the handle, gives it a twist, and pushes it open. He isn't sure what he expects to find waiting for him on the other side, so he opens it slowly. There, in the darkness of the alley between the club and the building behind it, is a woman. She's shorter than him, with bright blue hair, and a chain connecting the loop in her right nostril to a piercing in her ear. She has on big, chunky sunglasses despite the fact that it's the middle of the night, and she's incredibly pale, so much so that she practically glows in the light pouring out of the kitchen. Scotty doesn't know what to say. The hypothetical situation he had cooked up in his brain didn't prepare him for this. She breaks the silence. "This is Wings and Dings, right?" She offers him a closed-lipped smile after asking. Scotty should tell her that the entrance is around in front. Instead, he just says, "Yeah, it is." "Perfect." She walks right on in and brushes past him, into the kitchen. Scotty should definitely tell her that she can't be back here, but all he's thinking is that she is very pale. She's kind of pretty from what he can see around her sunglasses. It's his responsibility as an employee of the club versus his being a man. He releases the door and it swings shut. "Oh, wow. This dump serves food?" She's over by the fryer baskets, lifts one by the handle, lets it splash back down into the hot oil. He just watches, not sure how to react. "Yeah, hence the, wings in the name." "So it seems." She turns on him. His eyes go to the split in her leather jacket. She has a crop top on. A crucifix dangles from her belly button. Scotty swallows, not exactly sure what sort of situation he's found himself in. Is it too early to be writing Dear Penthouse? "You're staring." "Huh? What?" "You're staring, you perv," the woman says. She flashes him a close-lipped smile. Probably has bad teeth, Scotty thinks. "Oh, sorry." "Don't apologize." She steps over to the prep table where he'd been sat previously and pulls herself up on it. Without asking, she picks up one of the earbuds and sticks it in. Her fingers then go to his phone, tapping at the music app, probably changing the tunes. "So, wanna fuck?" Record scratch. Scotty blinks, staring at the woman. Finally, after a few moments of silence, he manages, "What?" "I asked if you want to fuck." Scotty isn't a virgin, but he feels like it in that moment. Nerves are getting the better of him. "Well?" She peers at him over the top of her sunglasses, but he's too anxious to make eye contact. He stares at her knees instead. Sure. Sure. He feels like the biggest loser on the planet. "Then come here." Awkwardly, Scotty shuffles forward. Once he's close enough, the woman snatches him by his waist, jerks him forward, and inserts him between her legs. They're close now. He can smell her. Something like perfume and copper. It fills his nostrils, makes his head swim. "Kiss me." She doesn't frame it as a request. Scotty looks up, sees his face reflected back at him in her sunglasses. He swallows, steels his nerves, then does as he's bid, leaning in, his eyes drifting closed. She meets him halfway. Her lips are cold, clammy. The kiss escalates quickly when her tongue comes into play, bridging the gap between their mouths. He has to race to keep up with how fast she's moving. When his tongue slips past her own and into her mouth, though, he brushes up against her strange teeth. His immediate thought is to pull away. He can't help it. Keeping him from doing that, though, is the woman's hands on his head, holding him close and pulling him in. She opens her mouth up wider. It covers his own now. Scotty feels something like needles pricking the perimeter of his lips. He tries to pull away in earnest now, but his struggling is in vain. She has a vice grip on him. That stabbing sensation only becomes worse. Pain erupts just as the taste of blood hits his tongue. He screams. Her mouth catches it. He tries to push her away. It's like shoving a brick wall. Panic sets in. Scotty begins to hit her to no avail. She bites clean through his lips, and only then does she release him. the cook flailing backward and hitting the opposite wall. He can't see the damage done to his face, but he can see his lower lip hanging from the woman's own. She spits it out onto the floor, where it makes a wet slap against the tile. Her cheeks and chin are painted red. "What's wrong, baby? Don't you like foreplay?" When he screams, blood and saliva fly forward. It's a short-lived expression, though. The woman launches forward off the prep table, earbud ripping from her head as she closes the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Scotty's scream gets cut off when her hand seizes his throat, squeezing it so hard as to shut him up. Completely. "That's okay. We can move on to the real fun." She smiles at him, exposing thin, needle-like teeth the length of a finger. When she opens her mouth, it's far too wide. It makes Scotty think of a snake. She dives into the crook of his neck and clamps her jaw down. He feels her teeth tear through his skin, then feels her begin to suck. All he can do is weakly try and fight her off, a battle he lost before he even started. When that fails, he can't find the strength to keep at it. Scotty just stares up at the kitchen's dirty ceiling, while darkness creeps in to the edges of his vision. Chapter 6. Megan is getting married. She's going to be Mrs. Brett McKay. The future is awesome and bright and full of so much promise that it makes her feel like she's going to explode. Megan also has a face full of ass. She's courting sensory overload, hot pink Speedo shrink-wrapping jiggling flesh, the smell of body lotion and sweat, the Tovlo remix reverberating in her chest. This makes her feel like she's going to explode too, but in a different way. Heat burns between her thighs. She hopes Brett isn't too tired when she gets home. To her right, Jessica is the best hype woman she could ask for, cheering, laughing, feeding her drinks. To Jessica's right, Zoe is quiet, keeps looking toward the door, making comments about what's taking Amy so long. She doesn't know what's going on with her friends, but she can guess. Zoe never did know how to keep it in her pants. Dollar bills get stuffed into the dancer's waistband. She isn't sure how many. The shots of tequila have gone straight to her head. Jessica is pushing another into her hand. She spills most of it down her shirt, cackles like it's the funniest thing in the world. Then, all hell breaks loose. Harvey can see the bartender working her way back toward him, zigzagging through the crowd, drink in her hand. She's about 10 feet from his booth when the entrance doors swing open so hard that they bang noisily against the wall, loud enough to be heard over the drone of the music. Harvey's attention immediately snaps to his left. There's a gun in his boot. Has been since 2016. Can't be too careful nowadays. It's the second thing that pops into his head. The first being, what the hell? The bouncer, he's pretty sure his name is Brian or something, is soaring sideways and backwards through the air, like he's been thrown almost, which seems preposterous. The guy is huge, built like a linebacker. He keeps on flying, too, for several feet before eventually hitting the floor and finally skidding to a halt at the foot of the stage. The man dancing there, startled, stumbles back from the pole, takes one step too many, and walks right off the edge. He lands on a woman who shrieks in response before shoving him the rest of the way to the floor. Brian's limp. Harvey can't tell if he's dead or not. He would make his way over to check, but his eyes are darting back to the door while he simultaneously pushes himself to his feet. The doors swing outward, then in. Outward, then in. On the final repetition, they stop short of closing all the way, like something's blocking them. Harvey leans down, hikes up the right pant leg of his slacks, and pulls the Glock from his boot. He rights himself in time for the doors to get another shove, gentler than Brian's impromptu entrance. A man enters between them, casually strolling into the club without a care in the world. A woman with a purple mohawk follows closely behind. Safety off, bullet in the chamber, both hands. He must be outside of the man's periphery. That, or he just plain doesn't notice him in his lonely corner. It gives Harvey time, which he needs. He hasn't done this in a while. The muscle memory is still there, guiding him. Harvey raises the gun, aims it right at the man in the leather jacket, and is about to start reciting lines he's said 1,000 times before when the stranger turns and looks right at him. It must be the darkness of the club making his eyes so dark, the retired cop thinks. Like pits in his face, it isn't like the lights are flattering. There's something off about him, though. His skin has an unhealthy pallor to it, like he's sick with a terminal disease. Fear reaches a gnarled hand up and seizes Harvey by the bowels. He forgets his training and, instead, just squeezes the trigger. A loud bang rings out in the club, which is followed swiftly by a chorus of screams. His shot connects with the man's right shoulder, sends him jerking back, but he doesn't fall over. Instead, he stares at the newfound wound in his person, as calmly as one might observe the hole in their sweater. In for a penny, in for a pound. Harvey fires again, and this time his bullet lands center mass, bores a hole through the man's white shirt and into his stomach. Blood immediately starts to color the fabric. The light of the club is what makes it look black. Has to be. Still, the guy hasn't gone down yet. Drugs, Harvey surmises. PCP probably. Meth, maybe. The man extends his arms to either side, the universal gesture of, really? There's a smile on his face. A horrible, awful smile. Even at this distance, Harvey can see there's something terribly wrong with the guy's teeth. Then, the woman with the mohawk lunges forward and, despite him squeezing the trigger again and again and emptying the magazine into her, she keeps on coming. Chapter 7. It all happens so fast that Joan's brain has to sprint to keep up. Here comes Brian, flying through the door like he's weightless, 6'8", but tossed around like a rag doll. She drops the glass she's carrying when she sees him, hears it explode on the floor by her feet. Gin and tonic shower her legs. Troy, dancing on the stage that Brian slams into, stumbles backward, ends up falling onto a customer. The woman screams and flails, pushing the poor stripper the rest of the way to the floor. Enter a pair of strangers. She feels like she knows who they are, though, even if she's only ever saw their silhouettes, because the way they stare at the club feels familiar to the eyes that dug into her outside. Her gut tells her as much anyway, and it's seldom been wrong. The hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She sees Harvey get up and pull a gun. He looks like he's about to say something, but instead, just fires. Panic begins clawing its insidious way up through Joan's body, even before the man that Harvey shoots first seems to just brush off the 2 new holes in his body. The female stranger starts rushing the old man, takes several shots and counting, but doesn't slow down for a second. She leaps, lands hard against Harvey, and sends him reeling backward into his booth with her on top of him. She raises her left hand, and maybe it's a trick of the light, but her fingers look unnaturally long. Joan isn't so sure it is a trick, though, not when those fingers slash down and a splash of blood comes out, painting the wall behind the booth with a visceral spray. In the dark, it looks black. Liquid night. Joan's body switches to autopilot. She turns, sees a flurry of movement in her periphery, and looks in time to see the man diving into the crowd by the stage, then hears an eruption of panicked cries that drowns out the blaring music. She can't help but look, sees in the flashing neon lights a middle-aged woman clutching her stomach, knotted intestines spilling out around her hands. Her face is surprisingly serene, shock numbing the pain. The assailant is atop another victim already, face buried in her throat. All she can do is jerk hopelessly. Troy is backpedaling away from it all, and the bartender dips to help him to his feet. Neither one knows quite what to do, but what they do know is they need to move. People have begun running for the entrance. Others stand stock still, frozen with fear. Joan opts to move as quickly as she can for the bar with Troy close behind, heart pounding in her ears. She uses a stool as a stepladder, goes from it to the bar and then to the floor on the other side, falling hard onto her ass and out of view. The dancer follows right after her, landing on her left. She's trembling. Despite trying to will them to do so, her hands will not remain still. Troy is faring no better. He's gasping for breath, practically hyperventilating. Wait until he finds out there's blood in his bleached hair. Fuck, 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 she chants like a mantra. With the loud music, she can barely hear herself think. Not that she's having any particularly brilliant thoughts. Just pure, primal fear rushing through her mind like a freight train. After a moment of sitting, she shakily twists around and onto her knees, raises herself up just high enough to peer over the top of the bar counter. High-pitched screaming mixes with the chorus of Motley Crue's Girls, Girls, Girls. Spilled liquor stings her nostrils. Another smell, too, has begun to permeate the club. Something like rust. What she sees makes her feel sick to her stomach. The woman who had attacked Harvey is now indiscriminately slashing at anyone unwise enough to get close. Those that do can only cry out as arcs of blood erupt from newfound gashes in their person. She's fairly certain no one's made it to the entrance. The man is leaning against the stage where Troy fell off, licking his fingers. Joan can't hear it for the music, but it looks like he's laughing. At this point, she's seen enough. She drops back down behind the bar, a nauseous feeling rolling in her stomach, the taste of bile creeping up in the back of her throat. Troy is saying something. "What?" she asks him, voice trembling. "I said we gotta go, man," he repeats. "Go. Go." Yeah, they do. She nods at him. First things first, though. She digs her phone out of her pocket. "We gotta call the police," she tells him, having to use both hands to keep her phone steady while her thumb punches in 911. "Just make it quick." "Oh, fuck. Oh, shit." She raises the phone to her ear, hears the dial sound. It can't take any more than a couple of seconds, but it feels like hours before she hears, "911, what's your emergency?" Joan is about to tell the operator on the other end what's happening. Not that she's really all that sure herself. When a body flies over the top of the bar and smashes into the shelves behind it, glass and liquor rain down on her and Troy, and the thrown woman falls dead at their feet. Troy screams. She does too. Feels it rip up and out of her throat. In the chaos, she throws her phone. Doesn't mean to, it just flies out of her hand. She's about to go for it when the kitchen door swings open. Out walks a woman she's never seen before. Definitely isn't a new cook. When she turns her dark eyes on Joan, though, the bartender knows. She's one of them. The horrible toothy smile the woman gives her is just confirmation. On the phone, the operator is asking, "Hello? Are you there? Hello?" It's a short walk from the kitchen door to the bar space. The woman makes it with a confident stride, the chain connecting her nose ring to her ear bouncing with each step. She's saying something, but Joan can't make sense of it, not over the sound of her own heartbeat. Doesn't matter. As soon as the woman reaches her, stepping over Troy like he's not even there, she dips and grabs her by the front of her tank top, hauls her up and to her feet. She thrusts her back and against the bar. It hurts, but Joan has more to worry about than some lower back pain. She's going to die. She knows it, doesn't like it, but it's just a fact. Joan figures, though, that if she has to die, at the very least she can fight like hell before it happens. "Pour me something strong, sweetie?" Nose ring is saying. Joan's response is to reach up, snatch the chain in her fist and rip it down as hard as she can. It tears from the ear, taking the piercing it's attached to with it. The woman screams. Then she slashes Joan across the chest, leaving in the wake of her claws 4 angry red lines. She's readying up for a second swipe when Troy tackles her from the left, knocking her sideways. It's a short-lived victory. Nosering catches herself, shoves the dancer off her with such force that he's thrown back several feet and lands on his ass. It gives Joan time, though. Her hands blindly search the bar behind her. She finds a bottle. The Tanqueray gin she used for Harvey's drink. She seizes it by the neck, just in time, too, as Nosering lunges back at her, murderous intent in those abyssal eyes. Joan swings the bottle, connects it with the woman's head. An audible thunk that she can feel the whole way up her arm rings out, and she falls to the side, clutching the bar counter for support. Dazed, but not dead. Joan drops the bottle and turns, begins to run away. She makes it maybe 2 feet before Nosering slams into her, knocking her down to the floor. Nosering follows her down, too, and lands right on top of her. The bartender rolls, a move she immediately regrets as she stares up into the woman's hellish mouth. Drool drips from around her needle-like teeth, painted red already from a prior meal. It hits her in the face. Despite her best efforts to shove the woman off, she can't manage to even make her budge. All she can do is amuse her, it seems, as Nosering laughs. Starving on the streets of L.A. doesn't seem like such a bad way to go all of a sudden. She glances up and Joan follows her gaze. Sees Troy again, this time armed with the chef knife she uses to cut limes. He shouts something, Joan can't quite make it out, before plunging the knife down into the woman's back. She cries out, a terrible high-pitched noise, then slashes at the dancer, knocking him backward again, this time into where the counter wraps around toward the wall. She rises up off the bartender, rushes toward him, and pins him to the wooden surface. From her back, the knife glimmers like a singular beacon of hope. It's all Joan can do to struggle to her feet, the front of her tank top a mess of red and shredded fabric. She takes the few steps forward she needs to, and then grabs hold of the knife's handle, yanking it from the woman's flesh only to plunge it right back in. She manages to do this a second time, foul-smelling black blood pouring from the holes in the woman's leather jacket, before Nosering throws herself backward, knocking Joan back with her. She turns, seizes the bartender, and throws her to the side, directly into the liquor shelves. Bottles fall. Joan feels a cut on her forehead. Stars dance in her vision. Before Nosering can attack her again, though, Troy comes up from behind, smashing a glass over her head. It does nothing but piss her off and distract her, which is all Joan needs. As the woman turns, the bartender pushes through the pain. She launches forward, seizes the knife once again, and returns to doing her best Norman Bates impression. Just fucking die! Her words are desperate, but they seem to do the trick. She drives the knife in at an angle, feels it sink in all the way up to the handle. Nosering cries out again, but doesn't throw her off like last time. Instead, she slumps forward against Troy, then slips slowly to the side. Finally, she begins the short journey to the floor. Joan follows her down, breathing heavy, tears stinging her eyes, and her hands still clutching the handle of the knife. Her right arm burns from exertion. She might stay there forever, on her knees. Troy grabs her by the shoulder, though, and hauls her to her feet. She looks down at the woman, the monster. Then she casts her eyes out at the club to see the unfettered violence unfolding from the other two. It all seems simultaneously like a dream, yet it's painfully real. "Come on!" the dancer is yelling. Even as she looks on at the slaughter, Joan is being pulled away from the bar and toward the kitchen door. She doesn't blink, not once, until she's pulled through the door. Chapter 8. Dominic just needs money. He's in college, CSU. Dancing on the weekends isn't ideal, but it makes him enough to pay rent, and at this point, he has to accept that the 5-year plan he made in high school is going to have a few bumps along the way. Okay, a lot of bumps. Such as not getting the job he wanted and having to settle for wings and dings, and his girlfriend leaving him because she's going to go to college out of state and doesn't want to do the long-distance thing, and people trying to kill him. The last part comes as a surprise, he has to admit. He watches the chaos unfold and isn't sure what to do. In just an electric blue Speedo, he's not exactly dressed for a fight. All the same, the fight comes to him. After killing that ex-cop, what's his name? Harry? Howard? Harvey? The mohawked woman cuts into the screaming crowd with abandon. The man, too, though he's further away. Not the one that reaches Dominic first. He stands between himself and the bachelorette party he's been entertaining for the past however long. It isn't his intention to protect them. Not really. He just hasn't had the chance to move yet. Now it's too late. Fear. True fear. Pulse pounding, hair raising, pants shitting fear floods every corner of Dominic's being. He's about to start pleading. It's about the only thing he can think to do, having seen Mohawk move a mile a minute without trouble, when her hand reaches out at speed and grabs hold of him. His balls, specifically. Dominic yelps, high-pitched, pained. There's an intense pressure as the woman retracts her hand, a tug and a pull. His Speedo is torn away, but it isn't alone. He feels a tearing, a snapping, a sound like a wounded animal rises up in his throat, but he can't manage to make more than a peep. Feeling lightheaded, his legs shaking, the dancer looks down at his now nude body. There's his cock, shrunk in fear. Below it, a mess of red. It paints his thighs and the floor at his feet. He looks up, slowly, to where Mohawk is leering at him with a nightmarish grin. In her right hand, she rolls his testicles between her two long fingers, like a coin trick. He's fairly certain he's going to vomit. Dominic can feel his cheap lunch from McDonald's racing up from his stomach and flooding his esophagus. Before he spews, though, the hand holding his gonads strikes forward and clenches his face, contracting his jaw and holding his mouth shut. Dominic feels his testicles squish against his cheek. One pops, not unlike a grape, spraying his skin with fluids he would rather not think about. He isn't sure how he's still conscious. Frankly, Dominic isn't wholly sure he is. Maybe this is all a dream, he tells himself, and he'll wake up in a cold sweat late for work. Yeah, that's it. Mohawk's left hand plunges forward. He thinks she just hit him in the stomach, but it's more than that. The pull of skin feels far more intense. He can't move his head to look, though, so he's left blissfully unaware of the hole that's just been punched through his midsection. His vision is fading. Any minute now, he's going to wake up. This isn't real. Can't be. Any minute now. Chapter 9. Megan's bachelorette party is ruined. No, that isn't the most pressing thing right now, but it's what she can't help but think. Her awesome and bright future had seemed so close, and now it's infinitely far away. She doesn't even know if she's going to be alive much longer, let alone get married and have kids. The blood of the stripper who had been giving her a lap dance soaks her front from the hole that had been punched through his chest and out his back. At first warm, now it's cold and sticky. Eyeliner draws dark streaks down her face from the tears that refuse to stop falling. The heavyset huddles behind the stage closest to the bar. Jessica is right behind her, a hand on her back. Next in line is Zoe. All three peer out at the club, at the living nightmare playing itself out before their very eyes. She doesn't know what to do. In the absence of a plan, all she does is sit there and watch. Not 10 feet in front of her, there's Mohawk, all over a woman. Megan guesses she should count herself lucky, having not been chosen as the next victim in the woman's murder spree. Mohawk has her head thrust into the crook of the lady's neck, needle-like teeth digging into the flesh, throat flexing as she sucks down blood. The victim is dead already. Her unseeing eyes stare blankly at Megan, face frozen in a twisted expression of pain and horror. Her fate isn't unique. There's bodies everywhere now, more by the minute. People are running, they're screaming, some slip on the gore that paints the ground, land sprawling, get attacked before they can manage to get back to their feet. Others almost make it to the door, but end up stopped short by the man lingering there. Others, maybe also wanting for a plan, do like she and her friends do, and shelter in place, wait for their turn to die. Megan now knows how the cows at the slaughterhouse must feel, standing in line, listening to their fellows up ahead getting killed. And what do? The only thing they can do. Shuffle forward when it's their turn. I called the police, comes Jessica's trembling voice. What are the police going to do? Zoe asks in response, her words a wet croak. Die, Megan thinks, but she doesn't say that. She didn't think Rihanna's S&M would be the soundtrack to her death, but then again, she also didn't think she would die in a strip club, or that the thing that would kill her would be monsters. Heart disease, maybe, but not these pale horrors. Monsters, the stuff of Hollywood movie magic and Stephen King novels. But Megan can't think of another word for these things. They have fangs and claws, and a hunger for blood. They're monsters. It isn't the scream that gets her attention, not with the chorus of them filling the club. No, it's the reaction that both the attackers have to the scream. They look up, puzzlement on their faces. Megan dares a look to the bar, sees the source of it. A woman being mercilessly stabbed by the bartender. It doesn't take her having a front row seat to see that the woman is one of them. Her nasty teeth glimmer as she screams. She looks back, sees the man mouthing something, can't hear it for the music. They're distracted, though. Now's their chance. Come on, while they're busy, she finds herself saying, shocked she has the ability to even plan something so bold, let alone enact it as her body begins to move. She doesn't get up, but rather begins to crawl on hands and knees to the left. The floor is sticky with spilled beer and spilled blood, but that's the least of her concerns right now. There's a bathroom on this side of the club, between a set of booths. She doesn't know if they'll have a window or what, but it's closer to the front door at least, and gets them out of sight for a moment or two. Megan glances over her shoulder to make sure her friends are following. They are, she's relieved to find. She directs her eyes forward again, continues on her way. She can barely hear the music now, her heart pounding in her ears like a snare drum. She doesn't know if the monsters can see her. She can only hope that they can't. And if they can, well, she's sure they'll let her know. She reaches the booths, twists right, and continues crawling. Not far now. Her breath comes in shudders, snot runs down her chin. Maybe Zoe's earlier concern for where Amy had gotten off to hadn't been just her worrying over nothing. Oh God. Amy. They left her out front, the same front these things entered from. No, she can't dwell on that now. There's time to mourn later. The booth ends and Megan follows it around to the sticky leather back. The archway for the bathrooms is in front of her, but she doesn't come up off her knees. Instead, she keeps crawling right on. Right for the women, left for the men. Even though the circumstances maybe allow that she can choose whichever she wants, Megan still opts for the door on the right. She almost makes it there when there's a loud thud not far behind her. Too close for comfort. Megan wouldn't even look, dead set on making it to the bathroom, if it weren't for the sound of Zoe screaming. She turns around, feels all the breath in her lungs vacate. The woman with the mohawk has the brunette pinned to the wall, has ripped her right off the floor so that her feet are dangling. Zoe stares at her and she, in turn, stares at Zoe. If she and Jessica both rushed Mohawk, then maybe they could knock her back, grab the brunette, and make it into the bathroom in time to barricade the door. It's a big maybe. More likely, they'll all three of them die in quick succession. Zoe mouths something. It looks like help. Megan mouths something back. I'm sorry. She turns quickly and grabs the door handle for the bathroom, uses it to hoist herself up to her feet, then shoves it open and clambers inside. Jessica follows close behind, almost tripping on her heels as she does. She manages to push the door shut and twist the lock just in time for Mohawk to crash into it from the other side, denting the metal inward toward them. Both blondes scream. Then, silence. It's almost as deafening as the music and screaming had been. With a locked door, Megan feels the promise of relative safety. We left Zoe, Jessica says. That safety seems to vanish with her friend's words. Yeah, Megan stammers. What else can she say? We left her. Yeah. When Megan repeats herself, the word cracks. The tears are falling again. Did they ever actually stop? Something slams into the door again. Both women jump. She thinks it's Mohawk at first, but then she hears the loud groan, the whimper, the pleading from the other side. The woman is using Zoe as a battering ram. The second hit comes and it sounds wetter. Maybe that's just Megan's imagination, but it does. Both her and Jessica cry out in desperation, but their words aren't going to help here. There just isn't a lot to do otherwise, except try and escape. It's a small bathroom. One quick turn and Megan has taken stock of all she needs to. A row of sinks on the wall by the door, 4 stalls opposite them. The strip of floor in the middle leads to a small window up near the ceiling, and that's where the heavy-set blonde runs to, looking up at it with a foolish expression of hope briefly crossing her face before reality comes crashing in. She won't fit. It isn't even worth experimenting. She can tell from where she's standing. Help me up, Jessica says as she sidesteps her friend. Jess, I won't fit, she responds, tears choking her words. I will, the other blonde answers. And I can run and get us help. The door should hold until then. I won't fit, Jessica! Help me up! Trying to hold back her sobs as best she can, but failing miserably, Megan kneels down and clasps her hands together for Jessica to step into. Once she does, the heavy-set blonde uses the wall for support and gives her a lift. A third bang rings out from the door. There's no more groaning that follows it. Jessica opens the window and thrusts her head out. All right, just lift a bit more, she instructs, voice slightly muffled. Megan does, even as the fear of being alone starts to creep in. This is it, she thinks. The end. No wedding, no honeymoon, no big house, no kids. She pushes her would-be maid of honor further up, hears her loudly complain as her tits make squeezing through the narrow slot difficult. Once they're through, though, it's smooth sailing. At a point, gravity takes over and Jessica just slips from Megan's hands as she topples through the window. She hears the other blonde let out a loud yell from the other side of the wall as she tumbles to the ground. The next bang that comes from the bathroom door is rougher, louder. It isn't Zoe this time, but Mohawk herself. Megan is sure of it. "Are you okay?" she calls toward the window. Yeah, Jessica answers, sounding like she's in pain. "Okay, I'm going to get help. Just hang on." As she announces her intentions, the bathroom door finally gives up the fight and slams open, bent and ugly, but not so much as the woman who stands in the opening and flashes Megan her awful smile. Chapter 10. Car 13, respond. Officer Chase Perry's cruiser is parked on the side of the road at the intersection of Detroit and West 28th, between Linda's Market and North High Brewing. He's got the rearview mirror adjusted so he can see his face, his fingers aggressively working at a zit on his chin when the call comes over the Motorola. His left hand drops to the remote microphone clipped to his chest, squeezing the button on it. His right stays with the angry red bump. "This is Car 13, he says. "Hey, Chase." The voice of dispatcher Tim Moore is a welcome one to interrupt the otherwise boring night. Only kind of night Chase ever seems to get. "Keep him busy out there?" No, he isn't. It's his third month on the job and he's yet to see any real action. Part of him supposes he would count himself lucky for that, but his Clint Eastwood fantasies are going woefully unfulfilled. Brought up on the stories his father would bring home, the senior Perry, also a cop, he's been itching to kick ass and take names since he graduated the academy. Hasn't happened yet. "Nonstop. You actually just caught me on the heel of thwarting a bank robbery, Tim," he says. "It's like an action movie out here, I tell you." "Well, I hope you can fit this into your schedule then. Got, 2 calls, both from that place on Frankfurt Avenue, Wings and Dings. You know the place? Male strip club?" "Yeah. Don't you go there a lot?" "Har har, funny guy. First caller didn't say anything, but the second said she was being attacked by... Let me check here, so I get this right. Yeah, right here. I jotted it down. Monsters. Sounds like you're getting crank called, my dude." "Sounds like that, don't it? I figure it's either that or a possible 10-9. You got Narcan?" "Yeah, somewhere in here." "Might need that, I don't know. Check it out and radio back, will ya?" "Only because you asked so nicely. What's the address?" Tim feeds it to him and Chase punches it into the GPS, then releases the microphone and sighs loudly. He twists the mirror back into place, puts the cruiser into drive, and pulls away from the curb. This fucking zit is going to drive him insane. That is, if the boredom doesn't do the job first. He takes the right up ahead, veering onto the ramp for the Cleveland Memorial Shoreway. It connects the west bank to the east bank of the flats. He punches it. No siren. Doesn't see why he'd need it. The speedometer climbs 50, 60, 70. Keeps going. He switches lanes to pass a slower car. Moves back without signaling. The city passes by him on the right, a blur of brick and concrete and steel, but mostly decay. Lake Erie on the left, unbothered and unmoved. Just sitting there. Stinking. It isn't like he thought he would be kicking down the door of drug dens and cleaning up the streets with good old-fashioned steel. Okay, maybe that is what he thought. Chase's favorite TV show is The Shield. He could be a younger, more handsome Michael Chiklis. He's still holding out hope anyway. It's early in his career. He's got the smell of the academy on him, that's all. Once he's a bit more experienced, has a few notches in his belt, the brass will be putting him on all the big dick jobs. The local gangbangers will find out that he's one bad hombre. Be nice if his complexion could clear up before then. Chase can't think of a single badass with acne. He goes from the passing lane to the exit ramp in one fell swoop, cresting down toward Lakeside Avenue before turning left onto West 6th. He blows through the intersection with St. Clair Avenue, and then it's just a little bit further before his GPS is telling him to turn right, onto Frankfurt. Maybe when he's done with this bogus call, he'll pick up a late lunch. And a tube of Clearasil for this goddamn zit. He's still squeezing it with his right hand when he spots the blonde running out from the side of Wings and Dings, and directly into the avenue. Chase doesn't have time to stop, but he tries anyway. He slams on the brakes. A lot of good it does him. He's going 50 and the cruiser skids. All he sees is her hair lit up in the beams, her wide, doe-eyed expression. Then he feels the sudden jolt as the front end connects with her body, and he's thrust forward, headbutting the steering wheel. Everything goes black. Chapter 11. Both Joan and Troy cry out in horror when they see the state of the cook Scotty, strewn across the prep table like so much meat and clearly dead. His throat is torn open and blood soaks his apron, not to mention the clothes beneath it. Realizing that they might share his fate soon enough if they idle, though, both the bartender and the dancer manage to get over their shock and press on, wordlessly assuring one another that the only thing they can think about right now is getting the hell out of Wings and Dings. They push the freezer in front of the kitchen door, both needing to work together to move the thing despite it being on wheels. It probably won't help them in the long run, but it might buy them some time, and that's a precious commodity right now. Afterward, taking a moment to breathe, Troy inspects Joan's wounds. Normally, she might take offense to a guy ogling her chest, but this one time, she isn't going to raise a stink over it. He reaches out and peels shredded fabric away. Every little touch stings. There are exactly 4 gashes that have been drawn into her flesh, stretching from the top left of her ribcage up over her right tit, stopping just short of her shoulder. They don't seem to be bleeding anymore, at least, but they're going to leave wicked scars. That's okay. She can live with scars. Do you feel okay? Do you? Joan manages a bark of laughter that turns into a half sob. She has to keep reminding herself not to break down into tears. No, Jesus, fuck, Joan. What the fuck is wrong with their teeth? I don't know. And their fucking eyes, man. Harry shot them. I saw him shoot them. He shot that lady like 6 fucking times. Joan's hands physically grasp at straws while she speaks, trying desperately to find any sense in what's going on here. It seems impossible. They've left the realm of real and accepted fact in the rear view. They are in the land of nightmares now. We gotta get out. Get help. Yes, they do. Nodding, snorting snot back into her nose, Joan pushes herself up from where she's been leaning against the wall. As the adrenaline of the previous fight with Nose Ring begins, the pain in her chest becomes more and more apparent. She tries to push it out of her mind for now, but the throbbing ache isn't making it easy. The back door of the bar is located in the far right corner by the walk-in. Their path takes them past where they've moved the freezer. As Troy passes in front of it, it launches forward, clipping the dancer and sending him sprawling. He tries to catch himself on a table but fails, ends up hitting his knees with the air knocked out of him. The freezer connects with the opposite wall so hard that Joan is shocked it doesn't go right through it. It bounces back, rolling a foot or so, before coming to a stop. It's the man. He holds the kitchen door open, letting the noise of the club behind spill in for a moment before he steps forward, and it swings closed. She sees him, but, more pressing, he sees her. There's rage in those black voids he has in place of eyes. It's etched into his face, too. He moves, and in turn, so does she. Cat, meat mouse. His stride brings him forward at an impossible speed, and Joan only narrowly avoids him by diving to the left. The freezer's in the middle of the floor, blocking any easy escape, so, thinking fast, she clambers up and onto the flat-top grill, thankful the club never uses the thing, and crawls forward. She makes it to the end before he snatches her by the ankle, one quick tug causing her to land flat on her gut and her head to dangle over the deep fryer. The sizzle pop of 350-degree oil just feet below her face. The metal guard that lines the flat top, meant to keep grease from splashing out, cuts into her neck, causes her to choke. She grabs hold of it as she's pulled, but it doesn't help. It bends as she holds on for dear life. Then her fingers begin slipping. The side of the guard that faces the deep fryer slick with residual grease. She curses Scotty and his shoddy cleanup job right before she loses her grip entirely. She hears Troy yell, call the man a motherfucker. The hand on her ankle lets up with the almost simultaneous sound of a scuffle. Joan doesn't look back to see what the dancer has done to earn her freedom. She just claws her way forward and then off the grill and onto her feet. Thinking fast, her heart beating a mile a minute, she grabs a pot from a shelf and thrusts it into the deep fryer. Just in time, too. Troy flies by behind her, thrown. As she turns, the man is there, barely a few feet separating them. Joan swings the pot up and out of the deep fryer, filled with oil, and douses the left side of the man's face with it. He doesn't scream. He roars, stumbling back with both hands reaching for where his pale skin is now turning pink and red. Ugly blisters already begin to form. The bartender could press her luck, but chooses not to. The pot clatters to the floor, and she turns and sprints toward the back door. Ripping it open, only then does she look for Troy, and finds him struggling to his feet by the walk-in. "Come on!" That seems to do the trick. He pushes himself off the wall, practically throwing himself toward the door. He isn't fast enough, though. Something hits the other side of the door. Joan can only assume it's the man. Whatever it is, it's heavy, enough to throw the bartender out and into the alley. The door slams loudly shut behind her. She stumbles over her own feet, ends up landing flat on her ass. "Troy!" She screams it, voice hoarse. It's too late, though. The rational part of her brain knows that for a fact. Even if she went back in there, it only served to get them both killed. There's still a piece of her that wants to try and save the dancer, though. There just wouldn't be anything left to save. Back on her feet, Joan begins to run. It's all she can do at this point. Chunky boots thud heavily against the ground as she rounds the side of the club and makes her way toward the street. There's a car there, she sees, parked in the middle of the avenue. Only as she draws a little closer does she see that it's a police cruiser, the light bar on the top not on. The front end is dented inward, a blonde crumpled on the ground in front of it. The presumed owner of the car, a cop, is sat on the curb. Joan doesn't stop running until she's in front of him. He's younger than her even. There are tears running down his cheeks and a deep cut across his forehead. "I didn't see her," he says, voice a wet mumble. He gestures hopelessly. "It isn't my fault. I didn't see her." "We need to go," she says. The scene is shockingly normal compared to what's coming for them. It barely even catches her off guard. The way she sees it, they can worry about vehicular homicide, accidental or not, later, when there aren't monsters around trying to kill them. "I didn't see her," the cop repeats, wiping his nose on the back of his arm, leaving a streak of snot. Shut up! Shut up! We have to go! Now!" He isn't moving. Something is, though. She catches it in her vision and looks up. The man. He's strolling down the side of the building now, coming right toward them. There's nothing to do for the cop, she decides. She leaves him to sit on the curb and half walks, half runs to the open driver's side door of his cruiser. The key's in the ignition, the engine still on. The airbag isn't deployed, and for that, she's at least grateful. Despite all the computers and radios and shit, she's fairly certain it drives just like a normal car. She slams the door shut, just in time to cut out the surprised scream of the cop as he's jerked in one fluid motion from where he'd been sat on the curb and into the air, feet dangling off the ground. Foot on the brake, Joan throws it out of park and into reverse, slams on the gas once she has, and begins flying backward from the scene. She backs right up into a car parked on the other side of the avenue, gives herself a jolt, but is no worse for wear. At least, she doesn't think so. In the beams of the headlights, she sees the dead blonde, curled up on the asphalt. the cop, feet kicking hopelessly. The man, face buried in his throat. The thought to hit the attacker with the car crosses her mind, but she isn't confident it would do anything other than leave her without an escape vehicle. So, when she puts the cruiser in drive, she turns the wheel, avoiding the scene entirely as she guns it for the end of the avenue. She doesn't know where she'll go, just knows that anywhere is better than here. She barely slows down as she veers right onto West 9th, the tires squealing loudly. Joan almost loses control of the vehicle but manages to keep it in check. She's done it, she thinks. She's made it out. Excitement explodes up from deep inside her, and she begins slamming her hand against the steering wheel while screaming expletives. That's Joan, a survivor. She makes it as far as the intersection with St. Clair, when there's a heavy thud on the roof of the vehicle, like the car's been struck with a meteor. The surprise catches her to panic, and she twists the wheel, almost hits another parked car, but manages to straighten out her trajectory in time to avoid the collision. She's heading down St. Clair now, toward West 10th. Denial sets in, tries to anyway. It quickly makes itself scarce when a fist comes from nowhere and smacks into the windshield. The first hit doesn't shatter it, just makes a round break in the center of her vision, from which 100 little cracks spiderweb out from. The second hit, though, comes right through. Fingers topped with thick nails, no, claws, reach for her, and she has to lean all the way back to avoid their grasp. Screaming, Joan does the only thing she can think to do, which is step on it. The speedometer climbs as she makes short work of the avenue. At the bend where St. Clair becomes Old River Road, she slams on the brakes, tires squealing loudly as they're forced to come to an unexpected halt. The man on the roof goes flying forward, hits the pole with a loud snapping sound that Joan can not only hear but feel deep in her skeleton. He lands in a heap on the ground, motionless. She's breathing hard. Tears are streaming down her face. "Come on," she says. "Do it, fucker." As if on cue, the man begins to stir. It's a slow, sluggish movement. He stumbles to his feet, one arm bent completely backward at the elbow so that it points in the opposite direction. One leg is violently turned inward toward the other. Joan takes her foot off the brake and floors the gas pedal. Before the man can react, she's plowing into him, narrowly avoiding pinning him to the pole and instead driving him down the incline toward the Cuyahoga River. He stares at her through the windshield, pitch-black eyes spelling out all the awful things he wants to do to her. But she doesn't relent. "You fucking bitch!" She hears him scream it, then drives her foot down hard on the brake for the last time. There's a wrought iron fence lining the walkway that straddles the Cuyahoga to keep people from falling in and, beyond that, a muddy embankment toward the murky water. As she stops, the man again is launched forward, this time hitting the fence and tearing it clean from the ground. She doesn't know if the decorative spikes that top it stab him, but she only hopes they do. He keeps flying until he hits the water, landing with a splash. She doesn't know how long she just sits there and looks on, foot on the brake, waiting for him to come crawling out of the water, like the monster he is. She isn't sure she breathes the entire time she does. The crackle of the radio is what brings her out of it, giving her a start. "Car 13, respond." Joan doesn't know what she's doing with all the bits and bobs at the console. She presses button after button to no avail, each time saying hello, but getting nothing back. Her voice steadily becoming more and more cracked and broken as she proceeds. Finally, after much trial and error, her hello is answered. "Who is this?" I'm the bartender for Wings and Dings," she manages to say. We need help." Epilogue. 3 months on from the incident, Joan still has trouble sleeping. Who wouldn't? Every time she closes her eyes, those people are there, waiting, like they've carved their likeness into the back of her eyelids. No, not people. Monsters. People don't have needle-like teeth and pitch-black eyes and claws where fingernails should be. She thinks of the cop who had been sat on the curb, the one who hit that poor blonde who almost got away. She thinks about how, when the man had him, he was tearing into his throat. Same story for Scotty. His throat had been absolutely destroyed when she and Troy found him. What does that? They never found the guy she flung into the Cuyahoga River. Could be he drifted out deeper into Lake Erie, the police say. They never found the woman she killed either. The woman with the nose ring. Joan isn't sure if the lady with the mohawk stole her away or what happened. Maybe these monsters dissolve after death. Maybe they didn't really die. There's a scary thought, one that's occurred to her time and time again in the little hours of the night. The club is closed. Hard to come back from something like this, she figures. The stack of overdue bills threatening imminent cancellation of crucial services probably didn't help. Her aunt will survive, though. Like her niece, Diane is a survivor. Joan hears she's going to franchise a Burger King. She moves quietly through her studio apartment. The clock on the stove reads 2 a.m. Her pot of coffee is only half drunk, though, and it seems like it'd be a waste to leave it. She pours herself another cup. From the kitchen counter, she crosses the floor, passes by a television showing Night of the Living Dead, and stops at the window that overlooks the street. Her reflection is a stark reminder of that night. Topless, it's her apartment sewer, means she can see the 4 scars running horizontally across her chest. She fingers one, an unconscious action, while taking a sip of the bitter coffee. In therapy, Joan often offers up theories of, maybe if she had done this or that, things could have turned out differently. Maybe not for Brad or for Harvey, definitely not for Scotty, but certainly for Troy. She could have saved the dancer. "It isn't your fault, Joan," comes the canned response. Yeah, well, she pays the person to say that, doesn't she? It's a weekly visit to make herself feel better. It isn't working. Survivor's guilt is a bitch like that. Outside the window, her eyes scan Elm Street. Her apartment is located in a building that looks like it had been a warehouse at some point. Probably was. Across the street, a similar building houses the cafe she now works at. Good thing about cafes, they close before dark. They seldom get attacked by monsters, too, from what she hears. Joan doesn't know what she's looking for when she inspects her little slice of Cleveland. That isn't true. She does know. She just wishes she didn't. In the wake of what she's been through, every detail becomes suspect. She doesn't recognize that Impala, for instance, parked half in and half out of the beam of the streetlight. She's sure she would know if she'd seen it before. It's an older vehicle, a classic. Both in front and behind it are much cheaper, more economic models, less descript. Rationally, she knows it's probably someone visiting another tenant, or someone got a new ride, or whatever. But that isn't how her brain decides to file things away anymore. From her perch, she continues her watching, or spying. It depends on how one wants to look at it. When something catches her eye. A flame. Given the distance, it's tiny. But it still stands out. There's someone standing near the Impala, Joan realizes, in the shadows. A darker silhouette on a dark background. The flame is nothing more than a lighter. It's just someone having a smoke, she realizes, but it still sends a chill down her spine. The person lights their cigarette, and the flame goes away, replaced by a burning orange ember. Using the lit end of the cigarette as a guide, Joan can tell where the person is looking. They're staring up at her window, at her. The Final Yes by Charles Campbell. I'm 227 years old. Relatively young for my kind, but still old enough. Winter is my favorite time of year because the nights are longer and the air outside suits the coldness of my flesh. I've turned a few people in my life. The catch is there are rules to turning people to vampire, and the first of which is they have to agree to be turned. In other words, the turnee has to say yes. Let me back up for just a moment. Before you get to the yes, I guess the first thing is targeting the next vampire, preferably young and with no immediate family to speak of. Although this criterion isn't set in stone, there is the occasional notable exception. My notable exception is 73-year-old Molly McBride. I can't say that I found Molly because the truth of the matter is that my progeny led me to her. After learning of Molly's story and how I factored into it, I am compelled to sit here on her front porch until the sun rises. From Molly, I received my final yes. The following chronicles what happened here and what has led me to witness my first sunrise in over 2 centuries. Fall, 2012, 7:32 a.m. Hello, sweetheart. Are you hungry? Freddie Rogers asked the skinny, bow-legged girl sitting at the bus stop. 8-year-old Lisa Frausto gave Freddie a cautious look and nodded her head, yes. Here you go. Freddie removed a package of cheese crackers from his jacket pocket and held it out to Lisa. Her gloved hand wavered slightly as she reached out to grab the food. Lisa? A soft voice began. Who's your friend? Molly asked from the screened-in porch. Lisa turned in her grandmother's direction with her eyebrows raised, giving a clear view of her light brown eyes. She opened her mouth to speak when Freddie interjected. I'm sorry, miss? Don't matter who I am, mister. What are you doing talking to my granddaughter? Molly's own light brown eyes were trained on the new stranger. Hey, don't take offense. I was just walking by and she looked hungry, Freddie answered. I feed her just fine, stranger, Molly fired back. I asked her if she was hungry, and she said she was. Didn't you, sweetheart? Freddie turned his gaze back on Lisa. Gran, I did tell him I was hungry, Lisa said, now standing closer to the edge of the sidewalk. The bus would be there at any moment. You know what I've told you about talking to, and worse yet, taking things from strangers. Look, miss, Freddie started. Mister, this ain't none of your affair, so shush it. The bus hissed to a stop right beside the little auburn-haired girl standing in her usual morning spot. We'll discuss this more when you get home, young lady. Yes, Gran, Lisa muttered as she stepped into the big yellow bus. I'm sorry, I'll be on my way, Freddie said as he started back down the sidewalk with the bus pulling away, leaving behind a trail of black smoke. The maintenance budget must have taken a hit for the new school year. What's your name, stranger? Freddie stopped mid-step and turned to face Molly once again. The name's Freddie Rogers, and who are you? My name is Molly McBride. Well, Mr. Rogers, where are you headed? I'm headed to work. I work at the finance company downtown. I kinda gathered it was some type of office work by the way you're dressed. Molly noted the neatly pressed dress slacks and button-up shirt with tie underneath his light blue jacket. I'm sorry about that with your granddaughter. No harm meant, I promise. I know who you are now, Mr. Rogers, and I know where you work. Molly smiled as Freddie waved back at her and continued his trek to the office of Fraser Financial. 3:33 p.m. The screen door slammed shut, and the sound of little feet filled the hallway. "Gran! Mom! I'm upstairs!" Molly yelled through her open bedroom door. She was working on ironing that day's wash. Her daughter, Karen, hadn't made it home from work yet. She was usually home before Lisa, but not that day. Gran. Lisa took the steps 2 at a time and sported a wide ear-to-ear grin when she stopped in the doorway. "What is it, dear?" Molly set the iron down on the back of the ironing board and moved toward Lisa. "Where's Mom?" "Still at work. What's got you grinning like that?" "Gran, I gotta wait on Mom, 'kay?" Lisa's freckled face had a small smudge of dirt on her right cheek, and the faintest line of sweat had formed on her forehead. "That's fine. We'll still have to discuss what we do when a stranger speaks to you." "I'm sorry, Gran. I didn't mean to." "Dear, there are bad people out there. They can pretend to be good, and some of them may even be good. But you should never speak to strangers, and you should never, ever take anything from them. Do you understand, Lisa?" "Yes, Gran, I understand." "Lisa, sometimes when little girls or boys talk to strangers, they get taken away, and they never come home." Molly's eyes locked onto Lisa's, and they conveyed personal experience on this topic. "I'm sorry, Gran. I promise I won't talk to strangers." "Good girl. Let's go wait on your mother. I have a roast in the oven. How's that sound?" Molly grabbed her wide-eyed granddaughter by the hand. "I smelt it when I walked in. I could eat the whole thing." "Well, according to what you told Mr. Rogers, I don't feed you." "Who's Mr. Rogers?" "He's the stranger that you talked to this morning. I found out who he was." "I thought you wasn't supposed to talk to him," Lisa said, puzzled. "That's right, but because he talked to you, I had to find out who he was, and if he was good or bad," Molly said as they entered the kitchen and unclasped hands. "Well, is he good or bad?" Lisa asked as she peered through the glass on the oven door. "I don't know yet, but he seems okay. Reach over there and get me the mixer and the big bowl over the sink. You can help me mash the potatoes. We can use the gravy from the roast." "'Kay, Gran. It smells so good." They both heard the front door close and keys hit the coffee table. "Mom, come in the kitchen. I gotta tell you something." The sound of Karen Frausto's high heels click-clacked as she stepped into the kitchen, and skinny Lisa sprang into her arms. "Tell me all about it, sweetie." Karen smiled at her daughter. A late night at work had turned into an early morning for Freddie Rogers. The end of the month was here, and the books had to be reconciled before the division manager arrived at 8 a.m. later that morning. He was on the brink of a mental collapse when he logged off his computer. Freddie was the only employee left in the office. The other 3 full-timers had left at 8 p.m. the previous evening after logging in 12 hours. "Now I wish I had a car, or even a bicycle," Freddie mumbled to himself as he grabbed the light blue jacket from the coat hanger beside the office entrance. Freddie stared at the illuminated keypad for a few seconds, trying to remember the correct alarm code, before tapping the numbers 7295. The word "armed" flashed in bold letters. Freddie had 28 seconds to let himself out and lock the door behind him. "Ooh, it's quite nippy," Freddie said aloud as he stepped into the colder-than-average fall night. Downtown Langley, South Carolina was empty save for a gimpy white and brown cat, accompanied by a small black mutt. They were both staring at him, hoping for a handout. From behind a couple of garbage cans put out in front of Langley RX. No doubt for an early trash pickup. A low-lying fog hovered over downtown, covering the street lamps, making them look like blurry circles of light hidden inside of a cloud. Freddie pulled up the collar of his jacket and began to walk the sidewalk back home. His loafers felt heavy, and he kept his eyes trained on the sidewalk in front of him. Freddie was just beginning to fall into a walking version of highway hypnosis when he heard a whisper. "Hello, over here." Freddie stopped his march and stared into the fog for a good 5 seconds before replying. "Who's there?" "I'm hungry, mister," the whisper returned. "Are you the little girl I saw yesterday? What are you doing out here at this hour?" Freddie placed his right hand out in front of his forehead as if he was shielding his vision from the sun. He was trying to make out the demure figure standing just behind the street lamp. "I'm hungry, mister," the whisper repeated. "Your grandma is going to kick both our tails. Let me get you home." Freddie stepped closer to the street lamp, and the figure receded into darkness. "Yip, yip!" "What the hell?" The little black mutt was right behind Freddie, nipping at the backs of his ankles and pulling on his left pant leg. The cat stayed put behind the garbage cans. He would win No Man's Best Friend award. Freddie turned and knelt to remove the little stray from his ankle. He grabbed the dog with both hands by his midsection. The little fella growled but didn't relinquish his grip on the hem of Freddie's slacks. "Come on now," Freddie started right before a sixth sense kicked in. Goose pimples broke out on both arms, and the hair on the back of his neck stood at attention. "I'm hungry, mister." From behind, sharpened nails sunk deep through Freddie's jacket into the meat of both arms, and 2 tiny legs wrapped tightly around his middle. "Yip, yip!" The little black dog backed away from Freddie and kept barking at the long-haired girl attached to Freddie's back, her face buried deep into the nape of his neck. Freddie pounded on the top of her head with both fists as hard as he could. The sounds of sucking and slurping filled the air along with the constant "yip" of the dog. The cat had seen enough and split. With each slurp, Freddie weakened, and it wasn't long before he was face down on the sidewalk. The little vampire was in a feeding frenzy and couldn't stop even if she wanted to. Freddie's final thoughts, before he lost consciousness for good, were, "Never talk to strangers. I hope that little girl and her grandma are okay." "You look like you're about to burst, sweetheart. Tell me what it is," Karen said as she placed her finger under Lisa's chin. Lisa wriggled her nose a little and replied, "Mom, I got a special letter from Mrs. Wilkes today." "Where is it? What did it say?" Molly asked. "Gran, Mom, it said that I am gifted and talented, and they want me to be a part of the Gifted and Talented program." Lisa pulled a neatly quarter-folded piece of paper from her back jean pocket and handed it to Karen. "I don't need a piece of paper to tell me you are gifted and talented, Poodle. I've always known that." With that, Lisa wrapped her arms around her mother's waist. Karen winked at her own mother with pride, and Molly smiled back at her. There were 3 gifted and talented women in this household. Strong, too. Karen Frausto was a 34-year-old widow, which made her one of 2 widows in the house. Her father, Milton, had passed away 6 years before. Her husband, Jeffrey, was killed in a 7-car pileup on I-20 2 years ago, when Lisa was just 6 years old. He was on his way back from the Atlanta airport when an elderly woman driving an older model Thunderbird crossed through the median just past the Appling, Georgia exit and plowed head-on into a silver Jetta, setting off a tragic chain of misery starting with her husband Sebring plowing into the back of the already demolished Jetta at over 70 miles an hour, and so on, with the 5 vehicles behind him. Fast forward a couple of years, and Molly was firmly entrenched as caretaker for her 2 girls. Karen had shown no interest in other men since Jeffrey passed away. Her focus was on providing for Lisa. Karen's official title was Advertising Sales Executive, a fancy name for a salesperson, working for the local Fox affiliate, and she worked late on this particular day, closing a deal with the Ford Auto Group, renewing and upselling their current television package. A nice commission would be coming to Karen and her family. "I'm so proud of you, sweetie. Your daddy's smiling at you right now. I can feel it." "Oh, I know he is, and your grandfather is right there with him." Molly said as she moved a chair from under the kitchen table, patting the seat, inviting Lisa to plop down for supper. Mom, that smells so good. Karen smacked her lips. You sit down right there and I'll fix both of my girls a plate. Molly lived to take care of her girls. If it weren't for them, she'd probably be pushing up daisies, milkweed, or something up from the ground. The three strong women ate supper and talked about how gifted and talented little Lisa was. 12:05 a.m. I know you're hungry. Please don't remind me again, the skinny man with ashy skin and no hair on his head said to his little companion. I need to eat. I have to eat, the dark-haired girl with oil-black eyes replied. The fog was beginning to settle in, and they stood outside of the Frausto residence under the street lamp at Lisa's bus stop. We beat the others here. You go down that way and find a dog or cat or something to tide you over. The bony finger pointed down the sidewalk that headed into town. I'll move across the way and see what I can find. I'll meet you back here in this spot in an hour. You understand? The little vampire nodded her head. Her long black hair had no shine and no bounce. It was the hair of the dead. The hunger pangs knifed into her and put her in a single mindset. Would she die? No. She was a vampire, and the hunger would gnaw at her and torture her for relief, but she would not die. Only the brief pain of a wooden stake or a burst from the yellow sun would do that trick. The pain of hunger was so bad that she wished for either of those options as she shuffled down the sidewalk, listening for anything she could grab that would gush blood, giving her relief. The hungry little vampire walked well past the hour deadline set by her companion until she heard a yip, yip. There were two little tender morsels in the forms of a little black mutt and a white and brown cat parked behind some garbage cans. Shannon rolled her tongue across her fangs and took a thirsty gulp as she started out from under the street lamp. She stopped her approach when she heard the jingling of keys and eased back into the shadows. The footsteps moved steadily closer, and she could make out the man looking across the street at the yapping dog and the "you stay over there and I'll stay over here" cat. The nails on the little vampire Shannon's fingers expanded outward into razor-sharp points. Her fangs were dripping with cold, thick saliva as she called out, "Hello! Over here!" The man paused, looked in her direction, and yelled out to her, "I'm hungry, mister!" Shannon licked her lips as Freddy took his final steps. Karen escorted Lisa to the sidewalk in front of their home and waited with her for the smoky bus to arrive. This was a rare treat for them both, because Karen was usually up, dressed, and on her way to the station by 6:30 a.m. most mornings. She figured that she deserved a morning to make her daughter and mother breakfast and see Lisa to the bus stop. She closed a big upsell the day before, so she deserved this morning's send-off. "Mom, what was Dad's favorite color?" Lisa asked. Her shoulder-length auburn hair was pulled into tight braids on both sides of her head. The same light brown eyes that belonged to her mom and her Graham were wide when she asked the question. Lisa remembered her father for sure, but she was only 6 when he died, and she didn't get to know her father very well in that short span of life. His favorite color, the movies he liked to watch, was he a football or a baseball dad, those types of things. His favorite color was the exact color of your eyes. He stared into them for hours on end when you were a baby, Karen replied, trying not to well up. These questions weren't sad, so she fought through her instinctive reaction to release the tears. "Mom, what color were his eyes? In the picture in my room, they looked sort of green. Were they green?" "Yes, sweetie. They were emerald green, and they were beautiful. He adored you so much." That did it, and a single tear was released from the bottom corner of Karen's left eye. Oh, Mom, don't cry. I'm sorry. Lisa dropped her pink tin lunchbox along with her neon lime book bag on the sidewalk and gave her mother a tight hug. In mid-hug, the smoky yellow bus stopped right in front of them, with its all-too-familiar squeal and smoke cloud. You go on to school now, Miss Gifted and Talented. I love you. Karen handed Lisa her lunchbox and gave the back of her head a quick stroke as she turned toward the bus. Bye, Mom. I love you too. Bye, Gran. Lisa hollered as Molly watched from the front porch. Bye, dear. Love you. We're having chicken and dumplings for supper. Karen watched with hands on hips as the bus pulled away in a smoky cloud and then walked back toward the house, stopping briefly to remove the morning paper from the paper box. In the age of iPads and smartphones, Molly still subscribed to the Aiken Standard. She was from the old school and liked getting newsprint smudged on her fingers every morning. Mom, I miss him, Karen said. I know you do, sweetie. I know you do. 1:02 a.m. Shannon, the others are here, Victor said as he opened the back door to the, up until recently, vacant mobile home. It was a double-wide that had seen better days, but it was sturdy enough for Victor and his progeny to take refuge. They shared the back bedroom during the daylight hours. The windows were covered in sun-blocking film that Victor kept handy. Oh, the life of a vampire. Victor, it's so good to see you. And you, Shannon, my dear, you are more beautiful every time I set my eyes on you. Veronica trained her black pools on the little bloodsucker at Victor's side. Veronica, you are too kind. Tell me, where's Ivan and Sandra? Are they with you? Victor held out a pasty hand. You mean Neil and Sandra, Victor. I know you do that on purpose. Oh, they're out hunting for hobos or some unfortunate kitty cat or stray pooch. They'll be here soon. Veronica was stunning, the kind of vampire that is imagined in movies, novels, and the occasional cable series. She had waist-length, cloud-white hair that wisped when there was a breeze and lent itself to be touched when you got close. Unlike Shannon's black tresses, Veronica's did seem to have some sort of life. Her body-hugging black dress accentuated her natural curves, and she had no problems getting food. She drained her last meal the previous night, right after he came for the last time. Veronica was the walking, talking embodiment of a beautiful death. The heavy cranberry lipstick set against her pale face and flawless skin along with pearly white fangs made her one of the most beautiful creatures on the planet. Veronica was the queen of this hive, and Langley, South Carolina was supposed to be a brief stop. Only, it didn't quite work out that way. Downtown. Yip, yip, yerr. Neil, over here, I got one. Sandra held the little black mutt out at arm's length as she kicked and wriggled in the air trying to break free. Sandra had her claws sunk into both sides of the struggling dog. Hold him still. I got something too. Neil stepped from behind the pharmacy building, holding the hand of a skinny, run-down crack addict. Simon Fargoni had lost his soul in Vietnam. What remained was a drug-rattled body that operated on the most primal of levels. Feed the hunger, check out of this world for a while, rinse and repeat. His needle-ridden arms were all tracked up on both sides. Sandra shook her head in utter revulsion. You eat that and I'll have Fido over here. I know we're vampires, but I'm afraid I'd catch something if I drank from that. Sandra turned her eyes back to the black mutt. He had stopped wriggling and was breathing rapidly with his tongue flopped out the left side of his mouth. Well, you drink the dog dry and I'll finish this gross-looking thing off. Neil placed the black nail from his index finger on the backside of Simon's neck and flicked aside a lice-filled mound of hair. Oh, this is fucking disgusting. But I gotta eat. Neil sank his sharp canines in deep, and Simon didn't make a move, or a sound. His eyes were already rolled into the back of his head before Neil even opened his mouth. This would be a sweet release for Simon. Sweet and oblivious. The dog let out a tortured howl when Sandra's fangs punctured through the black fur and released the flow of blood. Sandra didn't like the sensation of sucking the blood over the top of the heavy coat of fur, but she hated the hunger pangs even more. Neil and Sandra were very young vampires, turned just over 3 years ago, both turned by Veronica on a night after some heavy drinking and deviancy with the Queen. Neil and Sandra were a couple that had an insane obsession with vampires and the romanticized vision of their lifestyle, a vision that was certainly in question as he watched the lice scurry around in the head of his current meal, and she gagged on the matted fur of hers. Neil was close to 6 feet tall with a crew cut and light brown hair. Sandra was almost as tall as Neil, sporting shoulder-length sandy blonde hair. They both, as all vampires, had black eyes. Sandra released the drained mud, and it sounded like a wet bath towel hitting cement. Neil was finishing off the last drops from Simon when Sandra said, "Neil, it's time to go. Veronica will be looking for us soon." Neil looked up at Sandra with the cold Simon laying on his side underneath him on the concrete. "I'm satiated. You?" "I'm still a little hungry, but I had enough. Come on, we must leave now." Sandra was curt in her reply and turned her back to Neil. He began to walk down the sidewalk leading out of downtown. The fog was back and the air held some moisture. "I'm coming!" Neil dropped Simon into the RX dumpster and jogged lightly to catch up with Sandra, holding his hand out to her. She glanced down at her side quickly, but didn't take his hand. She continued to walk at a rapid pace. 9 minutes later. "What took you two so long?" Veronica asked the approaching pair. "Took a while to find a vagrant," Neil replied. "And you?" Veronica asked, looking in Sandra's direction. "I ate a dog and it was bad, but not as bad as the man Neil drained." Sandra twirled the ivory bracelet around her wrist. "Was he a little black dog?" a quiet voice asked just above a whisper. "Shannon, that you?" Sandra moved toward Victor, who had been silent since they walked up. Shannon stepped from behind him. "Yes, it's me. Was it a little black dog?" she asked again without looking up. "Yes, it was," Sandra answered. "Is it a problem?" Neil asked with aggression in his tone. "No, it's not a problem," Victor interjected as he stepped back in front of Shannon and kept his full focus on Neil. "Let's all go inside for a talk, and we'll figure out where we're going next. Sound like a plan?" Veronica asked, trying to lighten the tension. "Victor, may I go for a walk?" Shannon asked. Victor was the only one she trusted. He turned her, and he cared for her. The others just frightened her. Victor gave a cursory look to Veronica, and she gave him a slight head nod. "Sure, my dear. Just stay close by, and be back in an hour. I don't want anything to happen to you." Victor ran the back of his hand down the side of Shannon's cheek. "I will," she answered, and walked away into the night. Lisa couldn't go back to sleep. She was awakened by a barking dog, and her body wouldn't let her drift back to La La Land. So, she decided to draw. Lisa pulled the rolling chair from her art desk and flipped on the lamp. She opened the front drawer and removed an assortment of colored pencils and placed them in a pink plastic cup sitting atop her desk. Lisa started with the top piece of blank paper, beginning with a light blue pencil for the sky. Lisa was working on blending in the white paper with the blue pencil to form a pretty set of clouds when she heard, "Hello there." It was barely above a whisper, but it was distinct. Lisa placed the blue pencil flat on the paper and it rolled to the edge of the desk, a metal lip keeping it from hitting the floor. Her first instinct was to go wake up her mother or Gran. She ignored it and listened. "Hello there," the quiet voice repeated. Lisa pushed slowly away from the desk and stood up. She leaned over the front of the desk and peered through the window. The fog was back, but she could make out the street lamp. Just below the street lamp, right where she awaits the oil-belching bus every day, was a girl with very dark hair. The strange girl raised her right hand and began a slow-moving wave. Lisa smiled through the window and waved back. She used both hands to pull on the metal lip on the front of her desk that kept her pencils from hitting the floor. With a little effort, the desk moved a few inches away from the window, just enough for Lisa to step behind it. She opened the lock on the window and raised it about a foot. "Hi!" Lisa said in a hoarse voice that was supposed to be a loud whisper. "Hello," Shannon said to the squinting girl. Lisa was trying to see her clearly through the fog. "What's your name?" Lisa asked. "Shannon." "That's a good name. I like that name, Shannon. Where's your mom?" Lisa continued. "She's not around," Shannon said as she stepped through the yard and looked up at the second-story window, giving Lisa a better view. "Can I come in?" "I gotta get my mom. I can't open the door for strangers. I'll go get her now." Lisa quickly turned away from the window and ran toward her bedroom door. She turned the knob. "Ah!" Lisa screamed. "What is the matter with you, young lady? It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning." Molly was coming to see what all the yelling was about. "There's a little girl out there, Gran. She's outside and alone. We need to let her in." Lisa pulled on Molly's hand to come to the window. "Okay, dear, let me get over there." Molly crossed the room and helped Lisa pull the desk out a little more so she could view out the window. "I don't see anyone, Lisa." "Gran, she was right under my window. Her name is Shannon. Shannon!" Lisa hollered through the open window. "Shush it, child. You'll wake the neighborhood. Let's go to the front porch." Lisa started to dart away. "Lisa, with me." Molly motioned to her with her hands. "Get back here." "Yes, Gran." Lisa followed her grandmother down the stairs, creaking with every step. Molly flipped the wall switch and the lights in the living room came to life. "You stay right there," Molly ordered Lisa as she removed the black golf umbrella from the coat rack beside the door. "Her name is Shannon. She was right under my window." "Okay, shush it." Molly glanced out the window before slowly opening the front door. She was greeted by a slow, cool breeze and the haze of fog. It cut through the screened-in porch. "Hello out there? Little girl? Shannon? You out there?" Molly looked around and wished she had bothered to slip on her bedroom shoes because the concrete was cold. Lisa poked her head out the door. "Gran, is she out there? Shannon, you there?" Lisa parroted her grandmother, and they were both met with the sounds of rustling leaves and a brief whistle of wind. "There's nobody out here, at least not now." Molly pulled the flaps of her housecoat close together and motioned for Lisa to go back into the house. Lisa ignored the gesture and moved past her grandmother, opening the screen door. "Lisa, get your butt back in here," Molly sternly shouted. "Shannon, it's okay. It's just my Gram. She'll help you." "Can I come in?" the voice whispered, where only Lisa could hear. "Yes, you can come in," Lisa replied. "Get in here now!" Molly had Lisa by her wrist, pulling her back toward the door. "I heard her, Gran. She's out there. Gran!" Molly tugged hard on her granddaughter's wrist. "Ouch, Gran. Okay, I'm coming." Lisa backed into the house, looking back towards the street with every step. "Lisa, go to bed. The bus will be here in a couple of hours. You need to get some kind of sleep." Molly pointed the tip of the umbrella toward the stairs. "She was there, Gran," Okay, she was there, but now she's gone. So, go to bed. Molly had grown tired of this argument, and all her patience was gone. Lisa sensed this and finally gave in. Okay, Gran. Good night. And thank you for looking. I love you. I love you too, sweetheart. Molly replied and walked toward the kitchen to get a glass of water. Lisa marched up the steps, wondering where the mystery girl disappeared to. She walked through her open bedroom door and quickly closed it as soon as she got inside. She didn't want anyone to hear. Vampire Shannon was sitting in the corner of Lisa's bed, with her legs crossed and her hair covering her black eyes, index finger held to her lips to indicate silence. Once the door was closed, she lowered her hand and said, "Lisa, pleased to meet you. How did you get in here?" Victor stood in the center of what passed for a living room. In the double wide with a hand on each temple, nails protruding, digging into his cold flesh, producing a small trickle of blood on each side of his face. Veronica and her brood watched as Victor whispered quietly, "Shannon, it's time to return. Your creator commands you to come back." Victor relaxed his hands and waited by the trailer door. The first signs of an orange hue were beginning at the base of the skyline. Dawn was upon them, and for the first time ever, Shannon didn't respond to Victor. Veronica leaned close to Victor, stuck out her pink tongue, and licked a line straight up the right side of his blood-trailed cheek, stopping at his ear with a frosty smile, and whispered, "I guess Shannon found something better." Victor turned his head to meet her gaze, their noses almost touching. "Dawn is here, Veronica. We must sleep back here." He led the three of them to the sun-blocked bedroom. Veronica immediately took the bed and invited Victor to lie beside her. He took his position on the floor, while Sandra and Neil joined their queen. "She'll be back tonight, Victor. Don't worry," Veronica reassured. "Or maybe she won't. Or maybe she's really dead now. Who knows?" said Neil, as he looked down on the floor at the older vampire. "Stop it, Neil!" Sandra grabbed Neil from behind by both shoulders and pulled him out of Victor's sight, which was just as well. Neil was one more comment away from becoming goo on the mattress. Lisa's bedroom, 3 hours earlier. "Through the window. You left it open and I jumped up," Shannon replied. "You can't jump that high. How did you really get in? Did Gran leave the back door unlocked? She does that sometimes," said Lisa. The only light in the room was from the desk lamp, and Shannon's hair sheltered her face just enough to conceal her eyes. "Lisa, I like you, and I'm a little hungry, but I promise I won't hurt you. I can get you something to eat. We have plenty downstairs. I just have to be careful not to wake—" "No," Shannon cut her off mid-sentence. "I don't eat what's in your kitchen. I eat a different kind of food." "What do you eat?" Lisa asked, curiously, still not getting a clear view of Shannon's eyes. "Let's talk about that later. Tell me more about you, Lisa. I want to be your friend. You're much nicer than the company I usually keep," Shannon said, purposefully keeping her eyes obstructed. "Well, I live with Gran, and I know you saw her just a little while ago, and my mom. Her name's Karen. My dad got killed a couple years ago in a car wreck. I remember him, but I don't, if you can understand that." Lisa twirled her hair as she tried to get a closer look at Shannon's face. "I can understand that. I remember my daddy, but I don't remember him too." "Your dad's gone too?" Lisa crossed the room from her rolling chair to the edge of the bed. Shannon just stared down between her crossed legs. "Yes, Lisa, my daddy's gone too. It was so long ago, but sometimes it doesn't seem that long ago." Shannon lifted her head to meet Lisa's gaze. Lisa reached forward with both hands, and parted the hair from Shannon's eyes. "Oh my!" Lisa reacted first to the frigid white skin, then what looked like two black marbles set against the whites of her eyes. "It's okay. Please don't scream. I just need a friend. I don't want to go back right now," Shannon said. Her face remained expressionless. "I won't," Lisa started. "Are you a vampire? I've seen pictures in books. Are you like the ones on TV?" "Yes, I am a vampire, Lisa, and no, I'm not anything like the pictures in your books or the ones on TV. I don't want to be a vampire anymore. I just want to go back to my time and live a normal life." "Your time?" Lisa asked, positioning herself on the bed right in front of Shannon. They both sat Indian style facing each other. "I was born in 1939. Have you ever watched The Wizard of Oz?" Shannon asked. Lisa nodded her head yes, and Shannon continued. "Well, that was the year that movie came out. I remember my mother talking about it over and over as a child, and one day I got to see it with her at the Nickel Movie on Broad Street. It was glorious. The world was black and white. Dorothy was taken to a faraway land, and the world burst into full color. Well, Lisa, my journey has been quite the opposite. I lived in a world vibrant and full of color until I became what I am today. Now I'm living in a world devoid of color, devoid of life." "What happened to you, Shannon? I want to know." In mere minutes, Lisa's best friend was a vampire named Shannon, and vice versa. "My daddy was a laborer. He worked jobs as they came, and he worked hard. I was an only child, which was a blessing because of the hard times back then. Daddy had taken a shot to his privates by a mule one day. He was hired to help one of the farmers finish plowing for the season, and Daddy wasn't well versed in the finer arts of plowing a field. From what I remember Mom telling me when I asked why I was the only one, she said that he was inflicting some kind of punishment on the poor beast, and the beast exacted immediate and baby-killing revenge. That was it for brothers and sisters. I was 11 years old when my mom gave her permission to come inside. That was the day my parents died, and I was turned." November 3rd, 1950, 10:42 p.m. There was a loud pounding on the front door. Angelia Creighton sat straight up in her bed. Shannon was standing in the doorway to her bedroom, casting a giant shadow against the wall. "Mom, I'm afraid. Someone's about to knock the door down." Shannon was trembling in her bare feet and nightgown, but it wasn't from the cold air. "Geez Louise, Shannon. It's your father, 3 sheets to the wind again." Angelia removed her robe from the bedpost and slipped her arms into the sleeves, leaving the front loose. "His keys are probably in his pocket. Come on." Shannon followed her mother out of the bedroom and down the hallway as the banging continued. Angelia turned on the front porch light and peeked out the window. Gerald was there all right. He was hunched over with his white t-shirt untucked from his unbuckled work pants. His left arm was draped over the neck of a white-haired woman. She was rapping on the door with her left hand, her right firmly around Gerald's hip. "Hello! He says he lives here," the woman from the other side of the front door yelled. Angelia stood in front of the door with her hand on the brass knob. "Don't open it, Mom! Something's not right!" Shannon stayed just in the shadow of the hallway. "It's okay, dear. It's your father. He's passed out. Go on back to bed." Angelia smiled at her daughter and nodded her head. "Miss, he says he lives here. He was lying on the road. Are you going to open the door?" Angelia did just that. Gerald's head was flopped straight down, so all she could see at first glance was the top of his head. "Can I bring him in, miss?" "Why, of course," Angela answered. Veronica immediately snapped her head up, holding Gerald up only by her right arm. She grabbed the top of his hair-sprayed mop and pulled his face and the front of his blood-soaked t-shirt into view. The gash in the front of his neck looked like a black hole, and his face was devoid of color, devoid of life. He crumpled to the ground, and Veronica pushed through the door, throwing Angelia on the hardwood. The back of her head bounced off the maple. Angelia was gurgling, trying to call Shannon's name. Blood was welling up in her eyes, and she felt the tickle of white hair brush against her nose. Angelia blinked rapidly as she felt the pull on the back of her dark brown hair and the arch in her neck as it was pushed up. Angelia coughed up a little blood, and she could feel it running down the corner of her mouth, immediately followed by an ice-cold sensation trailing it back up to her lips. Veronica's tongue lapped the blood back up to Angelia's mouth and gave her a final, cold kiss. Angelia was on the edge of consciousness, and she could make out little Shannon's feet standing at the corner of the hallway, just 10 feet from the front door. She was frozen in fear. Shannon couldn't look away, speak, or scream as Veronica drained her mother right in front of her. When she was done, she turned to the trembling girl. "Hey, sweetie." Veronica's cranberry lips parted in a wide grin, revealing her crimson-covered fangs. "You don't want to be next, do you?" Shannon shook her head quickly from side to side. "Good. I got a proposition for you. I got somebody I want you to meet. He's a nice guy. You'll like him. He used to have a daughter about your age. You interested?" Out of fear, Shannon nodded her head up and down. "Lisa, Victor's calling me. I must go now." Shannon rose from the bed and started to the window. "No, don't go. It's almost daylight. You won't make it in time. You can stay here until I get home." Lisa grabbed Shannon by the hand and pulled her to the walk-in closet. "There's a big blanket right there on the top shelf." Lisa shoved shoes and boxes from the closet floor, making room for her guest. "I have to go." "No, Shannon, you don't have time. You can go tonight. Just stay in here and be quiet. Don't let Graham hear you. Get under here." Lisa held up the peach-color flower-patterned full-size blanket, and Shannon reluctantly curled up on the floor. Lisa gently placed the flower-patterned blanket on top of her friend. Shannon whispered, "Thank you." Lisa closed the door. "Lisa, you awake in there?" Molly swung the door open. Lisa was sitting on the edge of her bed, fully dressed in blue jeans, a light blue t-shirt, and a pair of light pink Nikes. Her hair was combed out, and her light brown eyes were fresh. "You look all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning. Considering how late you were up last night, did you get up and drink a pot of coffee?" "No, Gran. I don't know. I'm just not tired." Lisa answered with a quick glance at her closet door. It didn't go unnoticed, but Molly didn't let on. "Well, come on now. Your mother's already downstairs and she's about done with her toast. Come on so you can tell her bye." Lisa couldn't help herself. She took one more glance at the closet door before following her grandmother out of the room. And again, it didn't go unnoticed. "Love you, Mom." Lisa stepped in front of Karen as she exited the kitchen, laptop bag in hand. "Hey, Poodle, you're up early." Karen leaned in and gave Lisa a quick smooch on the cheek. "I'll see you after work, Miss Gifted and Talented." That got Karen a kiss on the cheek in return. "Come on, Lisa, your eggs are done, and you don't eat cold scrambled eggs." Molly scraped the fluffy yellow goodness onto a plate. In the background, News Channel 6 was beginning their early morning broadcast. In early news, the body of a local homeless man was found in downtown Langley this morning by the Langley Landfill Service. Identification is pending notification of the next of kin. An early report from a confidential source in the police department states the death is of a bizarre nature. News Channel 6 will provide updates as more information becomes available on this breaking story. Now, on to today's weather. "I'll bet that's Simon," Molly said. "You mean that old guy that rides his rusty bike on the sidewalk?" Lisa asked, wondering if her new friend knew anything about Simon's demise. The answer would be yes. She knew what Neil had done. Shannon was much more discreet in her victim's disposal. Nobody ever found a trace of poor Freddie. His would go down as an unsolved missing persons case. Karen was at work, and Lisa was on her way to school. Molly was in Lisa's room with one hand on the knob of the closet door. Something inside of her said, "Molly, don't turn that knob. Just go back downstairs and get the breakfast dishes washed up. Then go watch Judge Judy. Don't turn the knob." "It's nothing. It's really nothing," Molly said to herself. She released the doorknob and did an about-face to make Lisa's bed. Molly started at the base, tugging on the sunshine-patterned bedspread so that she could get to the bed sheets underneath. There was a large spot in the center of the bedspread. It was dark and faded, like something had pulled the color out of it just by sitting on it. It certainly wasn't the work of the washing machine, and there was an odor. Molly leaned in close with her nose, and it was a sweet smell, with something rotten just underneath. It was pleasant and sickening at the same time. "My God, what is that smell?" Molly asked out loud as she tugged at the bedspread with both hands, until it lay in a clump at the foot of the bed. Molly pushed her hair up off her forehead with the palm of her hand and stepped back to the closet door. "Need a new blanket, so I gotta open it," she reasoned with the inner voice that had just talked her out of turning the knob moments before. This time, she turned the knob. She immediately saw the peach-colored blanket covering something on the closet floor. "Don't pick up that blanket, Molly girl. You ain't gonna like what you see," the inner voice returned. Molly ignored it and lifted the blanket from the floor. Shannon was lying there with her eyes closed, dreaming the same dream as always. Molly released the blanket as she gazed upon the sweet smell of death. "I know what you are," Molly whispered and closed the closet door. Shannon turned over, her nails extended in her sleep. This was her dream. This was her past. "I have someone to introduce you to." Veronica stepped into the master bedroom holding Shannon's hand. "Veronica, please don't tell me you killed that little girl's family. Please, please don't tell me that's what you did." Victor looked at Shannon with a heartbroken gaze. "Okay, Victor, I won't tell you that I killed her family. I just found her outside. Isn't that right, sweetie?" Shannon was still firmly in Fear's grip and would have shaken her head yes if Veronica had asked her if elephants were lavender or if the moon was really a big rubber ball. "Veronica!" Victor slammed both hands on top of the oak dresser, sending splinters of wood flying as it buckled in the center. "Why? Vagrants, vagabonds, and animals. That was what you agreed to." Victor wanted to fly across the room and rip her throat out, but logic quickly set in before he could act on that urge. Victor was old and strong, but Veronica was older and stronger. And she was the queen. "You call for your little girl in your sleep, Victor. I thought you'd be happy. I got you a new one. You are one ungrateful beast, Victor. I'm still up for a snack. Guess I'll empty her, too." That registered with Shannon, and she tried to pull her hand from Veronica's icy grip. Veronica reached with her other hand and pulled hard on the back of Shannon's long hair. "No, please!" Shannon screamed as she finally found her voice. Victor sprang across the room, grabbing Veronica by the top of her white hair, pulling her face back away from the screaming prey. "Victor, now we're getting somewhere," Veronica smiled. The faint trails of dried blood looked as if they were painted down the corners of her lips. Veronica released her grip on Shannon. There was no escape from the room. Absolutely no way she could make it to the door. Shannon's survival instinct kicked in, and she scrambled on her hands and knees until she was under the bigger-than-king-sized bed. The bed was enormous and had almost 3 feet of clearance underneath. "Well, Victor?" Veronica started as she peeled Victor's hand from around her neck. Should I go under there and get her? Or are you? All three of us know she's not leaving this room alive. I hate you, Veronica. I hate you for doing this to me and to her. What did she do to deserve this? Victor asked, knowing the unfair choice he was going to present the frightened child. Blame her drunken daddy. He was the one that could barely walk home. He presented the easy meal and showed me where he lived to boot. I didn't even know he had a child. She was a bonus. Oh, and I know you don't hate me, Victor. Veronica moved toward the bed. Just stop. You've done enough. Leave the room. You know I can't let her just walk out, so please, leave. Victor rubbed the top of his bald head. He was dressed in an elegant black suit with black leather shoes that were surprisingly quiet when he stepped. As you wish, Victor. Just call out if you need my help. Veronica power walked out of the room with both hands on her hips and glanced back over at Victor before she closed the door. Victor knelt down with his hands draped over his knees. Hello. First thing I want to say is I'm so sorry about your mom and dad. I know you're very frightened, child, and I wish I could truthfully say that I'm not going to hurt you. But I can't say that. I know you heard Veronica say it, but I am Victor. What's your name, dear? Shannon. A whisper came from under the bed. Shannon, I must ask you a question, but you must understand that either way, you will not leave this room alive. Victor lightly tapped the floor with his nails. Mister, I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. Shannon's voice was breaking, and she cried as she spoke. Victor looked down at the floor, so ashamed of what Veronica had done, and of what he would have to do. But he was going to let Shannon decide which way it was going to be. Shannon, either way, you are going to die tonight. But you can rise up and become a vampire like myself and Veronica, or you can be put in the ground. I know this isn't an easy choice. If you decide to rise again, you will have my protection. If not, you may or may not go to a better place. Maybe a place you heard about sitting in your church on Sunday. But you won't be of this world. You have to tell me now, before Veronica comes back. If Veronica comes back, she'll make the decision for you, and she's not as compassionate as I am. But you know that already, don't you? Shannon slowly crawled from her hiding place with tears streaming down her face. The tops of her knees were skinned up from the floor, and her nightgown had pulled free from her right shoulder. The 11-year-old Shannon spoke. I don't want to be put in the ground. I'll stay with you. So, I'll ask you, Shannon, do you want to be turned to vampire? Victor locked eyes onto her. Yes, Shannon replied. Shannon spent the next 50-plus years regretting this decision. If it were hers to make again, she would have a headstone right beside her mother and father, and she would be in the ground. It was almost time for the bus, and Karen had just pulled into the driveway. Molly was sitting on the front porch, waiting for her daughter. Karen stepped out of her old but paid-for burgundy Ford Taurus. Her dark brownish-red hair was a little tousled and out of sorts. She had her laptop bag under one arm and a huge stack of papers under the other. Molly propped open the screen door and held out a hand. Here, Karen, give me that bag. Molly grabbed the laptop. Oh, thank you, Mom. Karen brushed by Molly, and the screen door clanged shut behind them both. How was your day, dear? Molly asked. Oh, it was fair to middlin'. I had double-booked a meeting with 2 clients this morning and had to move one to the afternoon and had another in the middle of the day, so I didn't get to eat the lunch you packed. So I am starving, Karen said with a big smile. The grin took Molly back to when her daughter was a little girl. back when she smiled at her that way with her pretty brown eyes all lit up. The simple things still excite her, like the prospect of Mom's cooking. Well, dear, you are in all kinds of luck today because there's a fresh pot of chili simmering in the crock pot and an entire package of Oscar Mayer hot dogs in the refrigerator, just waiting to be thrown on the griddle, Molly said. Karen kissed her on the cheek in delight. I think I'll have the chili minus the dogs. Do we have any saltines? Karen asked. Her method of choice for consuming homemade chili was to have crumbled up saltine crackers in the bottom of the bowl before drowning them in the slightly sweet and moderately spicy chili. The secret to the sweetness was that Molly used baked beans for the base of the hot chili instead of your standard grade chili beans. Yes, Karen, they're in the top left cabinet above the stove. Why don't you go ahead and get your shower before Lisa gets home and we can all sit down together for supper? But I'm so hungry, Karen whined like she did when she was a little girl trying to get Milton to convince Molly to let her have an early taste. Molly dipped into the pot with a tablespoon and rounded her lips as she blew onto the spoonful of hot chili before shoveling it into Karen's mouth. They both heard the hiss and squeal of the bus. Now go on and get your shower. We'll eat directly. Molly made a shooing motion with her hand. Yes, ma'am, Karen said as she turned toward the stairs. There was the noise of the screen door, a book bag hitting the floor, and the familiar footsteps running by the kitchen for the stairs. Lisa, wait a minute, young lady, Molly yelled out to her granddaughter. Dang it, Lisa mumbled under her breath as she turned around and stepped into the kitchen. We have something to discuss and we need to talk about it quickly. Your mother's upstairs and I would rather not get her involved if we don't have to. You know what I'm referring to, don't you? Molly's brown eyes were looking directly into Lisa's. There was no point in trying to feign ignorance. The jig was up, and Lisa knew it. Yes, ma'am. That's Shannon, the Shannon we were looking for last night. She just needed a friend, Gran. Lisa finally broke the staring contest with her grandmother. I know what she is, Lisa, and I know there are others like her that'll be looking for her. I've had a run-in with their kind before. As soon as it turns dark, I want her out of this house. Do we understand each other? I understand, Gran, but the people she's with aren't nice. They're not people, and I'm not nice either, dear. Not when it comes to protecting you and your mother. I'll put a piece of wood in her right now. Is that what you want? No, Gran, please don't do that. She'll leave when the sun goes down. I promise she will. Lisa's voice had a twinge of panic in it. She could hear her mother walking down the stairs. The taste of the chili induced a 3-minute shower. Okay then, not a word to your mother, and let's be done with it. 6:18 p.m. Sunset. You gonna give it another go, Victor, old boy? Neil asked with a hint of perverse delight. You would be best served not to speak with me until I find Shannon. Your mere presence is an irritant, Victor said calmly as he once again planted his nails into both sides of his head. Neil, you better let it be, Veronica started. I've seen him rip throats out of vampires before, and on a couple of occasions it was almost me. Oh, you'll heal eventually, but you won't be able to eat until you do, and you know there's nothing like that pain of hunger. So I'd advise you as politely as I can to shut the fuck up. Sandra slapped Neil on his ass and grabbed him by the hand. Let's get out of here before you start something that's going to hurt us both. Neil tried to give Victor an intimidating stare as he was led out of the room, and Veronica let out a giggle. Just go, you young fool, Veronica said, and perched back on the bed as she watched Victor go through his incantations. If Shannon were near, she would not be able to resist these commands. She would have to come. Just outside the mobile home. Sandra, I'm going to stake him one of these days. I hate that guy. Neil pulled the fresh t-shirt over his head. Just don't antagonize him, okay? Veronica can kick his ass, but if Veronica's not around, he can hurt us pretty bad. He might hurt us bad even if Veronica is there, Sandra said calmly. I'm not scared of him, Neil defiantly replied. You should be. You really should be, Sandra returned. Lisa's room. Shannon, it's time for you to go. Lisa was teary-eyed as she gazed into the lifeless black eyes of her new friend. I know. Victor's calling me right now, and it's taking all of my focus to stay here for even another minute. Shannon held out her hand, and Lisa grabbed it. It was a cold sensation, and her black nails were sharply tipped, but retracted. Will you come back? You're always welcome as long as Gran doesn't see you. Lisa gave a little wink. No, I don't think I shall return, Lisa. I want to thank you for listening. It's been a while since I've talked to someone like you. Like that. Shannon relinquished the hold on Lisa's hand and pushed up the windowsill that she entered the night before. She pounced up onto the sill like a sneaky cat. Her maroon t-shirt fluttered a little in the cold breeze. It's freezing, Shannon. Do you need a cup? Lisa stopped herself. I guess you don't. No, I guess I don't. Shannon replied with a smile. A real smile at a real girl. A real smile that was all hers to cherish. It was a memory in a mind overflowing with them, but a good memory nonetheless. The bad memories still had the most weight, but this good one was now locked in, and it helped, if only for a moment, Shannon remember who she used to be before she became this monster. Goodbye, Lisa. Shannon flipped backward out of the window, her shirt fluttering in the wind and jeans rubbing together as she brought her legs above and around her head in a backward somersault, with her white sneakers crunching the leaves underneath her as she landed. Goodbye, Shannon. Lisa's eyes released the tears. Shannon was at the edge of the Frausto's lawn when she heard a voice that she had rather not encountered. Shannon, where you been, you little vamp? Your butthole creator is looking for you, Neil said, smiling with fangs on display. I'm going to him now. Shannon glanced at Neil and then back at her feet. Were you in that house? Someone whispered from behind into her ear. Shannon turned and Sandra was there with an evil, threatening grin. No, Shannon lied. So, Sandra started looking over at Neil for approval. You mean I didn't see you do a nice 360 out that window? You know, the window that little girl is staring out of right now. You leave her alone! Shannon screamed. I'll tell Victor and he'll rip both of your heads off. I swear he will. Easy now. Neil held out his right hand, extending and retracting his nails. We're not gonna hurt her. Who else is in there? Victor is calling, and I have to go to him now. Shannon started her march back to the trailer. Neil and Sandra followed close behind. The echo of their steps rang in Shannon's ears, and their conversation tormented her. So, do you think we can turn the girl and have her join our little perverted Addams family? Neil started. I don't know. Maybe. I'm wondering what sort of groceries are living with the young lass, Sandra answered. Oh, I don't know. Neil kept going. They were both almost brushing against Shannon as they followed so close behind. I think we need to go back and case it out. Shannon came to a hard stop, her nails on both hands fully extended, pivoted around quickly on her left foot as if she were doing an about-face. A very important detail that both Sandra and Neil forgot was that Shannon was older and stronger than both of them combined. They mistook her size and her tendency to hide behind Victor for frailty and weakness. Shannon's fangs dripped as she ripped across both of their bellies in a crisscross pattern. Neil immediately howled in blinding pain. Ah! Sandra's fangs dug into her lower lip as she placed her hand over the hole that Shannon had just made. She stared in amazement as Shannon turned around and continued her walk to Victor. You leave them alone or I'll kill both of you. Shannon disappeared down the sidewalk. When Neil was certain she was out of earshot, He chirped out an unenthusiastic, "Fuck you." "Oh, aren't you the brave one?" Sandra said as she helped him to his feet. "Oh, I'm not done yet." Neil smiled and turned back toward the Frausto home. The trailer. Victor was standing there with fists clenched at his side, his fangs piercing his lower gums inside of his lips. His black, dry-fit shirt clung to his cold skin. It had the look of lycra. Veronica's white hair wisped in the light breeze. She was dressed in her classic hip-hugging black mini, wearing the same crimson lip color that she always did. They were both transfixed on Shannon's steady march toward them. Something was different in her walk. There was anger. "Shannon, I take it you have a good explanation," Victor began. She stopped right in front of him, slowly raising her stare to meet his eyes. Veronica snickered behind him, and Shannon's eyes darted to her. "What's wrong, sweetie? Cat got your tongue?" Veronica licked her lips and continued. "You didn't see my fruit bats out there, did you?" "I saw them," Shannon answered. "What is wrong with you, Shannon? Did something happen?" Victor placed both of his hands on her shoulders. "Yes, something happened," Shannon said with her eyes still trained on Veronica. "Well, I'm having all sorts of fun guessing, but why don't you just go ahead and spit it out?" Veronica's smile disappeared and turned, just like that, into a wicked sneer. An all too familiar sneer that used to scare Shannon, and probably still should. "I left them back there. I hurt them, but not too bad." Shannon moved her eyes back to Victor, and she hesitated slightly before she continued. It didn't really matter because Sandra and Neil certainly weren't going to keep their traps shut when they got back to the Queen Bee. "I met a little girl last night. That's where I was, Victor. We talked all night and I felt human." "You felt, what did you say? Human? Really? With your fangs all out and dripping all over the place?" "Please." Veronica burst into laughter. "Shut up, Veronica." Victor raised a hand over his head with a clenched fist. "You heard me call you?" Victor asked. "I did," Shannon returned. "Don't do that again," said Victor. "I won't," Shannon replied. "Enough of this shit. Why did you hurt my babies?" Veronica stormed through Victor, shoving him to the ground, and dug her claws into Shannon's shoulders. Shannon didn't flinch as Veronica locked eyes with her. "They threatened to kill her, and I hurt them. I told them if they hurt her or her kin, I'd kill them, and I meant what I said." Veronica felt a twinge of, was it pride? "Well, my little Shannon," a fresh grin spread across Veronica's face as she retracted her claws and rubbed Shannon's arms, painting them in blood. "I've never seen this side of you. I like it." Shannon stepped around the white-haired vamp and assisted Victor back to his feet. A Veronica blindside wasn't easy to get up from quickly. Victor had been the victim of his share. "Well, you said you didn't hurt them all that bad, so where are they?" Veronica started down the sidewalk. If Shannon's heart had a beat, it would have went into high gear with that question. She had turned her back on them. She should never have turned her back on them. Molly was watching through the slightly cracked bedroom door when the little black-haired vampire backflipped out of Lisa's window. Lisa was sobbing as soon as she stepped inside. "Sit down, Lisa. I gotta share something with you." She grabbed her granddaughter by the hand and led her to the bed where they both took a seat. Molly kept a hold of her hand as she continued. "I know you liked that little girl, and I'm sure she liked you, but she's not human." "I know, Gran. She told me things." "I know she did, but I need to tell you things now. Your mother's lying down. The late hours are catching up to her, so it's just you and me right now. There's something that your mother doesn't know, and because you met up with this girl, I think you need to hear this." You're scaring me, Gran. Good. That's what it's meant to do. And Molly began her crystal clear recollection of death. I was 39 years old when we were blessed with the birth of your mother. Back then, that was considered very old to have a child. Not like today. Mrs. Baker had little Gerald last year, and she was 42. There's something that your mother never knew, and it's knowledge that died with both Milton and my parents years before your mother was born. You see, I got pregnant shortly after Milton and I got married. I was barely 17, and we lived 2 towns over. Your grandfather was a traveling salesman when we got married, not the bank manager that you knew him as. He traveled up and down the southeast selling anything from newfangled electronic toothbrushes to Hoover vacuum cleaners. He had a catalog he sold from, and his car was always loaded with demonstration models. It was hard work, and it kept him from home a lot in the beginning of our marriage. Jason Fitzgerald McBride was born in the summer of 1957, and by the end of winter in 1957, my baby was gone. It was dead of night, and I remember the wind howling like wolves at the moon, and it was very cold. Oh, so cold. I kept the wood-burning stove going, so Jason and I made residence in the living area close to the warmth of the fire. I recall everything about that night, except the time. I don't know what time it was when the scratching started. Little Jason was wrapped securely in his basket right beside the sofa I was sleeping on, and we were about 5 or 6 feet away from the stove. I remember that I had my hand draped over the side, and his little pink fingers were coiled around my index finger. The noises woke me. It came from the tall window in the living room. The sound of nails on glass. It was a god-awful noise that I'll never forget. I pulled my finger from Jason's tiny grip and stepped across the ice-cold floor. The scratching got louder as I approached the curtains, and I could make out the figure of a woman before I reached up to pull the curtains apart. She was standing there with her dark eyes scratching at my window, smiling with just her red lips not showing as much as one tooth. I thought she was lost and disoriented. She was wearing a tight black dress and a matching choker with some sort of circled symbol hanging from its center. Jason started to whimper a little as I stared at the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. I ignored him. Now, I think he was trying to warn me not to open the door. There was nobody around her, and she looked as young as I was, maybe younger. I couldn't leave her out there, and I opened the front door. She was standing there, just staring at me, just a couple of feet right in front of me. And I held out my hand to her and asked her to come in from the cold. Then, dear Lisa, my world went dark. When I awoke, the front door was wide open, and I could see the vapor from the air I was breathing. I was face down on the cold floor, staring up at the baby basket. Then there was the blood trail that started a few feet away from the basket. There was some on the back of my nightshirt. The vampire bitch had stepped over me as she fed on little Jason, leaving a trail behind her as she walked out. To this day, I don't know why she spared me and only took my baby. She had to know Milton wasn't at home. She must have been watching me for days leading up to killing my baby. Of course, I reported it to the authorities, and with all of the blood, it went from a missing persons case to a murder case to an unsolved cold case in a police file somewhere collecting dust in a records room. Milton and I grieved. We buried our child, and it took until I was 38 years old to gain the courage to have another. I'll never forget the face of that beautiful white-haired woman. Now, Lisa, you know something that nobody else knows, not even your mother. It's our secret. My first instinct was to kill that little creature in your closet, and I probably should have. If she comes back, there is no doubt that I will. I hope you now understand why. Gran, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Lisa hugged Molly tightly around her neck, hot tears rolling down her cheeks. You should tell Mom she had a brother. I can't tell her, Lisa. I only told you because of the visitor you had. But I can't tell her after all this time. You can tell her after I'm gone. Molly stroked Lisa's auburn hair. I don't want you to go, Gran. I love you more than anything. Lisa released her hug and kissed Molly on the cheek. We all have to go sometime, dear, Molly replied. The door to Lisa's room creaked open. Well, isn't that precious? Neil asked while pulling Karen by the back of her hair and pushing her in front of him into the bedroom. Mom! Lisa shouted. It's so precious, Neil, Sandra replied and held up her right hand to give an extended claw finger wave to Lisa. Let her go, said Molly. Oh no, not yet, old lady. Playtime has just started, Neil replied, with his fangs on display. With blinding speed, Shannon passed Veronica on the street just off the left edge of the sidewalk. The stars were out and the moon was full. There would be no fog on this night. I'm right behind you, sweetie, Veronica said as she picked up her pace. Victor followed closely behind them. Shannon had one purpose. She didn't care about Veronica or Victor in that moment. All she cared about was getting back to Lisa. Her listless hair lay flat down the back of her neck as she pushed hard to get there, to get to that lawn and back into that house. Inside the Frausto home. I said, let her go, Molly calmly repeated herself. And I said, no, you old bat. Wait a minute. I said bat. Get it? I said you old bat, Neil said as he looked down into Karen's brown eyes. Look, just take me. Karen rasped out the words. The sharp pain of Neil's claws had now turned into a throbbing numbness. Just moments before, while Molly and Lisa were having their special talk, Karen was in the kitchen getting a glass of water when she saw the injured kid hunched over on the steps of the screened-in porch. His shirt was ripped in the center and soaked dark red. Without hesitation, she let the kid and his girlfriend into the house. As soon as she did, black claws were pushing into the front of her throat, enough to draw blood. Karen's head was snapped back, and she was led upstairs by another set of claws digging into her back. On the front of her nightgown, a black trail formed from the blood running down her neck and under the fabric. There was another black trail that soaked her lower back, some of it finding its way through the back of her panties. Let's just go, okay? I'll go wherever you want. I won't scream. Just leave them alone. Karen tried her best to negotiate, but she had nothing to barter with. No, said Molly without a hint of fear. You're not taking another one from me. Another one? She's got that old-timer's disease. She doesn't know what she's saying. Sandra giggled like a psycho demon. Oh, fuck this. Neil jerked hard on Karen's neck, and a stomach-turning crack filled the air. He sunk his fangs into the front of her neckline. No! Molly's 73-year-old body moved like a woman half her age. She released Lisa's hand and sprang like a coiled rattlesnake from the edge of the bed, plowing herself into the front of her daughter, knocking her and Neil to the ground. Karen was limp when she hit the floor, blood spurting from her carotid artery, in rhythm with the beat of her slowing heart, a disturbing gurgling noise emanating from her slashed throat. Blood filled her mouth. Mom! Oh my God, Mom! No! Lisa scrambled on her hands and knees, grabbing a shirt she had thrown on the floor not more than an hour before. Lisa pressed the shirt on top of the blood fountain. Karen was speaking to Lisa with her eyes because her mouth no longer worked. They said, It's okay, sweetie. We'll all be with your daddy soon. We'll see Grandpa, and Gran'll be there. We'll all be together again. It'll all be okay. No, Mom. Please don't. Lisa didn't get the last word out before she was sent flying through the air. Her back slammed hard against the closet door, splintering the top, caving it in slightly. Lisa hit the floor with almost as much force. Sandra planted her fangs into Karen, finalizing her trip to darkness. Molly was pushing herself off of Neil, trying to reach her daughter. No, Karen, my baby. Karen, not like your brother. Blood covered Molly's face and the top half of her favorite nightshirt. It was a gift from Lisa on Molly's last birthday. It was her favorite color, pastel green. Neil was slow to get up because of the still fresh gash in his midsection, courtesy of Shannon. Sandra's right hand covered her own stomach as her face buried in Karen's neck. Molly was on her feet, and the right one was surely broken. She could feel the pain of a million needles, and her ankle was swelling very rapidly. But she walked on it. Molly grimaced as she held out her blood-soaked hands, reaching for the back of Sandra's sandy blonde hair. With the close of a fist, she had clenched one handful of hair, but Sandra kept going. She was lost in her appetite. Neil struggled to his feet. As he rose, he slipped on the large pool of blood and stumbled clumsily forward, grabbing Molly, sending them both crashing back to the floor. Molly ripped out a chunk of hair on her way down, but Sandra didn't flinch as she was ravenously devouring the rest of Karen's lifeblood. Molly was face down, and Neil clawed up on and straddled her back. Molly was in excruciating pain when Neil leaned in close to her right ear. "I'm gonna turn your granddaughter, you old bitch. She's gonna be one of us." Then he sank his fangs deep into the back of her neck. Shannon was the first to the home, and she barreled through the screen door and flung the front door wide open. Her invitation was standing so she could enter without delay. She moved with the speed of a cobra tearing up the stairs, hesitating for just a millisecond in front of Lisa's door before sending it flying back into the little girl's room. Lisa was lying still on the floor in front of the closet, and Sandra and Neil were both furiously feeding. Shannon moved with a deadly elegance. It was so fast, but to her, it was all in slow motion. She almost glided to the right side of the room. The pink cup was still sitting right there on the top of Lisa's desk, with freshly sharpened wooden-colored pencils poking out of the top. Shannon's mouth was wide open as she moved, and the thick, cold saliva dripped heavy, like a leaky faucet. She was getting worked up into her own frenzy as she pulled 4 sharpened pencils from the cup. A red one, a blue one, a black one, and a green one. Shannon gripped 2 in each hand and leaped high into the air as Sandra dropped Karen's cold, dead body onto the floor. It was too late for her when she turned toward the determined little vampire. Shannon let out a cry as she came down hard. "No!" The sharpened tips of the red and blue pencils pierced just below Sandra's left breast, and, with the speed of a bullet, Shannon pressed them all the way in with her right palm. "Oh no," were Sandra's last words. She began to shake violently. Her body was trembling all over, and blood filled her eyes before they burst, sending a crimson spray all over the walls. Sandra's chest sunk in, and the skin on her body started to boil. After a few seconds, it settled, and there was nothing but a pile of Sandra's clothes, and an ivory bracelet lying in a nasty black soup on the floor. Shannon was focused and didn't spend another thought on the dead vampire. Sandra had barely gotten the words "oh no" out when Shannon hit Neil with the black and green sharpened pencils just under his left shoulder blade. Neil pulled up from Molly and arched his back in pain as he screamed to the sky. "Ah! No! You can't!" Neil collapsed and flailed about for a couple of seconds before he was boiled away. The scream came from outside. "Shannon! I know what you did! You killed my babies!" Veronica was furious. Victor was standing just behind her, but neither one of them could come in because they weren't invited. Lisa still wasn't moving, and Molly was bleeding out. Molly whispered, "They can come in. They can come in." "No!" Shannon began, but it was too late. Veronica was immediately in the room with Victor right behind. Shannon was already in front of Lisa, standing over her. "Oh, you little blood-sucking bitch, I'm going to kill that little girl. You don't know what you did." Veronica's claws were completely extended, and she started towards Shannon. The bull rush wasn't going to work because Shannon was planted and prepared. "Stop it, Veronica, right now!" Victor grabbed Veronica by the back of her left hand. Veronica came back across with her right, and left 4 razor-sharp lines across his right cheek. She followed that up with a hard kick to the groin that doubled him over. Shannon reacted while Veronica was occupied and dropped to her knees and raked her own claws across the back of Veronica's left calf. "Ah!" Veronica screamed out, and with quickness faster than Shannon or Victor had ever witnessed, Veronica had her talons buried into the front of Shannon's throat. She rose Shannon up off her feet and into the air with her hands flailing and clawing. Her feet were kicking violently. Veronica quickly pulled Shannon nose to nose and said, "Nighty-night," before launching her back across the room through the window that she had flipped out of earlier that evening. There was the splintering of wood and the shattering of glass, followed by a flood of cold air entering the room. Victor was still writhing on the floor, only beginning to recover when Veronica was on top of the little unconscious Lisa. Veronica was briefly taken with her auburn-colored hair and fair skin. "You! I know you!" Molly was standing. Blood was pouring out of the back of her neck, and her legs were shaking severely, threatening to buckle at any moment, but she was standing. Veronica slowly turned, gazed back at Molly, and replied, "I know you too. Your appearance has changed quite a bit, but I remember you. I watched you in that tender morsel for a good week before I scratched at your window." Veronica's attention was turned from little Lisa to the old lady, staring her down. "His name was Jason. My baby that you killed. His name was Jason." Molly began to cry. Her legs continued to tremble, but her hands were steady behind her back as she held the black and green pencils she lifted from the floor. Veronica stood up, now fully engaged with the weakening Molly. She took a brief glance out of the crater in the wall that used to be a window and saw Shannon lying, crumpled in a heap under the streetlight of the bus stop. She could hear Victor shuffling on the floor, but didn't look back. Okay, Jason, Mason, no girls he'll be chasing. Who gives a fuck? Veronica walked through Sandra's puddled mess and stopped in front of Molly. Victor was up and slowly walking toward the women. He made it just around the corner of the bed when he bent down and scraped something from the floor. "What are you doing back there, Victor?" Veronica asked, keeping her eyes fixed on Molly. "I'm getting the girl," Victor said. Molly saw what was happening behind Veronica and whispered, "Please just finish it. Make it quick for me and my granddaughter." Victor slowly stepped toward them. Molly leaned in and Veronica pulled her close around her waist. They were locked in a deadly embrace, and Veronica opened up 2 new holes. These were in the front of Molly's neck, and she had hit the main pipeline. Molly returned the embrace with the blue and black pencils gripped in her right hand. Veronica was in her frenzy, and Victor was right behind her. The life was leaving Molly's eyes, and both of her hands began to tremble. She let go of the pencils, and they hit the floor, stuck in the blood. Veronica's eyes widened, and Molly's eyes closed when Veronica felt the quick, sharp pain push through the back of her skin-tight black dress. They both fell to the floor together. Victor was holding one end of the broken corner of the windowsill. The other, sharp, jagged end was buried deeply into Veronica. He felt the slightest twinge of guilt as he let go of the other end. Veronica slumped to the floor on her back, with her face up, looking at Victor. "You killed me, Victor. Now you're getting somewhere." Veronica smiled one last time as her skin began to boil, and just like Neil and Sandra, she was a pile of black goo. "Goodbye, Veronica." Victor quickly turned his attention to Molly. She was just hanging on to consciousness. Victor was on his knees, and he looked into Molly's eyes. "I'm very sorry for what happened here. Do you want me to end this for you right now?" Molly shook her head and gave a tired whisper. "No. Lisa. I can't leave Lisa." Victor felt her eyes upon him. Lisa was now standing and watching Victor hover over her grandmother. "I can turn her and I can protect her," Victor offered. "No. You can turn me, and I can protect her." Molly returned. Her vision was coming and going. Soon it was going to be like turning off an old picture tube. Everything was turning black, and she was almost to the point where the tiny little light was going to finally go black, the way they did in old televisions. I don't know. I think it's too late," said Victor. Shannon's voice answered. "It's not too late. Turn her, Victor. Lisa's mother is dead. Turn her now." Victor turned his sight upon the black-haired death angel, and, if he was capable, he would have cried. "Leave the room," said Victor. Shannon grabbed Lisa by the hand, and they walked out together. "Your name is Molly McBride. My creator, Veronica, killed both of your children, and in turn, I killed her. Molly, is it your desire to be turned?" Victor stroked her gray hair as he asked the question. "Yes." "Then keep your eyes closed. You will die and will rise again at nightfall. I will not be here. Take care of both of them, Molly. You have lost so much, and I shoulder a good share of that blame." Victor gashed his own wrist and dripped his blood into Molly's mouth. She accepted his gift, and Victor turned her. Victor had cleaned up the mess on the front lawn, secured a king-sized blanket over the enormous hole in the wall in Lisa's bedroom, throwing the splintered wood and glass out onto the lawn before doing so. Lisa sat in the kitchen staring at the clock on the oven. It flashed 4:08 a.m. Shannon helped Victor clean. They were experts in the art of cleaning up crime scenes, although none were quite this large. The rooms were spotless, organized, and smelled of pine cleaner. Karen was cleaned and wrapped in a bedspread. There couldn't be questions when Victor was no longer there. He had to tie up the loose ends as best he could. He stepped into the kitchen, cradling Karen's lifeless body. "Child." Lisa turned her head, her light brown eyes filled with anger and sorrow. "Your grandmother is going to rise tonight, and when she does, you'll need to help her. If those in authority come around asking questions that you can't answer, she can and will be taken away. Do you understand?" Shannon held out her hand, and Lisa took it as she answered Victor. "I understand that I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Put my mom down. Put her down. Put her down." Lisa sobbed uncontrollably. Shannon pulled her close and motioned for Victor to leave the room. Victor walked out of the front door, still holding Karen. He walked and walked with the moon shining so bright. He walked until he was deep in a wooded area, just outside the edge of town. There was a line of flat planks nailed together lying atop the soft soil. Leaves had almost covered the top entirely. Victor carefully lay Karen on the ground and lifted the corner of the planks. He pushed them along about 7 or 8 feet before he rested them back on the ground. He tapped his foot on the top of the mound of soft dirt, and with his hands, he dug. Victor dug quickly until he finally felt a hand, then a torso and legs. He widened out the area around Freddie Rogers' corpse and returned to Karen. He gingerly lifted her body and eased her into position beside Freddie. He draped Karen's still limber arm around Freddie's stiff waist. They were strangers, buried together in a spoon position. Karen and Freddie's final thoughts were, in essence, the same, both thinking of Lisa and Molly's well-being. Karen would first be a missing person, then, like Freddie, another cold case file in a records room somewhere. Shannon was on the porch awaiting him when he returned. "Victor, she's upstairs with her grandma. I made her understand. She has to stay with us now." "No, Shannon. Not us. You have to stay with them." Victor eased himself into the rocking chair. "Victor, you can't leave me. I have to follow you. You made me." Shannon was in a panic. Oh, it's true that I turned you into what you are now, but I didn't make you. Somewhere in you, you maintained your humanity. Tonight I found mine again. I'm going to sit right here and see the first sunrise I've seen in over 200 years. Victor smiled and rocked steadily in the chair. But Victor, I can't, Shannon began. Oh, you can, Shannon, my dear child. You can and you will. You have to show them. You're the oldest. Molly will certainly sit on this porch one day and do what I'm doing. She's doing this out of the love of her grandchild. There is an education in Lisa's future. A marriage. Children. Once Molly is finished raising her, she'll be right here, in this chair. And who knows? You may be sitting right beside her, holding her hand, watching the sunrise. I've never told you this, Shannon, but I love you. I love you as I've loved my own daughter. You've made this old vampire very proud. Now, go upstairs and tend to them. Without saying another word, Shannon put her arms around Victor's neck and hugged him tightly. The screen door closed behind her. Victor rocked until dawn. Blood and Snow by Rob Fields. Prologue. Perspective, Veronica Grande. I managed to escape from Ridgeway Heights and was feeling relief at having escaped the killer. I kept replaying the events in my head that had happened prior to escaping from Grande Estate, my new home. I remembered I had finished having sex with my boyfriend before the shit went down. I had to hide him quickly before throwing my few scraps of clothes on and making my escape. Even in my present situation, I was still amazed how I, of all people, had inherited Oliver Grande's entire fortune. Remembering even further back, I recalled how my mother had raised me since giving birth. Mom was a maid who worked hard to keep a roof over our heads and food on the table. When I was finally old enough to work myself, I went out and got an after-school job to help contribute to paying our bills. And then, on that one fateful day, it was a fairy tale that just happened. I answered the door to see two middle-aged men wearing what appeared to be expensive suits. My mother, whose name is Isabella Sableson, was scared that these men were there to kill both of us. Those fears were quickly put to rest when one of the men gave Mom the big manila envelope. As she read the contents, the men explained they were lawyers on retainer from Oliver Grande, one of the richest men in the country. I'd say his wealth and power was quite comparable to the Mirans who live over in Strickfield. On that day, I learned that Oliver Grande and Mom had had an affair when she worked for him as a maid at Grande Estate. When Abella told Oliver that she was pregnant with his child, the two of them had a huge fight that ended with her leaving the mansion. Devastated, Mom was left on her own to raise the child growing within her womb. The lawyers explained to us that Oliver had come to regret ever sending Abella away. He had desired her and wanted to marry her, but he had let the mantle of prestige get the better of him. So much so that he could never see what he truly had with Mom. The gasp and the bewildered look on Mom's face only confirmed what the lawyers told her and what was on the papers. Oliver Grande had passed away and left his entire fortune to me. For years, I knew I was Veronica Grande, but I never knew the real reason why my last name was different from Mom's. The men explained that Oliver, my father, left his entire fortune to me to atone for the great wrong he had done in sending Mom away all those years ago, and for not being a father to me himself. I couldn't believe it myself when Mom let me read the documents. To be honest, I was used to my lot in life. I wasn't the most popular girl at Ridgewood Heights South High School, but I had a nice circle of friends. Me and Mom were just getting by, but at least we had each other. It still hasn't sunk in yet that I was now wealthy, beyond my wildest dreams. No sooner had Mom and I moved into Grande Estate, I would quickly learn that there were other Grande family members who felt I had absolutely no right to any of my father's fortune whatsoever. There was no way to contest the will, however. The envelope also contained a copy of a DNA test that was taken on me, unbeknownst to either Mom or me. The test proved that I was, in fact, Oliver Grande's biological daughter and his youngest child. Now the entire fortune was mine, and mine alone. Of course I was going to share it with Mom. I mean, why wouldn't I? I hadn't even been living in Grande Estate a full week when someone dressed in all black kicked in my bedroom door. I had only managed to put on shorts and a t-shirt before the killer started shooting at me. I managed to duck. Then I shoved the killer down and fled. I screamed for Mom, but I was never able to find her. As I dodged gunshot after gunshot, I realized I had no other choice but to flee Grande Estate. I did feel comfort in knowing that the killer hadn't found my boyfriend. At the same time, I was very worried about Mom. I ran to the garage and grabbed a key fob to one of the new vehicles there. I found the correct car by pressing the horn button. As I got into the car, I just missed getting shot in the head. I managed to make it out of the garage and out onto the road. It wasn't long before another vehicle was pursuing me. I was panicking since I never drove an advanced sports car before. Eventually, I calmed down and told myself to drive it like a normal car. Fortunately for me, the sports car had an automatic transmission. Eventually, I lost my pursuer and continued to speed down the road. As I was trying to determine who could possibly want to kill me, I saw it was starting to snow. Nothing to worry about at the moment. As I kept driving faster and faster, the snow started to blow and come down hard. Then I remembered I was getting closer to the Strickfield area, and remembered hearing how that village almost always seemed to be the one place where winter liked to settle down. Every year they got hit with a blizzard or two, maybe more. I started to feel I was sliding a little and saw the roads had quickly become white. I couldn't believe how fast winter could truly happen around Strickfield, or in much of Feltner County. I really didn't want to have to slow down. If I did, I knew it would only be a matter of time before the killer would catch up to me again. When I started to slide again, I knew I had no choice but to slow down. I turned onto a main highway and crossed into Feltner County. I could hear the gusting winds as I continued to struggle to stay on the road. I even had the windshield wipers going fast and the defroster on full. I gasped and felt my heart sink when I saw familiar headlights behind me, and knew that the killer had finally caught up with me. Even though I'd turned off, I could see the vehicle chasing me was the Hummer I passed in the garage on the way to this car. That Hummer could easily handle the snowy conditions my sports car couldn't. I shrieked when the Hummer rear-ended me. "Leave me alone!" I yelled over my shoulder. The Hummer rear-ended me again. I cried out and felt my heart pounding when the car started to slide. I fought to maintain control and straighten the car, realizing I could either let the Hummer keep striking me or take a chance with the speed of my vehicle. I slammed the accelerator down. No sooner was I leaving the Hummer behind, I started to spin fast. This time, I had no way of controlling the vehicle. I continued to spin until I finally went off the road. The car slid down a small hill until the driver's side slammed into a tree. The engine died almost immediately. "Oh, Jesus, please, no," I groaned. It was then when I looked and saw the Hummer's lights out the passenger side. "No!" I quickly moved to the passenger side door and started to push it open. The winds were making it harder for me to push open enough just to get outside. When I finally did, the door slammed shut hard and fast. I shrieked when the windshield glass suddenly shattered and knew the killer had fired a gun at me. I screamed again as I ran into the woods. As fast as I was running, I could feel how freezing cold it really was. I never had the time to put on anything suitable for this raging blizzard. I managed to snag a jacket, but it was only made for autumn. I knew I had to keep going, in spite of the freezing temperatures and how damp and numb my bare feet were. I shrieked again when the bullet narrowly missed me and hit a tree as I passed. I forced myself to keep running, but knew I couldn't run for much longer. The frigid cold was really starting to get to me. I knew it would only be a matter of time before I'd likely drop over. As I came to a small creek, I groaned and knew I didn't have a choice. I cried out at the frigidness of the water on my bare feet. I managed to make it to the other side, only to feel the immediate heat of the bullet that had hit me in the back of my right shoulder. I screamed and fell onto my side. The pain hurt so much that I began to cry. I could already feel the tears freezing on my face. Just the same, I forced myself to get back on my feet and keep moving to preserve my life. I could feel my blood pouring out from my wound. I was also feeling quite soaked now. The snow and winds continued to blast me in spite of the fact that I was in a forest. I groaned at my injury and how bitterly cold my feet were. I was wondering if they were frostbitten by now. Even in the darkness, I could see they were still flesh-colored. But for how much longer? I knew I couldn't stay out here. I had to keep running and find shelter. Then I heard the gunshot and felt the searing pain in my lower left back. Again, I staggered and fell. My blood was making the gathering snow around me red. As I forced myself to get up, I took one more gunshot on my right side. I screamed my loudest when I felt the bullet had gone into my stomach. I knew now I was as good as dead. How far was I from the nearest town? How far was Strickfield for that matter? Even if I could get to a house and call for help, I knew no emergency services would reach me in time, especially with a blizzard going on. Still, I wasn't going to make things easy for the killer. I forced myself to get back to my feet and keep running. "Just die, Veronica!" the killer yelled behind me. "You have no right to any of Oliver's money! No right!" The mask the killer was wearing was muffling the voice. I called on every last ounce of strength I had left and sprinted through the woods. I dodged one more bullet as I kept running. For a brief moment, I could actually feel my body heat warming me as I kept running and running. After several minutes, fatigue and blood loss were finally catching up to me. I moved and hid behind a big tree. I could see the shape of the killer, but I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. I knew there would be no way to determine the killer's identity before I would finally die. And that was if the killer would catch me and actually give me the satisfaction of unmasking before shooting me for the final time. I remained where I was and continued to hope the killer wouldn't find me. It was then when I looked and saw the big river there, and it showed no signs of freezing. I wasn't sure if I was delusional now, but I could swear there was a faint reddish-green glow coming from the water itself. Funny thing, the water was actually warming me. Then I shook my head and knew this couldn't be possible. My pain now became too much for me, and I began to cry again. I was mortally wounded and probably to the point where I was about to finish bleeding out. I cried more when I knew I was being hunted like an animal. And for money. All I ever wanted was a better life for me and Mom. And then when we finally got it, I lowered myself and sat against my big tree. If I was going to die, I would die with the warmth of this water beside me. And then I felt my eyes rolling up into my skull as I finally died. Or so I thought. I wasn't sure how long I was dead, but I would later determine that a huge gust of wind had blown my body right into that warm river. I think I may have floated out into the seemingly glowing yet murky waters before I finally sank below the surface and remained motionless for several minutes. Unfortunately, neither the killer nor I had any knowledge of this part of Feltner County. Maybe if we'd known, we might have made it a point to avoid this very area that came to be known as the backwoods of Strickfield. Most unfortunately, neither of us knew of the horrors that awaited us in here. And there was certainly no way of knowing that years ago, toxic waste had emptied from a corroded barrel that was dropped here and had rolled into this very river. The toxic waste had mixed with the water and contaminated it to a point where those who lived in the backwoods here never went anywhere near it, for any reason. As the warm, murky bath continued to soak my body for several minutes, who would know for sure exactly what kind of mutations would come as a result? And then I finally felt myself starting to twitch. Then again, and again, I opened my eyes and felt the water's warm embrace all around me. I soon lifted my arms and felt my hand break the surface. I made a tight fist and knew something had happened. I knew somehow that I was changed. When I emerged from the waters that became my cocoon, I knew it was time to get revenge on the fucker who murdered me. The killer growled and roared in frustration. How could I have possibly gotten away, right? I mean, the killer knew I'd taken 3 lethal shots from the high-powered rifle used. The killer had seen plenty of my blood and knew I was seriously hurt. Yet, I managed to get away. The blizzard continued its raging fury. Even though the killer was warmly dressed, I could only guess there was no returning to Ridgeway Heights until there was 100% certainty that I was confirmed dead. That meant a positive ID. It was a short time later when the killer heard the sounds of my laughter. The killer stopped and raised the rifle. "Who is that?" Then my laughter was heard again. I must have sounded like an innocent girl. "Veronica!" the killer growled. "Show yourself! Let me put you out of your goddamn misery!" The killer heard my innocent laughter again and saw my dark shape in the trees. The killer took quick aim and fired. "Missed me!" I sang in a voice you'd hear in scary movies and laughed innocently again. "You think I'm playing games here, Veronica?" the killer roared. "You had no right, you goddamn bitch! No right to any of Oliver's wealth!" But the killer could only hear my innocent laughter one more time. When the killer saw my dark shape again in the trees, it only resulted in another wasted bullet. The killer heard my innocent laughter yet again and turned to run. When my innocent laughter came the loudest yet, the killer groaned upon tripping and falling forward. "God damn it!" the killer muttered and reached for the rifle. Only now the killer saw one of my bare legs and feet right next to it. The killer looked up and saw me now. I was still wearing the shorts and t-shirt I had put on after having sex with my boyfriend, and I didn't appear to be the least bit cold. Even more, my entire body, including my hair, was as white as snow. My nails, fingers, and toes were solid black. For the record, none of my nails were polished. I would later learn that my toxic eyes were a bluish gray with green irises. The killer could see the gunshot wounds on my body, but that I was no longer bleeding, nor was I feeling any pain. The killer quickly grabbed the rifle and stood up. I just stood there as the killer aimed at me and pulled the trigger. Click. Then I smiled sweetly and laughed innocently again. Aww. Suddenly, my cute face turned into one of utter rage as I rushed at my murderer. I easily jumped on my prey, and we were soon wrestling in the snow. "Get off me, you bitch!" the killer yelled, but I was in no mood for small talk. I wanted to tear the mask right off my killer and see who it was. However, I hadn't counted on the killer having a second weapon, a handgun. I cried out when I took a bullet right in the head. I fell and landed on my back. I must have laid there for several minutes. The killer managed to reload the rifle while not taking their eyes off of me. Suddenly, I sat up sharply and screamed. Even though the killer screamed in response, I still couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman with the mask covering their mouth. However, the killer did point the rifle at me and shoot. And I was flat on my back again. The killer again moved away from me, the rifle ready. I still wasn't feeling like taking my death lying down, and sat up again. I got back to my feet and glared the killer down. But the killer wasn't going to just let me come for my revenge, and emptied the rest of the rifle into me. I pointed right at the killer now. "You can't kill me." I tightened my fists. "I'm already dead." The killer finally got the message. I mean, I was only shot several times and had inky blue blood all over me. When the killer turned and ran away, I howled with rage. Now my hunter had become the hunted. I chased the killer all the way back to the Hummer. Unfortunately for me, the killer made it back inside and locked the doors. All I managed to do was shatter the driver's side window out before the killer managed to get away. Feeling mad as hell, I tightened my fists and howled so loudly that I was sure anybody who was dumb enough to be out and about in these woods had to have heard me. These woods. I knew right then and there that I could never return to Ridgeway Heights again. The backwoods of Strickfield would forever be my new home. 1 year later, perspective, Abella Sabelson. It was a little over a year ago that my daughter's car was found out in the backwoods area of Strickfield. Veronica managed to get more than 100 miles away the night she fled from Grande Estate. She was eventually found by her pursuer. When the police searched for her after the blizzard was over, they managed to find the fall jacket she was wearing partially buried under some snow. There were no signs of Veronica herself, however. The police reports and newspapers said that my daughter was never found and may still be out in those Strickfield backwoods somewhere. She never returned to Grande Estate, and I never got so much as a phone call or a text from her. Now it's finally come down to this. I'm sitting in an SUV with 4 others who are going to help me find Veronica. I never got close to any of them. However, when I told them I was planning to come to Strickfield to look for Veronica and why, they agreed to come with me. "You know what this means, to find Veronica?" I tell them. The driver, Amos Culp, glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "We'll find her. I know I want to find Veronica just as badly as you do." "But you didn't have to rent a cabin for us to," I start to say. "Don't worry about it," Amos interrupts. "Turns out the trapper who owns the cabin owed me a favor, so I'm just calling it in. Besides, it's better than paying for a motel or hotel and having to keep driving back out this way from Strickfield or Pendleton. With this cabin, we're only a few miles away from those backwoods Veronica disappeared in. We're all good, Abella." Trina had her arms folded in front of her and didn't speak much during the trip. I wish Veronica would have called the house or let us know somehow that she's all right. I don't get it. She inherited all of Grande Estate and all that money. Not even a week later, she disappears out here? That's why we're going to investigate those backwoods just outside of Strickfield, I say, putting a hand on her shoulder. Why didn't the state police thoroughly investigate that area when they found Veronica's car? Tristan asked, sitting on the other side of me. I mean, I get it was during a blizzard and all, but just saying. That's just it, Morgan says, riding shotgun. It was during a blizzard. It would have been hard to try and look for somebody during a bad blizzard like that, especially in a heavily wooded area like those backwoods. Persistence may be paying off, I say. I've been spreading the word around on social media. I've even taken some trips to Strickfield myself. Then that phone call finally came last week from someone that said they saw my daughter somewhere in that same wooded area where her car was found over a year ago. I groan. I will not rest until I find Veronica. It's important that I find her. Well, we want to know what happened to Veronica too, Trina replies. Not much further to the cabin, Amos says. It's not long after we cross the Feltner County line. Amos turns off onto a dirt road and drives a short distance before we turn up the drive that goes to the cabin. When Amos stops, we get out of the SUV and bring our bags inside. We keep our backpacks with our gear in the car. As soon as we're all inside, we get startled when someone else is coming in the back door. An older man appearing to be in his early 50s. Can we help you, sir? I ask. Amos puts a gentle hand on my shoulder. It's okay, Abella. This is Tom Barlow, the trapper who's letting us have the cabin. The man smiles. I just want to make sure y'all got here before I took off. Then he looks us all over. So what brings y'all this way? Some hunting and fishing? Probably some hunting, Amos tells him. In those woods just off the main highway. He points in the direction. That way. Tom's face suddenly drops. Tell me y'all ain't serious. He points in the same direction. Ain't nobody told you none about them woods outside Strickfield? What about them? Trina asks. They're just normal woods, right? Tom looks at all of us now. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's probably thinking we're not right or something. Ain't none of you ever been to Strickfield? There's all kinds of stories that go on in them backwoods outside of Strickfield. Those that have been in there and lived to tell about it, well, even they'll tell you all the things they seen in them woods. Like what? Morgan asks. Like what? Tom repeats with some surprise. Young lady, there are stories about things ranging from acts of cannibalism to strange creatures. There have even been talks about some little children walking around in there, ones that came back from the dead. We listen as Tom tells us a story he heard about a little backwoods boy named Billy McCracken and how he was killed and came back to life. Also how he turned some other kids living in the backwoods into things like him. I don't know none what brought him back to life, but there was a man who saw him and almost didn't make it out of there. Yeah, Mike Cruz was his name. Then Tom gets agitated. Look, I ain't making this shit up. I'm telling y'all right now, you do not want to go in them woods. The rest of us are looking at each other. Then I talk to Tom. Listen, I know you mean well, but my daughter disappeared into those woods over a year ago, and I got a tip saying she was seen in those same woods just recently. We're just here to find her. Tom studies us for a second. Look, ma'am, I can understand where you're coming from. I do. I got 2 boys of my own. I suppose I'd want to look for them too, if they turned up missing. But you're talking about them backwoods over there. Now, I can't stop y'all from going into them woods, but if y'all go in there, I ain't promising you're going to come back out the same. Some people become changed, and many people, they just don't come back out again. Ever. Tom turns and opens the back door. He motions for us to come to him. We go out onto the back porch. Also, take a good look at that sky. There's a blizzard coming soon. Pretty mean one from the looks of it. Probably going to reach here in the next hour. You go into them woods, especially in that shit. Don't plan on anybody coming for y'all. Then Morgan speaks up. Come on, it can't be all that bad. I read Strickfield's own mayor lives out in those woods. You don't hear anything about Mayor Patrick Gunter going missing. Tom just looks at us now. Like I said, I can't stop y'all, but remember, I warned you. Nobody says anything for a little bit. When Tom sees we're not moved by what he said, he groans and shakes his head a little. Then he hands Amos the keys. If you'd have told me about this before I agreed to let you use the cabin, I'd have said no, but I owe you for helping me when my truck broke down a few months ago. We talk to Tom for a little bit longer. Then he leaves, telling us he wants to get back to Strickfield before the blizzard hits. We watch him get into his truck that he had parked out back and take off. Now, it's just us. Was he really expecting us to believe all that shit about what he just told us? Tristan asked. I groan. I don't give a flying fuck if there's a maniac with a hockey mask walking around in those woods. One way or another, I'm going to find Veronica. When I finally see her, alive or dead, then and only then will I give up searching for her. If all of you are still coming with me, then we're going in. If not, we didn't come over 100 miles with you just to leave you here and head back home, Tristan tells me. Like you said, we gotta find Veronica. I look at all of them and see they have every intention of sticking with me. Okay, get everything unpacked. Then we'll leave here and head into those woods. What was this tip you got? Trina asks me. I got a phone call from a man who says he saw Veronica back in the woods, I answer. I dig into my purse and pull a few things out. This is a picture of Veronica I posted on social media and on missing posters I tacked up. Then I raise a small piece of notebook paper. The man who called me gave me this address. He lives in those backwoods there somewhere. We need to get to this place and talk to him. I groan. Why didn't I think to ask for directions? The others don't question me any further. The truth was I already knew a blizzard was coming this way, but I refused to wait one more moment after I got that phone call. As soon as everybody's ready, we leave the cabin. We get back into the SUV and head towards the backwoods of Strickfield. Perspective, Trina. It sure got dark fast once Amos drove us into the woods. I can't help looking behind us and seeing those nasty-looking clouds moving really fast, almost as if they're sealing the way out of here. I can't help thinking about what Tom Barlow told us. I don't know. He didn't seem like he was fucked in the head or on something. I mean, I think I did smell a little pot on him, but a couple of us do pot. In fact, Morgan and I both shared a smoke before we left the cabin. Just the same, neither of us go on talking about things like Walking Dead kids and stuff. I look out the window and see the trees waving as the winds are picking up more and more. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bad storm. I look up front. Anything on the GPS, Amos? I'm using the GPS that came with the car, he replies. I even tried a few GPS programs on my phone. None of them have anything on the roads back here. You'd think there'd be at least something. There's nobody walking around out here, or we could ask somebody for directions, Tristan mutters. I'm even trying to use my own phone, I say. I punched in the address Abella told us, but nothing's showing up. Shit. I got no bars now. Me either, Morgan groans. Damn it. Everybody else confirms they've got no bars on their smartphones. I'm about to ask Abella how she got the phone call, but then I see wires on the poles and know the people living out here are probably using landlines. Abella sighs hard now. I'm not going back. One way or another, I'm finding this address and getting some answers. We tell her we're with her, and then it starts snowing. It's not going to be long before everything gets white, fast. We soon stop at an intersection. I can't read that road sign, Tristan says. Then he gets out and goes to look at it up close. He comes back and gets in. I think that says Skeeter Road. We need to find Old Dutch Road, Abella reminds us. Guess we'll just have to keep driving around in here until we find it, or unless we find somebody, Amos says. Glad we pulled off for gas before we hit the cabin. We got a full tank, so we should be good. If we get low, we can always leave here and head into Strickfield. We take a vote and are unanimous in heading down Skeeter Road. Amos turns and takes us further into the backwoods. I look out the window and see it's really dark now. The snow is really coming down and the wind is picking up. I have a very bad feeling about this. We've been driving down one road after another. We can read some of the road signs. The ones we can't, we have to get out and read them under the car's headlights. This time, it's my turn to get out and read the next sign. It's hard to open my door with the wind blowing hard against it. When I do get it open and get out, I slip and fall flat on my ass. I get back on my feet again and look at the sign. It's not Old Dutch Road. I get back in the car and we continue on. We come by a few more roads and still don't find the right one. We still don't see anybody out here. We've passed a few houses and cabins, even some trailers, but they all look dark. You'd think there'd be somebody home in these places. I mean, it's not like it's late at night or something. With that blizzard, it almost makes it seem like it's night back here. I look at my watch and see it's just after 4 o'clock. Thinking about slipping, Amos has four-wheel drive on the SUV. I can't believe how slippery it is now. I can hear the wind blowing fierce as the snow keeps coming down. Amos also has the windshield wipers going. Looking at the roads, though, I'm thinking it's only a matter of time before they're too snow-covered, and we won't be able to keep driving on them. I'd be lying if I said these woods didn't look scary. I don't know how many miles these woods are, but it seems like we've been in here a long time. As big as these woods are, we might as well be looking for a needle in a haystack, Tristan mutters. When he hears Abella sigh, he quickly looks her way. Sorry. You still want to keep going, Abella? Amos asks. This weather's only getting worse, and the roads are getting real bad. Abella clenches her fist. Veronica is my daughter, and we will find her, goddammit. Yeah, her mind's definitely made up. Guess that would explain why she packed provisions in her backpack and had us do the same. Another road coming up, Morgan says. The sign's got snow on it. I'll have to get out and brush it off. Amos slows down and stops. Then Morgan gets out and has to stand on the front bumper to reach the sign. She brushes it off. What's the name of that road again, Abella? She calls out. Old Dutch Road, Abella calls back. This is it, we hear her cheer. Old Dutch Road! She gets back down and comes back in. Now we just need to pick a direction. We'll go left and see what the house numbers are, Amos says. We need to look for 21 Old Dutch Road, Abella tells us. Amos turns left and starts driving again. It takes a few minutes before we finally come up to the first house. Looks more like a hut. Amos stops. Since it's on my side, I get out and try to look at the mailbox. There's no number on it. I open the box. No mail. I walk up to the house. I have to do some looking, but I eventually find the rusted out numbers next to the door. I turn and go back to the car. 15, I tell Abella when I get back in. We'll have to go to the next place to see if we're going in the right direction for sure or not. On it, Amos replies, and gets us going again. We go further down the road. That snow's just coming down so fast. Amos is even taking his time. It's then when the headlights reveal the next house, directly ahead. What the headlights couldn't have shown us was that the road ahead was curved. We would end up finding out the hard way when we'd suddenly feel the car dip fast. What the hell? Amos grumbles. He shifts into reverse, but we're quickly finding out we're stuck. Shit! Morgan, Tristan, and I get out and take a look. I quickly look back at Amos. When he rolls his window down, I tell him, Small ditch. There was so much snow we couldn't see it. We don't hear Amos groaning, but we can see the front tires spinning and the car not moving. To put it mildly, we're fucked. When Amos turns the motor off, we all get out and head to the back to get our backpacks. There's no mailbox out here at the road, but I head up to the house to check the address. When I reach the front porch, I look for any kind of a number. I even brush off the sides at the door. There's no mailbox here either. I even try knocking on the door a few times with no success. I shriek when somebody puts a hand on my shoulder. It's Abella. I can't find any house number, I tell her. I don't think anybody lives here. Abella motions for me to move aside. Then she turns the knob and opens the door. We go inside and confirm that nobody lives here. The furniture looks broken and battered. The place looks like it hasn't been cleaned in years. At least it's a good place to get in out of the snow and talk about what we're going to do next. God damn it, Amos growls. Nothing we can do about it, buddy, Tristan tells him. The best we can do is walk till we get out of here and maybe make it to Strickfield. We don't even know where Strickfield is, Amos replies. I point in the direction. I think it's that way. I saw the compass on your dashboard, Amos. Abella gets us to try looking around for anything that might have this address on it. After looking in all the rooms, there's nothing to be found. Not even a bill? Tristan mutters, assuming they even get bills out here. What are we doing now? Morgan asks. We don't have a choice, Abella says. We have to find 21. She looks at us now. You know what? You people don't have to come with me. Just stay in here and keep out of the blizzard. Amos puts his hand on Abella's shoulder. I'm going with you. Me too, I say. I guess we're heading back out, Morgan mutters. As a plan is being discussed, I can't help looking out at what was probably the kitchen window. Just out of curiosity, I turn one of the faucet taps. Much to my surprise, water actually trickles out. The people that live out in the country use well water, meaning they're not hooked up to the city and paying water bills. After I shut the water back off, my eyes are suddenly wide open. Something's moving behind the trees by what looks like a firewood pile. Outside! When the others turn to me, I tell them what I discovered. Yeah, there is something moving, Morgan says. Is that a person? And then the figure comes out, enough for us to see that it is a person. If we didn't know better, we'd swear it was a girl, wearing just shorts and a t-shirt. Is that Veronica? Abella stammers. We don't waste any time and have to exit through the front door since there's no back one. We trudge through the snow and head out back. The person isn't there now. When we get to where we thought we saw her, Amos quickly points to them. Footprints, he quickly says. Looks like whoever it is walking barefoot. I turn and move. Well, let's follow them. As we move and follow the footprints, Abella calls out, Veronica! Veronica, it's Mom! We came out here to find you! We continue to follow the tracks through some more of the forest. Eventually, we come to another house. This one makes me think of the story Hansel and Gretel. It's not a candy house with a witch living inside, but this place is definitely not on any path or road. The footprints lead right to the house. When we reach it, we can see the front window is broken out. There's no glass around. Looking inside, this place looks like the last house we were in. Whoever it is went in here, Morgan says. Wet footprints here. We all climb in through the front window. It's then when we hear some ruckus. I move away from the others and head to the back of the house. The others are right behind me. When we get there, we see that the back door is wide open. She's back outside, Abella yells. Go! I sprint out of the house ahead of everybody. Now I can see the person running. I got this, I yell over my shoulder. I can see the long white hair, and I know for sure it's a woman. If I didn't know better, I'd swear she's got white skin. I don't mean what society calls white skin. I mean, she's just as white as the snow. "Stop! Veronica, is that you? Stop!" I yell. Whoever this is can really run, even in bare feet and in the snow. I'm a track star at my high school, but she's making me look bad. I'm still ahead of the others, though. I follow the girl through some thicker woods now, and then I hear some laughing. Sounds like a young girl who's happy as can be. I see the footprints again and pick up the trail. I'm surprised this girl can walk out here barefoot, let alone in the clothes she's wearing. Wait a minute. Abella said that was what she was wearing when she fled from Grande Estate that night and ended up getting lost in here. "Veronica, please!" I call out. "If it's you, just stop. Your mom's been really worried about you all this time. She hasn't given up on you. Please!" I hear the happy laughter again as I keep following the footprints. It's getting frustrating since it's really dark. It's gotta be sunset by now. Shit! I quickly take off my backpack and go for the flashlight inside. I turn it on and see the footprints again. I hear the happy laughter one more time. When I turn around, I finally see her and gasp. Her skin and hair are snowy white. Her eyes look so evil. Where her eyes should have been white, they were like a grayish color. Her eyes themselves were a sickening green. Her nails are completely black, fingers and toes. It's definitely Veronica, though. "Oh my God, what happened to you?" Veronica just looks at me now. "Trina," she whispers eerily. Before I can call out to the others, Veronica leaps at me and takes me down, making me drop the flashlight. I groan and struggle to get her off of me, but Veronica quickly overpowers me and pins my wrists down. Oh fuck! My wrists suddenly burn with the cold from her hands. I continue to struggle against her, but I can't believe how incredibly strong she is. "Get off of me!" I shriek. "Help! Help me!" Veronica looks at me softly. "Trina," she whispers again. We look at each other for several seconds. Then she looks sad. "Hungry." Her hands are so cold, they really burn my wrists to where they feel like they're frostbitten. And then I'm feeling even more pain when Veronica lowers her head and bites right into my throat. I can't even scream to try and call for help again. As soon as I feel the flesh on my throat torn away, I stop struggling against whatever this thing that once was Veronica is and feel my life slipping away. I lose more and more control over my body. And then everything gets dark. Forever. Perspective. Amos Culp. It's really hard trying to keep up with Trina. Even in hiking boots, I'm surprised she can run in the snow like she does. Guess that's what comes with being on the track team at Ridgewood Heights South High. It's also dark to where we have to use our flashlights now. We keep calling out for Trina. Abella keeps calling out for Veronica. Now I'm confused. If that girl we saw was Veronica, then why the hell didn't she ever try to get in touch with anyone? Instead, Veronica's really been living here in these woods for a whole year? If that is her, then how's she surviving? I know Veronica's never been much of a hunter. She didn't even like when I talked about hunting. We keep following the tracks made by both Trina and the barefoot girl. We finally reach a point where there's blood in the snow. There's also a broken flashlight. We don't see anyone here. Not a soul. But then I notice something out of the ordinary. "You guys see how Trina's tracks end here?" I point out. "But look, the ones of the bare feet, they're the only ones that keep going from here." Tristan gets a little scared now. "You don't suppose whatever that girl was got Trina, do you?" "I really don't know for sure," I tell him. Trina! Tristan calls out. Morgan and Abella also call out for Trina. Abella continues to call out for Veronica, but nobody answers back. Trina's gotta be able to hear us. I mean, she couldn't have gone that far away. Still, seeing the blood and broken flashlight here makes me wonder. After a little bit, we stop calling out for Trina. "Ah, she's dead, man," Tristan says, shaking his head quickly. "She's gotta be dead. She ain't calling back to us. I think that girl must have gotten her. She shouldn't have gone off by herself." I raise my hand. "Tristan, don't, okay? We can't afford to be losing our shit, not out here." "We have to keep going," Abella tells us. "But Trina," Morgan tries to say, but I put my hand on Morgan's shoulder. "We'll look for her. She can't have gone far." But I think Morgan was believing Tristan. "I don't like this. I think something did happen to Trina. There's no way she wouldn't answer back." Again, Abella tells us we can go back and get out of the blizzard. I didn't think things would happen like this. "No, we gotta stick together now," I say. "We don't know what's going on out here with Trina missing." The others are quick to agree with me. Still, I'm beginning to think Tristan's right. Something either attacked Trina or possibly killed her. I'm almost afraid of what we'll find out. We move and follow the single set of footprints. At times, we do see some drops of blood. Then the trail gets cold when the footprints and the blood drops end at a small river. We have no idea which way to go. It's dark and the snow and winds keep blowing. What's more is that we're stuck in these woods with the car not being able to go anywhere. And on top of that, we lost Trina. "What do you guys want to do?" I ask. "Way I see it, we can go about this two ways. One, we can split up in twos and pick a direction. Or two, we stick together, safety in numbers." "I have to know if that's Veronica," Abella snaps. "I'm going this way." "I'll go with you," Morgan says, following her. Then Tristan bumps my arm. "We better go the other way. We can cover more ground." I groan and follow Tristan. "I'm telling you, I got a very bad feeling about this," I say. "I think we should follow the women." "But what if we all end up going the wrong way?" Tristan asks. Then it hits me. You know, what if this girl's hunting us? If that's the case, it probably won't matter what direction we end up going. Tristan gives me a funny look. Why would that girl be hunting us? What do we got that she wants? I groan. I don't know. Something just feels wrong about all of this. We gotta try and find Veronica, Tristan reminds me. We've come this far. Once we find Veronica, Abella gets what she's been wanting, and everything will be good for everybody. We just gotta find Veronica. You know that. I know, I snap back. You don't have to keep reminding me. We should have come looking for her when it's not a blizzard. We both keep arguing about being here during the blizzard and waiting. One thing about Tristan, he's about as headstrong as a damn woman. Veronica was pretty headstrong too. Ain't no wonder she ended up getting all the way out here that night. We keep following the river. Without our phones, we don't know where the hell we are. There's no sun or moon. It's dark as shit out here, and the snow keeps blowing and drifting. I look up at the sky and can't see jack or shit. Okay, I can see those dark clouds up there that's bringing this blizzard down all over Feltner County. Why this county gets the shit end of that deal every winter, I'll never know. I'm gonna go across the water, Tristan says. Maybe we'll do better finding tracks if we each take a side. Whatever, I grumble. Tristan quickly moves across the water. It ain't frozen yet, but I can see it's freezing along the top at the ends. Tristan and I use our flashlights to keep lighting our way. Amos! Over here! Tristan calls out. I turn and move across the water to get to him. I shine my light where his is and see those footprints he's found. Made by bare feet. Let's go, I say, before the snow covers them up. We move and follow the tracks. I shine my light ahead, no sign of the girl. We keep following the fresh tracks as far as they'll take us. I Can't believe that girl can move so fast in this shit, Tristan mutters. These backwoods people can probably do a lot of shit in here, I say. Hell, they're probably making their own gas to power their houses and trailers. These are probably the kind of people that live in a world all their own, not going into civilization unless they absolutely have to. Like the Amish? Tristan asks. Kind of, except you don't want to be planning a day around this place like you would in Amish country. We keep following the tracks. It takes many, many minutes, but the tracks end at a large 2-story house. Like the house we were at earlier, this one looks like it hasn't been lived in for God knows how long. Makes me wonder how many people actually do live here in these woods, I say. This is the 3rd place we've been at that's abandoned. We both know we gotta check it out. We find the front door easily opens. Once we're inside, I gotta help Tristan push the door shut since that wind keeps raging with the snow. We finally get the door closed. At least the windows are still good here, so we have a little shelter from the storm. I'll head upstairs, Tristan says. I think we should stick together, I say. I'll be okay. Then he picks up a board. Got this with me. My gut tells me I should go up with him, but he's already nearly up the stairs. Shit, I mutter. I grab my own 2x4 and keep it ready as I look around downstairs. And then I see wet footprints. Bare feet. That girl's gotta be in this house somewhere. I stand just outside a door and quickly fling it open. Just an empty closet. Then I remember Tristan being upstairs and haul ass up there. I quickly find him in one of the bedrooms. I told you I'll be okay, Tristan snaps. That girl's in this house somewhere, I say. Then I tell him about the wet footprints I found. Tristan nods once. Okay, we stick together then. We move across the upstairs and check the rooms. They have furniture in them and enough dust on it to make you want to choke. Even the blankets on the beds have dust on them. We check the closets too. They're either empty or don't have much of anything in them. We're about to leave the room when Tristan gets my attention, and I turn around and see... Veronica? Is that you? I gasp, ready to piss myself. I say I'm ready to piss myself because she looks like something right out of one of those scary movies. Veronica's hair and skin's white enough to be chalk. Her nails are all black and her eyes are just... Oh man, she's just scaring the bejesus out of me right now. She's still wet and dripping from being out in the snow. Just the way she's looking at us right now. I ain't no doctor, but I'd be willing to bet my cabin back home she ain't herself anymore. I remember her wearing that outfit she's wearing right now from that night, a year ago. Only thing that almost makes me lose control of my waterworks is seeing that blood on her face and t-shirt. Oh man. Tristan drops his flashlight and raises his board to hit Veronica, but she can actually move fast. She knocks the board out of his hands and grabs his wrists. He shrieks and cries out like a girl now. Your hands are so cold, he yells. Let go of me, you bitch! Before I can move to help Tristan, Veronica points right at me, making me drop my board. Her voice is this raspy kind of whisper. You stay right there. Then she slams Tristan up against the wall and bites right into his throat. He screams so loud you'd think you could actually hear him through that blizzard outside. Blood squirts everywhere, especially when Veronica pulls back and has a chunk of Tristan's throat in her mouth. Oh, man! I scream and quickly bolt out of the door. Now I'm hearing Veronica screaming like a banshee. I'm about to reach the stairs when I see... Oh, man. No, I groan. Trina's right there on the stairway now. And she looks just like Veronica, with that white skin, white hair, black nails, and those strange eyes. And her throat's been ripped out. Veronica got her too. Hungry, Trina utters in that same choked whisper Veronica has. Yes? I hear Veronica groan as she's almost to us. I quickly shake my head and put my hands up in front of me. Veronica! I don't know what happened to you, but I tried to save you that night. I really tried. You gotta believe that. Veronica howls at me. Then Trina grabs my arm, making me drop my flashlight. I scream and shove Trina down the stairs, my backpack falling off. Then I follow behind her and eventually step over her as I get to the bottom and get the hell out of that house. Come back here, Amos! I hear Veronica shrieking behind me, right through the winds. I look and see she's really running after me. Even through the blowing snow, I can hear her howling at me. Oh, Jesus God. I knew it would only be a matter of time before Veronica would finally catch up to me. I ain't never been a fast runner. I mean, I can run, but I just ain't fast. I know I'm definitely slower with these boots on, but I wasn't expecting to be out here in these woods running for my life like this. You will stop, Amos! Veronica's voice sounds like a real high-pitched shriek now. You will not escape me! And then, okay, you can call me crazy, you can even call me a sissy. I quickly pick up some snow in my hands. I make a snowball and I heave it right at Veronica. The snowball crashes right into her chest and makes her stagger. I make another snowball and heave it to hit her smack in the face and knock her on her ass. I turn and start running again. I manage to lose her and hide behind a big tree. Amos! Oh, man. I've heard Veronica howl with rage before when she was really pissed off, but now that she's dead and walking, hearing her talk like that just... Oh, man, I mutter when I feel I'm a little warmer in my jeans. Veronica really did make me lose control of my waterworks. Can't worry about that now. I gotta get the fuck away from here and go find Morgan and Abella. Assuming Veronica didn't already find them first, before finding Tristan and me. Perspective. Morgan. After having no luck finding Veronica, Abella and I double back to see if we could find Amos and Tristan. Abella doesn't say much of anything, but I understand what she's feeling. She just wants to find her daughter and make things good for everybody here. Veronica! Abella calls out again. Where are you? Veronica! I call out, louder than Abella. Amos! Tristan! Trina! When we don't hear anything, Abella reaches over and takes my wrist. Are you sure it was a good idea to bring Amos along? Amos is a good hunter and tracker, I remind her. Abella just looks at me with doubt. I'm telling you, Abella, he should be able to find her, I say, and pull my wrist away. Eventually we come up to some tracks that are almost covered by the blowing snow. If we follow these, we should catch up with Tristan and Amos. The two of us use our flashlights to follow the tracks. When they split up, Abella goes across the small river to follow that set. I stick with my set until I see it also eventually crosses the water. I meet back up with Abella for us to follow their tracks. After some minutes, we come up to another house. I don't know about Abella, but something about that place sure scares me just looking at it. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind blows and knocks me on my ass. Abella comes to me and helps me up. You okay? She asks. Yeah, I reply. I just wasn't expecting that. This blizzard's getting worse and worse. We might have to take shelter. I am not stopping until I find Veronica, Abella yells. She's my daughter. I'm not stopping until I know for a fact that she's dead. You really don't understand how important this is, do you? I've been looking far too long for her to just give up. You know damn well I can't afford to give this up now. You know that. Abella and I just look at each other for a long moment. Then I nod. Believe me, I do know. We should at least check the house, though. And we're going to, she assures me. The two of us walk to the house and can easily go inside. In fact, the front door is wide open. I point down to the porch boards. Abella. It looks like people were here already. Then we're going the same way, she replies. Now I see this weird look on her face before she quickly grabs my arm and pulls me to her. She turns me around so I can... Trina? I choke out. Yeah, this thing that's standing in front of the doorway looks like Trina and is wearing her clothes, but it's got these weird colored eyes and its skin and hair are chalk white, and it has black fingernails. I'm ready to throw up when I see the bone that's sticking out of its neck. It has blood all over the front of its jacket. I'm so hungry, Trina says in this choked whisper. Suddenly, Trina reaches out and grabs my hand. I cry out as she pulls me right to her with a strength I never even knew she had, making me drop my flashlight. I knew Trina was a top athlete at our high school. She goes out running most every day. She applies herself in the weight room. She even watches her diet, but there's no way in hell that she can be this goddamn strong. Then I really start screaming when I feel how incredibly cold her hand is on mine. It burns. Abella's trying to help pull me away from Trina, but this fucking thing is just so incredibly strong. And incredibly cold. Abella finally manages to get me free. I cry out when I see my hand looks black and feels numb. It's completely frostbitten. Come on, Morgan, Abella yells. Run! I turn and start running with her. We don't get far before I'm tackled from behind. Now Trina's right on top of me. I'm so hungry, Morgan, Trina utters. Abella tries reaching out to push Trina off me. When she sees Trina's bare hands, she quickly remembers how my hand got frostbitten just by her touching bare skin to mine. Trina hisses at Abella and makes her back off. You damned all of us, you bitch! Trina returns her attention to me and gives me that demented look of hunger that only a thing like her can show. Hungry, Trina rasps again. I try fighting her off, but now I'm the one who forgot about Trina's exposed skin. She takes hold of my wrists and makes me close my eyes and scream at the top of my lungs. Trina's cold skin is so painful. God, it burns. When I open my eyes, I can see Abella left me here to die. I am so totally fucked. Trina easily slams my arm to the snowy ground. Then I manage out one loud, long, last scream when Trina lowers her face and sinks her teeth right into my neck. My scream is louder when I feel the skin at my neck being torn away from the rest of my body. I can see my blood squirting upward. I can also see my torn flesh in Trina's mouth. When I can't scream anymore, I'm actually a bit surprised that I'm not dead yet. I can feel the life leaving my body as Trina munches on the flesh she's taken from me. As my eyes start shaking closed, I have this feeling. I just know. Just know. Know that. I feel myself twitching. I slowly open my eyes. It's still snowing hard. I twitch some more and feel really wet on my upper body. I sit up slowly and see my jacket is gone. My shirt and bra were torn open. My chest is fully exposed. And I mean it's fully exposed as in I have no skin whatsoever. Trina is right there looking at me and eating more flesh she took off of my body. By all rights, I should be royally pissed off at her doing this horrible thing to me. I know I'm exactly like her now. I also know that I'm getting very hungry and need to do to somebody what Trina was doing to me. But that's just it, isn't it? I can't attack and feed on Trina, can I? Somehow I know deep down that it just doesn't work like that. We can't and don't eat each other. I slowly move and stand on my own feet. I can see my hands are white with black nails. I feel so comfortably cold deep inside, and the frigid winds aren't bothering me at all. Also, I feel so incredibly strong. Trina finishes eating and points in the direction we need to go. We get a Bella now. I nod once. A Bella. The voice comes out in the same cold, dead tone as Trina's, almost like a choked whisper. Trina and I only have to follow the footprints that Abella's left. We can see in the dark clearly now and don't need flashlights. What's bad for Abella is that we can still walk and run as normal, living people can. Trina and I only want Abella now. One way or another, we're going to kill her ass. Perspective. Amos Culp. I keep moving through the woods. I swear this blizzard just keeps getting worse. You'd think them damn clouds decided to stop right where they are. I can stay warm in my winter clothes, but I lost my backpack back at the house where Veronica and Trina were. It had my food in it. Assuming it really was Veronica and Trina. Amos! Oh man, Veronica's getting closer now. She probably found my trail and is hot after me. You know, there was a time when I was glad Veronica Grande was the kind of person who liked coming after me. That girl she was really sweet on me. I know I was sweet on her right back. Maybe even a little too much. In fact, that's where all this goddamn trouble started that night. Suddenly, I see something just ahead, past some trees. Yes! There's a cabin just ahead. Lights on inside. That means somebody's home. I quickly haul ass. I know I'm supposed to be a man, but trust me when I say that all that shit goes right out the window when you deal with what I'm dealing with. Tell me what a real man you are when those things are eating you alive. I finally make it to the door and pound on it. Help! Help me! Let me in, please! Open up! Those things are right behind me! Oh, man! After a little more pounding, the door finally opens. There's this man looking to be in his 60s standing there. He's got gray hair and a beard and is wearing a dark blue shirt and bib overalls. I quickly brush right past him and into the house. I slam the door shut and lock it. You mind telling me what in tarnation is going on here? The man asks. There's these things outside, I quickly tell him. Then I explain to the old man what those things are. The old man just looks at me. Didn't think them dead folks would be out here in the middle of winter. I just look right at him. You know about them things? He nods once. I sure do, son. All kinds of bad things in these here woods these days. Never used to be like that, at least not when I was a young boy like yourself. Now we got all kinds of things walking around in here, things like ghouls, cannibals, monsters, and even dead folks. Usually dead folks are down during the frigid winters we get round these parts. He raises an eyelid. You done sure you saw dead folks walking around out there? I don't know what them fucking things are, I snap. White skin, white hair, black nails, and they eat people. I seen them things for myself. I saw one who was my girlfriend kill and eat a man right in front of me. She's gonna probably find me and kill my ass too. The old man just looks at me for a second. Then he moves to his fireplace and takes his shotgun down off from above it. You better help me secure this place, son. Turns out he's one of those people who keeps his house prepared against those things that walk around out here. He shows me how to secure the windows with contraptions he can just slide across the windows and lock. Man, I still think I'm in some kind of goddamn nightmare and waiting to wake up. But no. I know I'm feeling pretty hurt deep down at seeing my Veronica like that. Then I hear Veronica's howling, shrieking voice off in the distance. Amos! Both the old man and me look at each other. Then he points to the front door. We just have to fortify that door now. Help me! We already secured the back door. Now we move to the front one and start to apply another contraption to keep the door solid. That's when we hear someone knocking hard and screaming. Help! Let me in! Help me! Please! The old man quickly opens the door and lets Abella in. She turns her flashlight off and looks at us. Abella's damn sure surprised to see me here. She tries to come hug me, but I point right at her and shake my head. "Come on, son, help me finish with this door," the old man quickly tells me. "Yeah," I respond and help him with getting that contraption across the door. As soon as the house is finished being fortified, I turn to the old man. "You sure know what you're doing out here? You sure all this is going to keep them things out?" The old man tightens his jaw a little. "You said them dead folks outside are strong, didn't you? How strong we talking here, son?" "Strong," I imply with a little more force in my voice. Then I sigh. I honestly don't think these contraptions will keep them out for long. Then I notice Abella's scared as hell. Just the same, she's looking around. Then she points to the old man. "Jethro Carnes, you're the man I talked to on the phone. This is 21 Old Dutch Road." She raises a letter envelope that has the address on it. Jethro Carnes nods once. "Yes, ma'am. You must be that woman I called regarding her little girl. Saw the missing poster on a pole. Didn't think much of it. I just know it was mighty cold outside." He moves to the fireplace and throws a log onto the fire. Then he faces us again. "I saw someone walking around out there when I went out to bring in some more firewood. I swear I saw her as plain as the nose on my face, 'cept she looked like what you just told me, son. Never saw snow-white dead folks walking around in these woods till that day." "So what happened?" Abella yells. "I grabbed my firewood and got back in here," Jethro tells her. "Already had the windows and doors taken care of, just had to secure the front door. Had my gun, but she never tried coming in here." He points in a direction. "I remembered that missing poster and gave you a call. Figured it was the right thing to do." He looks sad now. "Had 2 kids myself. Now they're gone. One's a ghoul and the other one's one of them dead folks that walk around during the warmer weather." He sighs. "Now we gotta deal with dead folks walking in the winter too. Like I said, things didn't used to be this way out here when I was a boy. Now," Jethro points in another direction. "I think it's all 'cause of that river just a few miles from here. Used to make for damn good fishing, then some foul stuff got in that river and changed it. Killed all the fish in the water. Hell, wasn't too long ago I saw that loony Silas Blankenship went back in there and dropped some dead kid in that river. Saw it was little Billy McCracken. Had to come back here and try and get some stuff to get him out. Problem there was, he was gone when I got back. I should know, 'cause I was a part of the posse that done killed all them dead kids little Billy McCracken made. Never found little McCracken himself, though." Jethro looked sad again. "Ma'am, I'm thinking your baby girl ended up in that foul river somehow. Changed her into a different kind of dead folk. One that walks around in the middle of winter." It was quiet again for a little bit. You could hear the snow hitting the cabin and the windows howling. And then, "Amos!" "Oh man," I groan. "Veronica's almost here." "What the hell happened to Veronica?" Abella shrieks. Slam, bang, thud, crash, boom. "Oh man," I groan. "Veronica's here for sure. She's right at the front door." "Amos, I hear you in there," I hear Veronica rasp. "Come out!" Veronica's still pounding at the front door. Then we hear something else pounding at one of the windows. "Are you in there, Abella? You bitch!" "Oh man," I point in that direction. "There's another one of those things there. Sounds like Trina." I look at Jethro. I saw what Veronica did to Trina. She can turn people into those things like her. And then another one pounds at the other door. "Hungry." Shit, that's Tristan. One more of them starts pounding on another window. "Let us in, Amos." Oh, Lord Jesus Christ, not Morgan, too. I look at Abella and Jethro. Looks like Veronica's made herself an army. Abella groans. My God, What happened to Veronica? I point right at her. Why don't you tell us what happened to Veronica? Abella looks at me all pissed off. What the hell does that mean? I tighten my fists. I was there at Grande Estate that night, in Veronica's bedroom. I know what you did a year ago. I know it was you who came to kill Veronica that night. Abella's really pissed at me now. You've got some nerve, Amos Culp, you son of a bitch. I grin at Abella now. Yeah, I do, don't I? Problem here is my nerve and yours are two completely different things. You see, Jethro looks worried. The way them dead folks are pounding, you might be right about my fortifications, son. I reckon they'll be in here before too long. He nods to a closet door. There's another gun and shells in there. Better move it. I quickly get to the closet and open the door. I find the shotgun in there and a box of ammo beside it. I load the gun and come to stand with Jethro. Jethro looks at Abella. Sorry, I ain't got no gun for you, young lady. Then Abella shows she's full of surprises. She unzips her jacket and pulls a handgun out. Before either Jethro or me knows what to do next, Abella shoots the old man right in the head and blows his brains everywhere. His body falls to the floor fast. Then she quickly turns her gun on me and shoots me too. I spin fast and fall over, losing my shotgun. I ain't dead yet. She just got me in the shoulder. Then she comes and presses her knee right on me and points her gun in my face. I don't know how you found out, Amos, Abella says. You're right. I wanted my daughter killed that night a year ago. Oliver Grande's money was mine. Veronica had no right to it whatsoever. Too bad you're not going to live long enough to tell anyone the whole truth. Perspective, Abella Sableson. I put my handgun in Amos's face. You say you know I killed Veronica? I know it was you, you fucking bitch, Amos shouts. I was under her bed that night. You didn't know it, but Veronica and I were in love. We'd just finished being real sweet on each other when Veronica saw some people out in the yard, all wearing black. She knew those people were coming to kill her and told me to get under the bed. Wasn't long before you showed up. Maybe Veronica didn't catch it, but I knew it was you since I could smell that same cheap perfume you're wearing now. He shakes his head slowly. I can't believe what a cold, heartless bitch you really are, Abella. Surprise! What? Did you really think I came all the way out here in this shit storm to find Veronica to bring her back home safely? Veronica had no right to Oliver's fortune. That fortune was mine and mine alone. Oliver promised me that. Yes, you know that Oliver had an affair with me. You know I was just a maid that Oliver really took a liking to. Knowing Oliver wanted to be with me, I simply played his heartstrings. What was my motive? Money, of course. Oliver had billions upon billions of dollars. I was just a maid who had to work just to get thrown a few scraps to survive. I knew if I played my cards right, I could become Oliver's new wife and have access to all that money. Of course, you already knew there was a bit of a problem with my plan. My birth control didn't work when it needed to, which resulted in my getting pregnant. Just the same, I figured I could use my pregnancy to my advantage. The problem, however, was that Oliver Grande came from a proper bloodline to where he would mingle with women from other proper bloodlines for the purposes of having children to carry on those proper bloodlines. Once I revealed my pregnancy to Oliver, showing him the hospital results and telling him that he was the only man I had slept with, he told me he couldn't marry me. Oliver and I had a very heated argument about it. Then he calls me out saying I only wanted to be with him for his money. However, he wasn't going to just cast me off. He told me that I would have to raise our daughter and that he would provide for both of us. However, I could never come back to Grande Estate again. Oliver's offer was this. He told me that if I showed I could love and support our child, if he saw that I was the best mother to our child I could be, then he would leave both our child and me his entire fortune. So I carried Veronica to term. I even had to give Veronica Oliver's name, another condition. She was officially Veronica Grande, not Veronica Sableson. Oliver would send me money that I would use to care for Veronica. I did everything in my power to make sure that little spawn from hell got everything she needed or wanted. I had given Veronica the best years of my life, making her think I loved her so much. As for Oliver himself, he stayed on at Grande Estate with his proper wife and all his proper children that he made with her, none of which he loved in the slightest. Fast forward to a little over a year ago. Oliver had finally died of old age exactly 6 months after his proper wife died. His will had already been made. You'd think Oliver would have kept his promise to me and left his fortune all to me and Veronica. He left his entire fortune to Veronica alone. Not only was I upset about this, I don't mind telling you Oliver's children from his proper marriage also flew into a rage. I was there at the reading of the will and saw them. They were none too thrilled at learning that Veronica was their half-sibling. As far as they were concerned, Veronica was not a pure-blooded, proper Grande and wasn't entitled to any of their father's money. However, there was a stipulation in the will that stated upon Veronica's death, the entire fortune would become mine, and mine alone. At first, the children from this pure-blood marriage wanted to turn on me. However, I made them an offer they couldn't refuse. I would split the fortune with them equally if they would just help me kill Veronica. They all readily agreed. That's right. Everybody who was here with me in the backwoods now, aside from Amos, they're Oliver's proper children, from his proper wife. We dressed up in all black on the night Veronica ran away. Oliver taught me how to hunt when we were seeing each other, so I knew how to fire the rifle. Unfortunately, Veronica was wide awake and managed to move before I could shoot her. Amos just told me why. Thanks to that fucking idiot, Veronica ended up getting away, taking a sports car. I grabbed the Hummer and pursued my daughter to these woods outside of Strickfield. You'd think Veronica would have just fucking died after I shot her 3 times. She did, apparently, but it seems she didn't stay dead. I even shot her again and again when she came for me. I barely managed to get away from Veronica when I ran out of bullets. I knew I had to come back for her and finish what I started. In order for me to claim all of Oliver's money, it has to be known that Veronica is quite dead. Her being whatever spawn of hell she is now won't cut it. That's why I convinced Oliver's pure-blooded kids to come back in these woods with me. We needed to kill Veronica to be sure she stays dead. Only then can I claim what's rightfully mine. As for Amos, we needed a good tracker. He was a handyman and groundskeeper around Grande Estate who knew how to hunt. Morgan suggested him, of course. And now, I'm going to kill you, Amos, I growl. You let Veronica get away that night. But Amos roars and manages to grab my wrist. He brings me down to the floor. Even though he's bleeding out, he's still fighting me for my gun. Let go of me, goddamn you, I yell. It's then when one of the window fortifications gives way. Then the back door comes flying open. It's not long before those things are all inside. I punch Amos in the face hard and maintain my handgun. I quickly get to my feet. Oh my fucking Christ. There are so goddamn many of them. Veronica, Trina, Tristan, Morgan. They all look so disgusting. Aside from Veronica, they've all got parts of their body eaten off. Morgan really looks disgusting with her entire ribcage fully exposed, her internal organs still inside. Veronica points right at me. It really hurts knowing you never cared about me. Then she screams, You murdered me! You made me into this! Veronica looks down at Amos. I can see this thing clearly still loves him. Then she looks back at me. Sorry, Mom, but you still can't have my money. I hate Veronica so much that I raise the handgun. I'll finish what I started with you a year ago in these woods. Then I scream and shoot Veronica right between the eyes as those other things come right at me. Epilogue. 1 year later. Perspective. Amos Culp. I walked into this place called Denoyer's Grill. I was surprised it was even open during that damn blizzard. Hell, I was surprised I was still alive and smelling great food. I don't mind telling you I was still hurting at having been shot by a Bella like that. I think it's safe to say I was definitely the freak in the room when I walked into that diner. The man standing behind the counter asked me if I was okay. I shook my head and told him I really didn't know for sure. When I told the man I just got out of those backwoods, him and many of the other customers just looked right at me. The man, David Denoyer, the owner of the place, quickly got on the phone and called for an ambulance for me. Then he told me to sit down and gave me some hot coffee. Denoyer didn't even try asking me what happened out in them backwoods. If you were out in those backwoods, sir, then all I gotta say is you're damn lucky to be sitting here and alive, Denoyer tells me. Very few people go into those woods and come back out with a story to tell. Unless you're our mayor, that is. I just kept shaking my head slowly, remembering what happened in those woods. I tried telling Denoyer and anyone else who'd listen. I told them everything that happened with Veronica Grande, all that happened a year ago as I'm telling you this. Even today, it still hurts knowing I'll never see my Veronica again. You gotta know, Abella did not survive those things. Abella ended up emptying her handgun trying to shoot them. All she did was make them bleed this blue blood. Then they all grabbed a hold of Abella and just tore her apart. Abella's screams stopped just that quick. Not that it would have mattered. Later, I'd come to learn that the one thing regarding the backwoods of Strickfield is no one will ever hear you scream. I ended up watching as those things just sat on the floor and ate whatever pieces of Abella they had in their hands. I was so scared I didn't even try to run. I almost puked seeing Morgan's exposed belly getting full. I figured if Veronica could find me at that old man's cabin, those things would have found me wherever I tried running to. When they finished with Abella, all that was left were her bones. Then those things all looked at me. I think I lost control of my waterworks again, knowing they were going to eat me. Tristan, Trina, and Morgan wanted to. But Veronica told them no. Veronica knelt down beside me. She wanted to take my hand but stopped when she remembered she'd freeze it right off. "Go away from here, my love," she rasped. "You're free. I know you truly loved me." I shook my head slowly. "I still love you, Veronica." Veronica bowed her head. I think it really hurt her, saying what she felt she needed to say to me. "Never return here, ever again. Live your life, Amos. Know that I'll always love you." Then she lifted her head and pointed. "Go that way." Then those things left. I made myself get up and walk back out in that blizzard. I saw the 4 sets of footprints where those things went off to. I trusted Veronica and walked the way she told me. When I came out of the woods, I only had to walk a few miles before I came to Denoyer's Grill. I've since bought Tom Barlow's cabin. Some college students are here. They just listened to me tell them why it's not a good idea to go into those backwoods. Yeah, you just know they ain't gonna listen. Much like when we were all here at this cabin last year. Today, like a year ago, has a blizzard about to come down on us. Just can't catch a break during the winter in Feltner County. I point in the direction of the backwoods. I'm telling you people right now, you go back in there, especially during this blizzard, I'll lay odds none of you are going to make it out alive. Those things are in there. They'll trap and eat you when you least expect it. That is, if no ghouls get a hold of you first. I know they want to call me crazy. They just say goodbye and tell me they're heading in to look for game. I shake my head slowly and watch them leave. I try telling them one last time, but they ain't listening. I watch as they pull out of my driveway and head towards the backwoods of Strickfield. I go back in the cabin and look at a picture of happier times, of Veronica Grande and me together. Then I look towards the backwoods and know those idiots are going to run into Veronica and her half-siblings. All I can do is pray they make it out and live to tell the tale the same way I barely did. I put the picture of me and Veronica down and go put another log on the fire as the blizzard starts. And that, my dear spookies, is another night sealed in darkness. 3 tales of blood, love, and the terrible beauty of revenge, all wrapped up in time for Halloween's final approach. But remember, this is not the end, not even close, because here at Weekly Spooky, we have something haunting, chilling, or downright monstrous waiting for you every single day of October, because one night of horror is never enough. So make sure you're subscribed on your favorite podcasting apps, because there's so much more fear for your ears. And we do this all year long, not just in spooky season, so keep Halloween alive, even beyond October, by subscribing. So until tomorrow, keep that pumpkin lit, keep your earbuds close, and join me again when the next scream, whisper, or nightmare arrives right on schedule. Until then, sleep light, dream dark, and of course, stay spooky.